Hey everyone, so I've been wanting to do a Game Boy Advance mod for quite some time now. I've seen plenty of YouTube videos on it, lots of forum discussions about how awesome it is and easy it is to do these types of projects. I actually bought a Game Boy original, the DMG Game Boy, not too long ago with the same sort of purpose, but it was never my favorite. I didn't have a lot of time with it growing up. The Advance was always the one that was my mainstay. And the thing I always liked about it, even as a kid, I had very large hands. And so it was always easier for me to hold that while walking around and, just hang out with friends and hang out at school. So the Game Boy Advance modifications out there were really appealing. So basically what we're going to do is add a backlit screen, sort of like what you can see with the Game Boy Advance SP, though this one will be a little bit better. It's going to be clearer, it's going to be brighter. We're also going to put a whole new shell on this that will basically upgrade the plastic a little bit. New buttons, and then also a fully rechargeable battery, meaning I don't have to use those AA's anymore. A lot of people probably ask, Aaron, why aren't you just using a Game Boy SP if that's basically what you're building? The Game Boy SP was very small compared to the Game Boy Advance. Like, it was nice because it folded over and it was kind of self-protecting, but it was always uncomfortable for me to hold. Like, I don't like having my hands touching like that. I like the feel of what you get with like a normal video game controller, and that's what the Game Boy Advance kind of gave me. So I am going to start by disassembling this entire thing. I'm not going to go too much detail about it just because there's so little going on here. It's basically a handful of screws coming out. There's no weird ribbon cables you had to watch out for, wires you had to watch out for. Nintendo made these pretty simple to disassemble, which is another reason why I love these things. So I'm just going to show that process, and then I will meet you back here when we're done. Like what you can see with the Game Boy Advance, I don't have to use those AA's anymore. A lot of people probably ask, Aaron, why aren't you just using a Game Boy SP if that's basically what you're building? The Game Boy SP was very small compared to the Game Boy Advance. Like, it was nice because it folded over and it was kind of self-protecting, but it was always uncomfortable for me to hold. Like, I don't like having my hands touching like that. I like the feel of what you get with like a normal video game controller, and that's what the Game Boy Advance kind of gave me. So I am going to start by disassembling this entire thing. I'm not going to go too much detail about it just because there's so little going on here. It's basically a handful of screws coming out. There's no weird ribbon cables you had to watch out for, wires you had to watch out for. Nintendo made these pretty simple to disassemble, which is another reason why I love these things. So I'm just going to show that process, and then I will meet you back here when we're done. Alright guys, so we basically stripped this down to the main board, which is really all we need from the original Game Boy for the purpose of what we're doing. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and go over some of the parts that we're going to be putting in. Everything was purchased from handheldlegends.com. Overall, their prices aren't horrible, though this definitely is not the most cost-effective thing I've ever done. So let's see what we got. We have a funny playing IPS screen. This is a great screen, super bright, super great angles on it. They do sell a unbranded version of this on their website as well, but for me, the difference at the time of purchase was only about $10, so I decided to go for the name brand. Then we move on to the Retro 6 Game Boy Advance case. Overall, it's a pretty good case. A lot of times when you see these types of things and when people talk about the ones that you get for cheaper online, it's really crap plastic. This one actually feels really nice in my hand, and the paint finish on it's awesome. Then we also have some Retro 6 replacement buttons and side panels, just because the original ones that came with this Game Boy I didn't really think would look good with this color. So I went with a nice black to kind of complement it. Then we had the Clean Juice lithium-ion rechargeable battery. This is great. It's got about 6 to 8 hours of charge time on it. And it has a USB Type-C connector, which is really nice. So now I'm just going to go ahead and do the basic screen install. I'm not going to go through the whole thing with this. There's a lot of soldering involved that I'm not great at. Luckily, this whole screen comes with everything you'll need for it, but I'd rather not record my skills as they sit now. So I'm gonna do some basic test fitting, and then I'll go into the soldering, and then I'll bring you guys back in then. Alright everyone, so now we're back. We have the screen test fitted, all soldered together. It wasn't my finest moment, a lot of cussing. But, so we're going to move on to the case now. One of the things I forgot to mention was I'd also purchased a tempered glass screen lens. This is a huge upgrade from the plastic one that the Game Boy Advance comes with by default. It's a fairly simple install. Basically all we're going to do is take some provided 3M double-sided tape, make sure that it is good and adhered to the body of it. You really want to make sure that nothing's going to peel off. It can also, if you don't do this step, it can also peel off while you're trying to take off the front protective cover. So just a lot of pressure is really important on that. And then once we do that, we can take off the top layer and then simply set our screen in. It's a fairly simple process. Alright, we're back everybody. So, now with the screen in the case, we just have to put in the buttons we got in from Retro 6 and put everything back together. So, as far as the buttons go, they're fairly simple to put in. They're marked so that they can only really fit in one way, so you don't have to worry about putting them upside down or having them shift around. And then the side panels and the top shoulder buttons all only go in one way, really. Then from that point, it's again back to just when we disassemble the thing, but in reverse. You're just going to put the screws back where you got them, and then cinch everything back up. So once that's all done, I'll meet you back here. Okay, so now that everything's back assembled, we're going to do a quick test with just some regular AA batteries and make sure it actually comes on. So we just pop them in, turn them on, and here we go. So it looks like it came on. We got everything going. We're going to be able to play games so far. So now we can go into the final mod that I have set up, and that's installing the Clean Juice lithium-ion battery. So first, all we need to do is, well, take out the original AA batteries that I just put in to do the test, and then we're going to remove the old battery posts here. They're not really used for this, and they're mostly designed just to connect the batteries together on the other end. From there, it is a fairly simple process. We're going to connect the lithium-ion battery to the charging circuit, which will also help keep us from overcharging this battery, which can lead to some dangerous things. Then the battery itself has a little bit of double stick tape that we will peel off and then attach to the bottom, and then it's basically you're just press fitting it in. The built-in battery contacts on the charging board will already make contact with the ones that already came with the Game Boy Advance, so you don't have to solder anything to battery connectors or anything like that. It's a really nice system. So once we have that in, then we can do another test. Alright, so with everything tested and working, we just have one last thing to do, and that's put in the included Retro 6 Game Boy Advance sticker. It's not the same as the original, but it's a good finishing touch. And then we're all done. Well guys, thank you so much for sticking with me through this, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the telethon. Good night.
Well, hello there. I'm Sarah Rue, and we've reached the point in our telethon where it's time to snuggle up to your nearest and dearest, cozy by a warm fire, and buckle up, because it's motherfucking story time. Tonight I'm going to be reading you an excerpt from my newly released autobiography entitled Finding Humor in Plight, because, well, I've been making stupid look sexy since 1990. So why not go ahead and tell the world on camera about the time I shattered my ankle on acid at a llama farm for my 20th birthday. This excerpt comes from chapter 8, and it is called The Night the Sky Shattered. Drum circles, music festivals, raves, the scene became my solitude. I could photograph events for spending money, making it so my parents believed I was always working and building my portfolio at the same time. Win-win, right? It was a peasant's life, but one that was slowly starting to take shape. The networking that took place while I did this was beneficial, and over time led me to get better opportunities for higher caliber photography work. College had adjourned for the summer, and I found myself fortunate enough to have a full schedule of music events to photograph. One was set to be particularly awesome, as it was super remote, on a llama farm, hours away. I was going to get a whole weekend away from my life in St. Louis, and get to be a photojournalist by documenting the event itself. Checking off the crucial boxes of, will I get to get high alone and it won't matter? Check. Will I be able to get away from my family? Check. Will I get my ego stroked? Check, check, check. Packing up the Navigator, I left the humidity of the city for the humidity of the countryside, driving towards bumfuck nowhere, and what I now know was going to be the most memorable birthday I ever had. Now, llamas smell, and they're not the nicest animals I've ever met. I much rather prefer the company of marsupials, as some of you may or may not know. I arrived earlier than most to the festival and assisted in getting the event set up with the producers. Shortly before dinner time and after an afternoon of what was truly light drinking, I said fuck it, jumped off the wagon, and did a rail of ketamine because Why not? Proudly, I can say that is the one and only relapse I've ever had as an opioid addict. Sadly, I can say also that is the one and only relapse I've ever had as an opioid addict. Now, alcohol and ketamine aren't friends. And to say that I fell into a K-hole like an elephant falling off of a tightrope into the Grand Canyon itself would be an understatement. Literally, I fell backwards. Great fucking start, right? Well, after what seemed like an entire metabolic cycle of me thinking and feeling like I was going to die, I emerged from my K-hole victorious and vowed I will never do drugs again for my entire life. Do you see it? Can you see it coming? Because I sure as shit couldn't. I ate a giant cheeseburger, downed a couple of bottles of water, and passed out. Only, of course, to be awakened by my angry liver less than 4 hours later. It was sunrise, and I decided to start the day by keeping my promise. Ridding myself of most of my stash, I meandered down to the river shortly after the sun arose. A deep orange hue filled the sky with warmth as I sank into the water. It was just cold enough to trigger goosebumps and remind you that you're alive. Having given up on college, accepting my codependent relationships at home, I was just feeling defeated and like it was time to give up completely. Reflecting upon the choice that I'd made last night, I understood why I'd had to backslide. But I also understood that I didn't ever want to feel like that again. I wanted to keep hope in those voids, not drugs. And for that time in that water, I simply existed there. The sun rose, and as dawn grew into morning, others began to join me in the river. It was pleasant, with a breeze keeping the humidity manageable. While I can't recall, and also won't dime out, because snitches do get motherfucking stitches, exactly who it was, around lunchtime, alcohol began flowing. And feeling like I was recovered enough, I began to partake. I was just 20 after all. Now, time to be truthful. The addict in me wants to say that one thing led to another. That's not what I'm going to say. After all these years in therapy, I'm going to tell you the truth. My body rebounded from that K-hole, and the water rejuvenated me enough to think I had a second wind. While I will never speak for others suffering from addiction issues, I can explain the process I went through in my head. Well, my body can handle this. I can probably handle a little more. Just a little more. Just a little more. Like, well, I can handle this. Like, I can handle more. I can handle more. Okay. I can handle more. And down and down and down the spiral I would go. A few drinks would turn into 10. 10 drinks turned into weed. Weed turned into LSD. Now, for those of you in the world who hate anti-drug assholes and who hate people who use any sort of gateway drug language when it comes to pot, don't worry, you're going to like this ending. For those anti-drug dickheads, please go jump up your own asshole. This story is about getting high. And you're not going to like this ending. Lastly, for the squeamish, turn this off now. This next part gets rough. Cheeseburgers, margaritas, blunts, and L. 80-degree water, live music, and a breeze to die for. It was an iconic summer moment in my childhood. The sun began to set behind the trees, and the water began to chill. Dispersing from the river, most festival goers were heading back to camp to eat dinner, nap, and prepare for the evening's festivities. Following the crowd, I began to compose my mind so I could head back to base, when from behind me, I hear a couple of ladies scream as they stood up from the river themselves, "Oh my God, leeches! Oh my God! Leeches are everywhere!" Plop, 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 plop. I could hear the leeches falling from their bodies and hitting the shallow water. Filled with fear, but knowing sooner or later I would need to stand up and most likely clear the leeches from my own body, I gathered my strength. Tripping my balls off and standing up with the grace of a newborn baby giraffe weighing as much as a newborn hippo, I heard a sound that still haunts my dreams. Bloop, 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 bloop. Surreal as all get out, I looked down towards the water, trying to see the rock bottom and see the leeches that had just fallen from me. The current leaving me unable to see where they had landed, I ran my hand down the backs of my thighs, immediately coming into contact with many, many more. I was covered. So what do you do when you're tripping on acid and find yourself covered in leeches in a river? You certainly don't run away. Why would you do that? You certainly don't start running away from leeches that are attached to you. Running in a rock bottom river. That certainly sounds disastrous. I mean, you could fall and bust your chin open. I mean, can you hear your mom yelling at you in the summer when you were a kid? "No running on wet concrete." Can you hear it? I can. I'm sure you're wondering, upon the discovery of my predicament, what I decided to do. At full speed, I took off sprinting in a river in an attempt to run away from leeches attached to my very body. Luckily, they fell off quickly as my rotund body wiggled about in my sprint. Unluckily, rock bottom rivers are not known for having the most level of surfaces. In fact, the current of a river often moves, smooths, and shifts rocks and its environment. The fall took me by surprise for the most part, only really realizing what happened as my chin bounced off a rock and my mouth filled with water, as if my skull had to be physically affected for me to realize what was happening in this reality. Hunched forward from the fall and dazed from my high, I sat up and realized that my left leg was underneath my well over 300-pound body. My right foot was cut and bleeding significantly, signaling to me that I was actually injured and this wasn't going to be something I recovered from just overnight. Pulling my left leg out from under my bottom, I sat with both legs outstretched before me. My left ankle was at a 45-degree angle. I had seen it in worse condition than it was, though. All right, fuck this. I thought to myself, I'm a beast. I just survived a K-hole. My bad ankle is rolled. My foot's bleeding. But there's goddamn leeches in this river. I'm going back to camp. But my attempts to move about were futile, and eventually, in tears, I had to ask others for help back to camp. I was done. Completely defeated, and it was entirely of my own fault. Thankfully, I was surrounded by deeply compassionate people, and I was quickly assisted into a chair, leg propped up, and fed anti-inflammatories. A stranger with a big heart found our base camp whilst I was posted up. "Whoa, what happened to you?" I recounted the previous 24 hours. Tearfully and ashamed, I told him I was an addict, and I had no control. I couldn't even control myself with actual medicine like psychedelics. I couldn't break the cycle of abuse in my home, and I couldn't break free from my own patterns of addictive behavior. Wallowing in this self-loathing, the stranger recognized that I needed a shift in my perspective. Smirking, he said, "Want to make it to the other side?" Confused, I asked him what he meant. "I'll stay by your side. You need to break through. It's the only way this pain is going to stop," he said. He opened his hand and outstretched it to me, where he held a small piece of folded up tinfoil. God damn it, I thought. Bitter. Usually, I thought from my limited life experiences at the time, bitter meant it was a research chemical. Regardless, I put the 10 strip in my mouth and rolled my head back. Staring into the sky, unfettered by light pollution, it felt like it was the first time I'd ever really seen the stars. Our location so remote, it felt like I could almost see the dusty arms of our own galaxy. The movement of time was rendered unreal by the state that I was in, and I began to fixate on the stars, as it looked like they were beginning to vibrate. Always one for hypervigilance and fixation on irrelevant bullshit, as soon as I wondered why the stars were moving, ping, 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 the stars began linking up, as if some sort of cosmic connect the dots was being played on a grand scale. Lines that hadn't existed before bridged stars to stars, and before I knew it, the sky looked like a windshield that had been shattered. For a few mere moments, I stared at this cracked sky, wondering if it was going to cave in on me. The thought of such a thing had only barely come into existence within my consciousness, but it didn't matter. Inhaling deeply and realizing I was not breathing reasonably to begin with, I closed my eyes and attempted to find my center. Shutting my eyelids did not shield me from the cosmos itself, as it shattered in a million pieces down upon me. My head rolled forward. I wanted to open my eyes and come back to reality, but I knew there was nothing there for me. Keep them shut. Keep them from going sideways, Rue, my internal dialogue murmured to me. Darkness surrounded me, similar to the void of nothingness I'd experienced on opiates. But this wasn't a void. No, it almost felt like it was a ground floor of my consciousness, as if my soul was this giant skyscraper I'd never even gotten into the elevator of, and the glass ceiling had shattered into the lobby. Pieces of cosmic glass seemingly surrounded me on this floor, still vibrating from their fall. And whilst I wasn't embodied in the same capacity I am walking around as a sapien with a consciousness, I carefully moved around, noticing that what once looked like pieces of the sky now looked like shattered pieces of a mirror. Gazing at each one, I noticed that they weren't displaying a reflection of whatever dimension it was that I was in. Each piece was playing a memory from my very own childhood. Oh God, I thought, here it is. All those moments, right here and now, staring me down. Suddenly, I was running around the broken pieces of my soul as they played my memories on repeat, and I was desperate to try to find the one piece that could reflect me in the here and now. Not some painful memory. No, I can't. No memories. Not right now. Nausea ensued, reminding me that I did indeed have a very broken body that I would need to be getting my soul back to shortly. But I can find the peace. I can find the peace that truly reflects me. I will find it, and then everything will be okay, I thought to myself. Stumbling upon what appeared to be a piece that captured my reflection, I snatched up this piece of metaphysical metaphor and screamed to the cosmos, I found me! I found me! Looking back, however, there was no reflection. There was no memory. It was an empty piece. The dimension quieted, and my jaw unclenched. Struggling to understand, the floor was suddenly bare, and all that remained of my shattered pieces of cosmic consciousness was the single blank piece that I held. Within me, a warmth began to rise, and a calmness consumed me. Those noisy, painful, arduous, jagged cut memories are no more. All that remains is the blank canvas. A voice within me, a piece of my subconscious, I suppose, that had yet to speak through my inner dialogue, and to date, it spoke up. Great sacrifice is coming. But with that sacrifice comes reward. Endure, and the reflection will be what you want. Weeping, I opened my eyes and rolled back my head to thank the stars. But I was beyond the point of being able to compose words. My new friend put his arm around my shoulders and embraced me. You needed to get to the other side. And I'm grateful that you made it back. So, there's that. If you enjoyed that reading from my autobiography, Finding Humor in Plight, feel free to check me out on the socials where you can read the rest of it or see my other bodies of work such as my photography or my podcast. Also, by the way, from now until 12/31/20, 25% of all profits made in my online stores will be going directly to MTUG.
Hi, I'm Zara. I'm really excited to be sharing some of my poetry and some of my original writings with you today. Fluffier than fresh down, rounder than a melon, and toes like pink jelly beans, piercing icy blue eyes, legs much too small for the weight of her body, colored like a perfectly toasted marshmallow, tiny daggers for teeth, an ego the size of a bear, and an appetite to match. My own tiny lion, CHARMEUSE. A lone sunny side up egg, yellow and white. Split by a thin membrane. Don't prick the yolk. Messes take time to fix. A painting, yet to dry, ready to spin, full of strokes of life. A single clashing energy, and everything is ruined. Crystalware, a glass ready to shatter, full of your sorrowful wine. An eternal low note. Inhale, smoke again, as I think. I could lose it. My sketchbook knows words that I cannot write. The shapes of feelings that have no verbal expression. The colors of sensation that I'm experiencing. My pen knows of my hesitation, the pause before it hits the paper, the scratch of words too afraid to be spoken. My eraser knows of my many mistakes, the lies I erase, to hide the inaccuracies, the dustings of emotions denied. My sketchbook knows the words that I cannot write. I wonder what it's like to live in the now. To not worry about what the next thing is, to not prepare for something, to just exist. They say you have to plan for a good life. But how do you live like that? How can you grit your teeth and suffer through today in hopes that a better day eventually comes? How do we know that the future will be enjoyable? Living in the now? I don't know about that. Doot, doot, doot. Whistling. The heavy metal snake chugged to life, axle spinning, a death-like exhale slipping into the air. Trains are scary. I've got a little drawing for it. Blank, 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 blank. Think about the importance of things. Find the fork and follow. But follow in between the prongs. But wait. What was the question again? You know, they say coconut oil is a great skin moisturizer. It can help fade scars, stretch marks, and it can take all of your drag makeup off of your face. So I apply it daily. They say that coconut oil is a great hair mask, that it can tame the most unruly of curls. So I smooth it in my twist outs religiously. They say that coconut oil is a good fat, that it can help you slim down. So I consume it to ease the scale. But if coconut oil is such a magical treatment that it can fix almost any issue that you had, it's the DIY catch-all. Why don't I love my reflection? Chris's chest heaved with heavy breaths as he ran. Buildings, trees, grass, streets, all moved past him in a strange, grayed-out blobs of the world as he flew down the streets of his hometown. His feet were moving of their own accord. He could feel neither the pavement of the street nor his feet. The sun was slipping behind the hill in the center of the town, letting him know that the cold of the dark would soon be upon him. His pace slowed, legs giving out beneath him as he crumpled to a heap on the ground, dirtying up his favorite track shoes. Shoulders shaking, tears began to blur his vision as he heave-cried onto the dirt path. Everything hurt. His head, his chest, his heart. Chris was so confused and afraid. Something troubling you, son? A thick country twang broke him from his internal despair as he snapped his head up, thick round locks falling into his eyes. He rubbed his face again to clear his vision and was met with a startling sight. An older-looking gentleman, or what Chris assumed was a gentleman, when he was clean. His beard was the color of a salt and pepper shaker, matching his unruly shoulder-length hair. The man tipped his straw hat towards him before tossing something in his direction. His hands moved of their own accord, snatching the round object out of the air as he flinched, eyes closing. Upon further inspection, it was a pink lady apple, his favorite. Tears can take a lot out of a man, the strange man spoke, wrinkles in his sun-tanned face reaching his eyes with a gentle smile. He gestured for Chris to take a bite. Thank you. The name's Joe. Chris nodded his thanks to his newfound companion and rolled the apple in his hands. It was a beautiful apple, a coloration that of a fall sunset, one in October, right after the fair was in town. And Chris. There was silence for a few moments as Chris collected himself, chewing his swollen lip hesitantly. Not one to cry in public. He was embarrassed and unsure how to speak with this essential stranger. Joe leaned back against his posted spot under the bridge, tipping his hat back as he looked at the young boy. He reckoned that Chris couldn't have been more than 17, with his obvious sportswear attire and patchy facial hair. Pardon my asking, but what's troubling you, boy? I've seen many a fellow run like that in the past, and nothing happy ever seemed to be the root of it. Chris sighed, closing his emerald eyes and leaning back against the cool concrete of the support beam behind him, tossing the apple back and forth, quietly. The sun was still setting in the sky. The swirls of gold and pink beautifully reflected off of the thin cirrus clouds in the sky. He felt his eyes watering again, and looked back down to the fruit in his hands before finding his voice once more. I think I'm lost. Ah, I see. Joe reached into the oakwood basket beside himself and plucked out another apple, this time a golden delicious. He bit into the fleshy fruit, juice dribbling down his chin. If you're looking to get back into town, you could just come back down the way you came. There's an old dirt path that will take you right back to the fairgrounds. You should be able to find your way home after that. Chris shook his head and sighed again, before taking a decisive bite from the apple. Delicious. I mean, I don't know where I'm going. Does anyone really know? Joe shrugged his shoulders, biting into his apple again. Chris pondered for a moment before continuing to eat. He took another small bite, the crunch satisfyingly grounding for his disheveled mind. Say, why are you sitting under the bridge? He asked, tilting his head curiously. Well, I could ask the same of yourself, as this does happen to be my favorite sitting spot in the whole county. Fair enough. Chris took another few bites of the apple, the skin disappearing to reveal the sweet flesh of the fruit. Joe remained silent as they continued to speak quietly, pausing his attentions on the golden delicious. My sister is missing. Chris's voice cracked. I don't think I can go back to Poplar Street. There are too many eyes. I feel like I can't move without being watched. At the mention of the specific name, Joe's eyebrow raised with concern. There are only 2 houses on that street. Poplar Street? What'd you say your last name was, son? Johnson. Why? Chris looked at him again, confusion evident on his face. Suddenly Joe felt very hesitant, and his eyes burned from exhaustion. Chris must have run at least 4 miles in his panic. Joe tossed his remaining apple core to the side. Of course it was a Johnson that would make its way to him. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small square paper before sitting at a distance, a little bit closer to the boy. Was your mother named Joyce, by any chance? He handed the card over to the boy, whose jaw dropped as he looked at the familiar face on the card. It wasn't the best, but it certainly was clear. It was Chris's mom. Where did you get this? It's a long story. Joe rubbed his face, looking at the disappearing sun, his age suddenly showing. You should come with me. And that's golden delicious. Thank you for listening.
Squish is the local queer support helpline. It's peer-run for and by LGBTQIA+ folks. They're the exact type of resource you would need to talk to for feeling how you're feeling right now. And I know how hard it can be for Black trans folks in the city to find work.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Amy?
Oh, Amy.
Just
Yeah. Amy.
Oh, yeah. I think they're pretty hot. What about you? And who do you like?
Oh, I don't know. I like coffee.
So last week, I was trying to use the bathroom and someone made a scene and chased me out.
Yeah, Mackenzie, you've never come to church anymore. What's going on?
It's Jaden. You know what? I'm done. We've done this so many times.
The St. Louis Queer Support Helpline is a local service started by our own community. Squish helps provide free, confidential, and identity-affirming emotional support and research referrals by and for the St. Louis LGBTQIA+ community. Call to chat with an empathetic, supportive peer.
Call me maybe.
Hello, If you're watching this at the time of broadcast, it's about 3 a.m. And if you are watching this at the time of broadcast, you're probably the only person who is. For the sake of this video, that fact is oddly appropriate. The reason why will make sense in a little bit. There's a saying I've heard fairly frequently to describe the broader queer community, trans community in particular, and that is that we did not get to have a childhood. On the trans side of things, that's usually taken to mean that we grew up being misgendered, denied affirming care, or generally made to perform inauthenticity. And that's certainly a part of it. We did not get to grow up as ourselves. But I feel there's more to it than that. Something that affects each of us a lot deeper and colors how we see the world, even post-transition. Adults by age, if not by maturity. At least, I think this is the case. I'm admitting up front that this is going to be a lot of my own experience and my analysis of myself. And I am not either in background or neurology very common. So I highly doubt this is actually going to be universal. It obviously can't be. It's absolute arrogance to say that you can speak for an entire community, but, well, this video exists, so clearly I felt this was important enough to record. This will involve a lot of assumptions on my part and some heavily redacted memories of my own youth. I hope that you indulge me in this. If what I'm about to say does speak to you, first of all, I'm terribly sorry. Secondly, I'm glad that you got to hear someone else say it. And third, I hope this helps. If this does not speak to you at all and really just seems like the self-indulgence that it is, well, again, I am sorry. But I do hope you can at least enjoy the ride. Maybe there's some small bit of my life you can pull out and apply to your own. The reason I've been thinking about this statement is, well, a number of reasons. I'm older. I missed a lot of time in my 20s due to financial insecurity, some bad relationships, some poor choices. And the statement, trans people don't get to have childhoods, kept coming up during the course of my experience, and I had to compare that against my ever-present nostalgia. And let's be clear, I do have a good amount of nostalgia for my very early years, mainly TV shows I watched, video games I played, comics I read, lots of material items and media, along with a persistent sense of memory of, say, the portable electric heater in the living room one December, or just the sights from inside my childhood home. Now, looking at that statement, trans people don't get to have childhoods. Of course, trans people are children at some point, and that includes me. How else could I have the nostalgia I do if I didn't have a childhood, period? I didn't pop into existence as a fully formed adult. I was born, raised, sent through the public school system, and so on. We, all of us, in some way grew up with all the triumphs and tragedies that implies. Hell, we even may have had some pretty good days mixed in there. But there's still a persistent sense of something being denied. And as an aside, a teacher once explaining the Buddhist concept of life is suffering to me summed it up with, the phrase life is suffering doesn't mean that every moment of every day is crucifixion. There can be good times, but the fleeting existence of good times doesn't mean that the pain isn't there. So, thinking about my own experiences, how I relive them, the way I lived them at the time, I'd like to alter the statement slightly, with the full intent that is implied by the use of a passive voice, that for trans people, childhood happens to them. Time passes by for us. From before we're born, for those unlucky enough to be conceived in the post-sonogram gender reveal party era, our gender gets assigned to us before we're even able to breathe. From the grand scale to the small scale, colors that are put on us, the sorts of toys we get, the expectations we have placed upon us. Those all come to us. We don't choose them. And that applies both cis and trans. It just stings a little more for us. Every part of our childhood is something we're shepherded through by the adults in our lives, and that gets shown to us through the lens of our assigned gender because our childhood just happens to us. We don't really have control over that. You get placed in a small social sphere, one that you get to intuitively know you should not be in. But you're told that this is what you should experience and that these are the people you should experience it with. You are brought around the other children of your assigned gender with the assumption you will make friends. This is your social circle. This is who you fit in with. And the opposite of the binary assigned genders, well, they're the sorts of people that you will eventually grow up to be romantically attracted to. You will get married, have 2.5 children, etc., etc. We've all heard it in some variation. Some of us even lived it. And while that social circle can certainly seem nice, from observation of my own kids, I can tell you elementary schoolers tend to be pretty accepting of each other, at least as far as being able to just walk up to other kids and say, "Do you want to play? Hi, we're friends now." So the kids in your gendered social circle can be quite nice, and they can be quite friendly to you. But at the same time, you know you're not really supposed to be there. And the place where you might want to be, the other sphere where you may perhaps feel you belong a bit more, regards you as alien. Now you can be welcomed over, treated as a friend, but you'll always be kept at arm's distance because, well, they've been told that you are different, and that they should only regard you romantically, and for small children that's quite terrifying. And all of this is beyond your control. You do not decide any of this. You're made a stranger in places both near and far, where you are placed and where you wish to be. A perpetual emotional distance between you and both your assigned and desired peers. It kind of severs the possibility of a direct connection. It turns childhood into a passive thing that you view. You see the people move through it, you hear them speak. And they view you. They see you moving through that space under outside direction. You're seen a certain way, and you're treated in that certain way, and it is all contrary to yourself. It's hard to have emotional closeness with those most like you because of how they see you, based on how you were presented to them by someone else. And those who you feel should be furthest from you are trying to engage with a figment of their imagination, your shadow, the thing that they've been told is there. Or perhaps a better analogy, you're a bit like an actor moving through a scene, being treated as the character you're playing, and reciting the words that you've been told you should say. And that extrapolates out where the world itself can become a bit like a show, one as real and near to you as what you see on TV. There's a numbing thickness in the skin, just a vacancy in the air all around you, which dulls the emotions and insulates you until you can feel a bit separate from everything outside of yourself. That emotional and experiential distance becomes a bit like the screen through which you are viewing your life. The dialogue, you hear it, you respond to it, but there's that same expectation of authenticity as when my toddler responds to Mickey Mouse on the TV to tell him what a given shape is. He's doing it because he's been asked to, but he understands the show will go on no matter what he says. It's happening outside of him. You hear the prompt, you answer, but it doesn't matter. And for someone with depressive tendencies, that can be kind of a relief. I'm telling on myself here. I had pronounced depressive tendencies since I was at least 10 years old. That's one of the first points I can remember actively contemplating what it would be like to be dead, and how much like sleep that might be. I've never quite been all there in that regard, but having that distance between myself and all the kids around me was a bit welcome at times. It was like solitude. It was quiet. And it was a lack of emotion. It was its own comfort. I could just think, block everyone out. All the voices become background noise, like folding the laundry with the TV on. But you're still left alone. Turns all of our peer interactions into a bit of a parasocial relationship, flowing in both directions. Parasocial relationships being a bit of the discourse now related to YouTube, where someone could post a video explaining themselves, talking about some emotions, some personal histories, and you feel a connection to them. But the two of you don't know each other. They would not recognize you on the street. And so that emotional closeness is wholly manufactured. For us trans kids, that flows both directions. We don't really feel known by the other kids, and we're in our own way prevented from knowing them. Both sides are imagining a connection that isn't really there. On our end, it's just a little clearer that it's not really there. And we know we're only playing along, but humans are social by nature, and it's hard not to get attached despite that gap. The people in your assigned sphere will try to engage you on their terms, and it doesn't stick. You reply how you've learned to reply, but it's disingenuous, overly rehearsed, and ultimately hollow. Neither person truly speaks to the other, only to the image they have in their head. We go through the motions, or to stick with the passive voice I've been trying to use, motions are gone through. Like two hands up against opposite sides of a pane of glass. They can press as hard as they wish, but they aren't going to actually ever touch. If you close your eyes and focus, you might be able to feel a little bit of blunted warmth passing through the material, but there's no actual connection between one side viewing the other. Now, the thing that sparked all this, and it should not be surprising, was I was playing a video game, specifically The Missing, J.J. Macfield and the Island of the Lost. I would issue a spoiler warning, but the fact I even brought up this game within this context should have already revealed the endpoint of this, and as a personal aside, I had it spoiled for me beforehand as well, and it honestly added to my enjoyment. It let me notice things right off the bat, and saved me having to do a second playthrough, which, as someone with a demanding job, 2 kids, and a rather busy home life, anything that saves me a bit of time is very welcome. Now, in the context of the game, you play and control JJ, a 19-year-old trans woman. You proceed on a metaphorical journey through her mind where, in the course of it, you get to read through past text message histories between her and 3 other students at her school, as well as her faculty mentor, her girlfriend, and her mother, but the students are the 3 that stuck with me the most. In the course of the exchanges with her 3 friends, you see 3 lines of conversation play out. One friend is another young woman, rebellious, punk rock, brightly colored hair, multiple piercings, wild dress. We were all in high school. You know what I mean. JJ is, at this point, not out publicly, and presents masculine for all anyone knows. JJ's rebellious friend complains about the way that she's viewed, that she's negatively judged just for the way that she looks, and because she deviates from the norm even a little, everyone is on her case, and thank you for listening, JJ. I know you don't understand what it's like, but thank you for listening. It seems an innocuous statement to this young woman. She sees what appears to be a young man, buttoned down and unassuming. Someone who will listen. JJ is instead hearing how utterly terrifying it would be to step outside the bounds of where she was placed. The other friend has a not-so-subtle crush on JJ. and begins speaking in the least obfuscating language possible about, I have a crush on a certain person at school and I won't tell you who, yada yada yada, clearly JJ, and talking about this young man and how handsome he is and oh my gosh, etc. to this young girl. She feels like she's confessing her heart to her crush and paying him a good deal of compliments. But JJ is not a him. JJ is a her who does not like being seen as a him. And so the constant compliments of handsome and masculine are intensely grating. And it seems like it might really disappoint this young lady if she were to learn the truth. And lastly, it's a young man. The sort to want to bro down quite a bit. He starts off having a somewhat transactional relationship with JJ, getting help with his homework, but honestly starts to open up with him and reveal some of his hopes and his dreams, his aspirations, and really appears to be making an active effort to form an emotional connection with this person he knows from class who seems quite lonely and secluded. It's a noble effort. He feels he is going to be a good friend to JJ and really encourage him to open up and bro down, as it were. Of course, JJ knows you're talking to a wall. There's no one there. And I can't open up what's going on inside with me. You wouldn't understand, clearly. And also, I feel like I'm privy to something I should not have been hearing when it comes to you revealing all of your hopes and dreams. These three students all see JJ as the character she is not. And so they're engaging with what they think they see. And I do want to emphasize, within the sake of the story and for the sake of this entire extended and excruciating analogy, none of the statements her friends are making are malicious. Every single one of them would consider JJ a friend. And were JJ a cis man, the one they think they see, there would be no negative impact or implication to any of it. The profoundly innocent conversations at that point, ones requiring no forgiveness. But even the statements still sting, and they reinforce the distance that exists invisibly between both parties. That numbness and emotional detachment is what I felt with my peers, and made up the bulk of my childhood social interactions. How could I really engage with all of the kids who were placed near me, who would invite me to their birthday parties, the ones who did? Wasn't that popular. When I really didn't have much in common with them, and the handful I really interacted with, well, I'll tell on 20 plus years ago me and just say I might have had a crush on a few of them. Whereas the young girls, who I probably would have gotten along with quite well and would have loved to have had some extended conversations, were nice and they were polite, but they didn't want to be around me because they're not supposed to be around me. So the point of bringing up my nostalgia, however many minutes ago that was, is the fact that my nostalgia generally covers media, mass media, far more than it does particular time or people. I have nostalgia for TV shows and movies, because honestly, it's about as real as any life I lived during those years. Video games? Great. I was just as participatory in them as I was in my own life. Make the inputs, press the buttons, go through the actions, and complete the task. A pre-programmed destiny. The difference being in video games, they tended to be a bit more exciting, and they end at some point. I had fictional characters I was surrounded with that I bonded to as much as I did any of the real people that I was play acting against in life. There's kind of a stereotype in trans feminine spaces that we all live through our screens, perpetual gamers, an overwhelming number of us being coders. I myself work in IT. And usually the response that you get if you ask why that is the way that it is that we would say the electronics don't care about our gender. So it's a safe interaction. The code is going to work or it's not, depending on what you typed in there. It doesn't care who you are. It's not going to be nice to you because you're cis. The computers are going to function as they function. The video games just care what buttons you press. And Mario jumps the same way no matter who presses that button. It's a safe interaction to have. But I think there's honestly more than just that pulling me back there. When you come out, eventually, I waited forever to do it myself. When you finally get past the screen that's erected between you and the world, you lose a lot of the filter that was on it. Light and color start spilling through, and it can almost be painful. Everything just whips around you, violent and loud, and it feels like you have started to notice temperature for the first time in your life. Your emotions at this point are a very atrophied muscle. You've not really had to use them, but everyone else around you has, consistently. They're good at it. And now you're struggling to keep up. It's like coming out of a coma and trying to keep up with a marathon runner. I haven't done the minimal research of a Google search to tell me whether or not anyone's actually done that. I suppose in this world at least one person has, but it was difficult for me. And, well, there could be something to be said for my nostalgia retreating back into a passive childhood, which I get to re-experience with the exact same clarity with which I experienced it before. It's almost like having a photographic memory when most of your memories are TV shows you can watch on Hulu. And just having that sense of retreat back behind the wall for a little bit. It's not admirable, but I do it. It's kind of just what life feels like sometimes. Hell, let's even talk fashion. Current state notwithstanding, though, if you knew roughly when I was in high school, what I'm wearing right now might make a lot of sense. When I was actually in junior high and high school, I wore ghastly clothing. T-shirts probably about 2 sizes too large. That was not fashion. That was just my choice. Pants that were probably only 1 size too large. I had a strong need to not have them fall down, so that at least kept me partially honest there. But I did not care what I looked like, and baggy clothes could hide my physique as well as anything. I would wear and rewear the same clothes over and over again, to the point that they were coming apart, holes worn through sleeves, and even then I'd still wear them. I had a cardigan I inherited from my older brother I quite liked that I obliterated through use. My outfits then I would not wear now as pajamas, to give you a sense of how was I allowed outside the house like that? That's a question I should ask. In any sense, there was no coherence, no care, none of it mattered to me. The holes don't matter. I mean, do you dress up nicely to sit down and watch TV? Why would I dress up nicely to go out and play act against people who barely saw me, and who, as far as my identity was concerned, couldn't see me? Now that I do care, I actually put effort into it. Again, current state notwithstanding. And in doing so, I would have said unconsciously, but now I have to say consciously because I made the fool mistake of thinking about it, that I'm just aping the style of what was popular when I was in high school. Or, to put it in the strained metaphor of life as a TV show that I've been using, when some of my favorite seasons were airing. When the wardrobe department was firing on all cylinders, which is why I own 5 chokers. varying sizes, all of them black. Because chokers were big when I was in high school, that's important to know. Goth aesthetic in general. Though I feel that's kind of timeless. That could just not be a me thing. That could be an all of us thing. But everything from chunky boots to sundresses to even the sorts of hats I'm drawn to. It's what characters I wish I were when I was in high school wore. And so now that I'm an adult, I'm wearing those things. And that can kind of make me look a little childish at times. In case it's not obvious, this is my grunge rock look. It was a major part of my childhood. Now, to cycle back to video games, there's a joke in video game media criticism or just in general gamer circles that if you have a cis, straight, white male player, the surest way to make him pissed off is give him a protagonist who is not all of those same things. Because the friction, the mental friction of them trying to inhabit that character's reality is just too great. They cannot project into a character who is not cis, straight, white, and male. Sorry. They'll cite things such as inability to identify, it's not relatable, anything that can be used to not say, I'm too used to being treated as the default setting, so I don't know how to behave. Now, those of us on the trans side, and I'm only going to limit this to the trans side as my skin tone should tell you I have no business speaking about race. We're kind of used to inhabiting a character and playing a role. We've had to flip between assigned vessels during every aspect of our lives, play various parts, so it makes it rather easy for us to just drift from character to character. It's easy for us to fall into any role-playing game we wish, pilot any character we want. It's not to say representation doesn't matter and we don't seek it out, but we can actually play a character that doesn't look like us without throwing a screaming fit. Because, well, we can play another person in a game as easily as we played one in our own lives. The stakes are way lower. None of it matters. The blurring and distance has an impact beyond just the media. Now, I've been inappropriately using myself as a universal measure of the trans experience here, despite really only talking about my own experiences in as vague and general of a term as I can. And this next part is, I concede it, 100% personal. I cannot speak for you if this is anything you have any experience with, but I can certainly say that if I have known you personally for any length of time, especially if I knew you in the past, I can guarantee you we have carried on multiple conversations in my head. We've told jokes, experienced rapport, spitballed ideas, had arguments, anything that could mimic a human connection. Now, when those conversations are happening, to me, they're as real as anything is that you would be present for. I would find the jokes funny, and I would feel myself closer to you. I would become honestly upset if I imagined insults coming from you, and could honestly think a little less of you. I can cheer myself up when I'm lonely by talking to someone who's not there. And when the depressiveness kicks in, I can rather effectively torture myself by putting some judgment into your voice. Now, that makes me an awkward person to talk to the longer you've known me. All the fan fiction I've written in my head has kind of pushed forward to from the canon narrative, so real life hasn't quite caught up to that storyline. And it can be hard to remember what actually happened and what I just made up. And the reason I can do that is because it's about as real as any other conversation I had, especially growing up. You're about as real to me as a voice in my head if we knew each other when I was a kid. kid being defined rather liberally. I didn't really become an adult until far, far later. So, yeah, childhood happened to me. It's a period of years. It went around, it pushed its way through me, it dragged me like a current and now dropped me on a shore called adulthood, and I am learning how to do everything, socially, interpersonally, and internally, that everyone else kind of got taught how to do when they were a kid. I don't know if this necessarily translates to a stunted emotional growth. I'm sure my therapist would have a field day trying to diagnose that. It's certainly a prolonged immaturity. Or honestly, I could just be like this and trying to project greater meaning onto it. I do know that I get my age significantly underestimated, and I'm not trying to brag when I say that, because it gives me an odd sensation. On one hand, I have been through a lot. I have been ridden rough and put up tired. I have been through some things, and around many a block, fair number of unpleasant experiences, and I would rather like to have my beat-up, high-mileage self acknowledged. But also, yes, it does kind of feel nice to be told I look young. Because there is a little bit in the back of my head that gets somewhat excited at that thought. What if I am back at that age now, and I just get to redo those years, fresh and real this time? Wouldn't it be nice to play catch-up? And that could be the impulse to go back through all of my old memories with my new post-transition eyes. Re-experience all of my formative bits, which thankfully are recorded on page and digitally, so I can relive them exactly as they happened, just with a different sense of self, and try to get lined up with where I was supposed to be. I won't get to reclaim the interpersonal experiences, but maybe I can try and construct some kind of identity out of all of this. And that was a bit of a meander, and I will admit I probably should have put more effort into writing this, beyond just the vague outline that's sitting over there that I've been glancing to this whole time, to try and remind myself of what even I was going to say when I clicked record. So I'll leave it with this. I've been talking about me a lot, out of order and incoherently. But I hope you got something out of it. It could just be the cringe of watching me go. I don't know if cringe is still a thing, but if it is, I know this is it. If it did resonate with you at all, well, hopefully it gave you at least something to think about. Some context, some words to put it in, some sense of not being alone. And I understand the irony. I'm on your screen right now, talking to you as though you were here, basically biting every critique I've been saying the whole time. But I hope the imaginary conversation can help you feel a little better. Hey, we've always got our memories. I'll leave it there. In any event, thank you for listening to my old self ramble. And I hope you have a good evening.
folks, ladies and gentlemen, theydies and gentle thems, boys and girls, everything in between. My name is Vivian, and I'm from the Westboro Baptist Church. My pronouns are they, them, and theirs. So this will be me putting myself into drag. I don't necessarily identify with the term drag king or queen. I just do drag. Drag to me is an expression is a queer expression of art that you can take on and off. That's all it is. So yeah, it's basically a genderless sport. Now let's get into it.
Step 1 is covering those bushy fucking brows, bitch. Step 2 is cover your entire face in white lead paint. Then put colors all over your face, glue spider legs to your eyelashes, and knock your 2 front teeth out. This light, simple, and airy makeup look is perfect for working on that big essay due for school the very next day. You can even wear it to cook up a yummy and nutritious meal for you and your girls to eat at brunch. Ooh, make sure you fry it up good. The smell of sweet sardines. You hear 'em sizzle up? That's my favorite sound in the world. I love chatting with my girl Maureen over this big plate of sloppy, juicy, fishy goodness. Oops, Maureen dropped it. What a silly goose. Make sure you don't let any go to waste. You can wear this makeup look for enjoying an ice-cold beverage in your bedroom. Oops, I don't think that was water. Looking glam can make even the most mundane of household chores so much more fun. Ugh, stinky, stinky poops. Bad kitty. Even if you're just snuggling down on a rainy Sunday, doing some light-hearted reading, looking this fucking glamorous can change your entire outlook on everything. Ah, yes, I love relaxing with a good book. Most importantly, you can wear this on a night out on the town with the girls. But at the end of it all, you can wipe all of this thick cake off of your face and return back to yourself, bitch. Don't worry, the lead paint won't actually hurt you. Just kidding, it's not lead paint. Please don't put lead paint on your face. I love you all so much. Have a great night.
This programming was brought to you by MTUG. They cannot be held responsible if viewing this caused anal bleeding, asphyxiation, or the immediate need to go party. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you next week.
Hi, I'm Ames, and my pronouns are they, them, and I really like to carve things that we can use around the house, especially in the kitchen. There's things like this spoon and this spoon that get used pretty much every day for cooking and for serving and those kind of things. And then there's some other stuff that's a little bit more infrequent, like, you know, the big mashed potato spoon. And then a little eating spoon for, you know, which is especially delightful in oatmeal. And a tiny little weird gravy ladle, which is adorable and not all that useful. But we do like to try to find opportunities. There's also this butter spreader, which is, I think, a lot of fun. But I want to take a little time today to talk to you about how I carve those things. And so I have started with a piece of wood that I just cut off of a limb that had to come down in our backyard. And you can see it's so fresh, it's dropping some of this moisture out of it. So we are going to, first of all, split this down the middle, and then I'm going to use an axe to shape it into a rough shape of what I would use to start carving another cooking spoon. So, starting off, I'm going to take this fro, I'm going to set it right here in the middle of the wood, and I'm going to take a mallet, and we're going to just get that stuck in there. So we're going to start beating it in. It's a little sharp, but mostly this is here to act like a lever. And you can see that all goes like this. And we can slowly split the wood right with the grain, right down the middle. And that did just almost perfectly. So now I have 2 blanks that I can make cooking spoons out of. And so I'm going to use this to kind of show you where it's going to end up. Where I'm going to make a spoon a little bit longer. My partner thought that a little extra handle might be nice. So that's why we cut this a little bit longer. And I'm going to take, and I'm going to start using the axe to thin it down this way, and to also then start thinning it down this way and get the handle kind of removed, or the stuff that's not the spoon, not the handle, removed, so that we can do some more carving. So I'm going to start off with the axe, and then we'll move on to some knives. The first part that we need to make sure we get out is this really dark section right down the middle. It's called the pith. It's almost spongy. And if you leave it in, as the wood dries, this is going to be a place where cracks can form. So we need to make sure that that's not in our spoon when we're done. So number one, this is not a how-to video. This is just me showing you how I do it. So please don't try any of this stuff unless you are trained in how to stay safe. I am going to demonstrate the best I can, but I am not or something you want to pattern off of without training. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use this axe to kind of score a little bit, and then we're going to come back down. And actually, I'm going to tuck this leg back up under me because I don't want this axe to skip off here and come over and hit me. So I'm going to get that out of the way. So I score it, and then able to take that off. So you can see we're starting to get, this has still got the pith in it up here, but we're starting to get it out down here. So I'm going to flip it over. I only really want to work on the bottom half, or bottom 2/3. On a long piece like this, you've got a little bit more or I've got a little bit more safety space. So that, I've got most everything cleaned up out of there. what I would call for my baseball days, choking up on this axe quite a bit. So that, because I don't need to hit it very hard, but I want to be very precise, or more precise. So by holding it near the head, I'm able to make some of those decisions that way. So the bowl is going to set, it could go on either end. I think we're going to put it down on this end though, because there's a little bit more twist down here, so I want the handle to be kind of more straight. And we're going to follow the grain here. So I'm going to set the bowl down here, which means I need to remove a whole bunch down here on the other side for the handle. So I'm going to put some scoring in here, just kind of as a mark and also as a stop. So if I start to split down this way, it won't go into where the bowl is going to be. This is kind of the fun part of using the axe, is getting like a lot of material removed at once. So I score it, and then I can come back down and take it right off. Try not to get too terribly much into the middle, because I want to leave some work to do with a knife a little bit more direct, or a little bit more delicately, and then not wanting to take off too terribly much when I'm just hacking away at things. I want to be pretty deliberate about how I do some stuff. So I'm going to do both sides here. Okay, so we're starting to get into that. Another way that I can address that down when I'm getting closer to the bowl is I can actually cut a shoulder in with a saw. I'm going to show you that too. So this same spot where I was identifying we wanted to stop any cuts with for the bowl, I can cut in from both sides. And this is just a rough stop. Everything I'm doing right now is coarse and should big broad kind of strokes about what the size and the shape should be. Not trying to get too terribly quickly about it. I want to let the wood kind of show me where that's going to end up, and also just as I work, have things work out for me. So with that stop in there now, I can work some of this. You can see it'll split right down to that and come off. So I have a little more grace about how I can use the axe to get to that shape. So I'm going to do that. I will come along and I'll take the edges off, you know, kind of take these corners off, things like that. I'll also clean up the back. When I'm carving a cooking spoon especially, give me as I aim instead of talk. I really like to get a little bit of deflection from, so the handle comes down and then kind of back up. That gives a little bit of a dip. It feels just comfortable in my hand. It looks pretty, and it's a nice thing to do. So I do try to kind of ease the handle towards the middle of the tree, because I'm going to have it, this will be the bowl and this will be the handle. So I want the handle part to be more towards the top up here. So I'm going to go ahead and do the back of this as well. Looks like there's a little bit of a knot there, which always makes for fun. fun, I mean hard chopping. Okay. So I will continue doing this kind of work and thinning out the handle until I've come down to something a little more along the general size of where I start. And then I'll start working with my knives. I have a couple in particular, 3 mostly that I do most of my work with. One is a straight knife, and I use this. I can actually remove quite a bit all at once. When I have underhanded cuts like this, or overhand cuts, trying to slice these things, you can see it's definitely slower than the axe, which is why I try to do as much as the axe as I'm comfortable with when I am, oh, I got myself with the saw there a little earlier, sorry about that. When I'm more practiced, I can get closer to the line that I want to do with an axe. When I haven't done it in a while, like now, I try to, leave more for the knife because I can be more precise with that more easily. So that will be, carving the sides off, making that handle thin, and taking all the shape out of this. Then I have a hook knife. This has been forged. It's still got a razor sharp edge on it, but it's been forged with this sweep to it so that I can use it across the grain to hollow out the bowl of the spoon. And so I'm going to use that like this to make the hollow in the spoon that I've brewed. So it would come straight through like this and hollow that out. I have another piece here that I started working on earlier today, which is going to be a spoon rest, and it's a little bit big for where we're going to go, but that's the same kind of thing I would do there. Any sort of hollow I want to do, I will make those cuts across the grain into the bowl. And then I come back along with a finished knife, much like my other straight knife. It's just a little lighter and thinner, and it has a very, very keen edge. It allows me to do a lot of very precise cuts in very small increments. I can work across or with the grain. I can work across the grain with it. It's really keen and ready to go there. And I ended up doing that to make finished, smooth cuts. It has a very cool machine or tool finish that it leaves there that we can just put some oil on and be done with. Sometimes I use a little sandpaper, but not often. And then I can use either this knife in a different configuration, actually using it kind of like a pencil, or one of my other knives, which has a shorter blade on it. Sometimes I use this one to create some of the designs that go onto those. I'm actually going to show you the detail knife I use for that. And I think this is a great example of those. So this is the knife I often use for that. And I just put my finger against the side of the blade and, like I said, hold it almost like a pencil. And I can then come along and make my detailed cuts in here to do designs and things like that. So this one has a couple of flowers and some kind of carrots, some V cuts, to give a little bit of detail on that. So you can see the flowers here and the V cuts, which have a little bit of relief to them. I think it makes for a good time. Also a little bit of a finial here on the end of this. Lastly, I'll take whatever I finish and then put some oil on it and get it ready, and we'll use it in our home. So I hope you've enjoyed watching some of the options that we have here, or some of the techniques that I use. It's just fun to swing an axe on occasion, and I hope that's been as much fun to watch as it has been for me to show you. So, hope you have a great day and enjoy the rest of the Telethon.
Sure, I can hear.
Test, 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 test. Sleepy. Hey, we're back again. We went away for a second there because my microphone died. I kind of wish I had as well. I'm your host, Rachel. It's been an evening. I haven't slept. I have, however, put on my pajamas. And at this point, I'm pretty sure I can taste emotions. We had a day yesterday. Things happened. Some of this is self-explanatory, and I don't feel really requires a lot of input from me. I think we all know what that means. For those that are curious, if you were familiar with the donation incentive, all of them won. I did not do a good job singing them. I was alright at that one, because I can sing like Leonard Nimoy, but those two did not go well. Any event, collectively, almost $1,000 worth of people donated to my public humiliation. And that is exceptional. We had an overnight. Things went wrong, because of course they do, but I was here and I fixed them. Life is good. Let's have a look at, do we have any donations I haven't read yet? I don't know that I can read at this point. In any event, we're back, we're live, we're in the final quarter. Now let's see if we can get the money go up to the 30,000 line. It's like a 26, I don't know. I'm not great at relative fractions when there's no metrics marked on here. In any case, we're going to go to a live discussion between MTUG's own Sayer Johnson and Lady Ashley Gregory. They are off in the interview room. By all means, give me the hand sign to let me know when I can stop making awkward banter in my pajamas.
All right. Hello, Lady Ashley.
Hello, my dear Sayer. How are you?
I'm good. It's super sweet to see you, even via this Zoom thing.
I know, right? I was thinking, like, the last time I was voluntarily up this early was when I was doing this with you in person last year.
Oh my gosh.
So get to have coffee and talk, right?
Coffee and talk. Well, I'm going to have a Dr. Pepper and talk. Yes.
Dr. Pepper and talk, yes. Plants and coffee and talk. So Sayer, I'm just like really happy that like we get to spend this time together, and I think like it's really important like for grounding to talk to people who know MTUG, but for some people who are tuning in and maybe just getting familiar with MTUG, about the origins of like this tiny but mighty, I say like nonprofit but community-led and driven like grassroots organizations. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about MTUG and how it was created.
Sure. The origins kind of come from a couple of different stories, as origins do, and I think the two that really stick out. It was Pride 7 years ago, and
wait, really only 7?
I think so, maybe 8.
It's still only 7 or 8.
Yeah,
I think only 8 for a reason, right? Right.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I had started this group called the Locker Room with some other fellas, and it was a transmasculine support group, and we decided that we were going to go to Pride to take up space and march with the LGBT Center, and be visibly trans and bring our flags, and we got T-shirts made. And we show up to the parade route, and we're walking in with all the folks who are from the LGBT Center, and they're like, "Hey, what's that flag?" And we're like, "This is the trans flag." And they were like, "Wow, we can't believe you're really women." And so we were all like, "Wow, St. Louis, you need some work." And so, and at the same or similar time, a matriarch of the community had passed away, and she had wanted to be buried a certain kind of way, and we tried to fundraise for this burial, and we didn't have any power. We didn't have any pull. We didn't have a network, right? Not a cohesive network at the time. And so that sort of frustration and anger at the injustice of power in our community, and as well as just the ignorance. And it begat this beautiful community. And but I think the overarch was, again, it's like my founding story. When I was 16 years old, I come out to my mom as a lesbian, and she's like, oh my gosh, the HIV and the AIDS. And I'm like, no. And she's like, well, you need to meet your people. And so she took me to my first pride, and she's like, here's your people. And then fast forward 20 years later, like, Mom, I'm transgender. And this was, 13 years ago. And she's like, I don't know what to tell you. You're going to have to find your own people. And so I think that's part of it too with MTUG, is just lighting a beacon so that folks can find their people.
I think that's really important because you touched on really important things like the power dynamics that we have within the world and with identity, and also being able to find community. And I think that's really important because I think community for many people is chosen family. What I've learned with myself, being like a queer, bisexual, Black woman, like my chosen family shows up in ways that sometimes like blood family doesn't, right? And what I've learned from my trans expansive family is like that community like really needs to be built to be a support system. So can you talk to me a little bit about kind of like the support that MTUG started off providing and what we are doing now, and then how we pivoted?
Sure. I mean, originally it was a very binary group, right? And it really very masculine dominated. We had the locker room, and we had what was formerly known as the powder room, which is now FemSpec. And it was just a very binary support system. We met at a church.
We met where we could meet in the safest way possible.
That's right. That's a good reframe for sure, yeah. Lady Ashley. Yes. And then I'm not sure. I think QTPOC came before Expression Spectrum. And I think it's hard to like remember exactly when everything started to fall into place. And then, so the support groups expanded. The support groups became more inclusive of all sorts of folks. The family room / Soothe came along a little bit later. Yeah, and then so we met in person, and then once we got this house, we started meeting in this house, which was lovely. Yeah. And then very soon, as in the pandemic, in March, we pivoted to online. And so folks are getting the online support now.
So this house was like a surprise gift after our first annual telethon. For those of you all who don't know, we were graciously given a free space in a very moldy basement for a number of years, but we made it work. And now we have like this lovely house in the heart of the city that we use for peer-led support groups, because when MTUG was founded, that's what it was. It was an organization that gave peer-led support to the trans expansive community. And I feel like I kind of have to explain like my being here and my involvement with QTPOC STL to understand how that relates to MTUG and why it's important. So QTPOC STL was created by 3 transmasculine human beings in 2014 who were frontliners in the Ferguson uprisings. And QTPOC STL was created because there were QT BIPOC trans expansive folks, Black folks, brown folks, queer folks, who did not have even a safer space. And this is important to say, because even though that movement was really important and it gave a lot of us our voices, there was still not a safer space for them within their trans and queer identities to talk about their emotions with folks who shared those identities. And that's when QTPOC was created in 2014. I just started attending as an attendee, as a meter. And as things change and as things shifted, I began to volunteer more with MTUG. And you, I think maybe about a year after that, just kind of seeing me showing up
talked to the board and kind of surprised me and asked if I would like to be a member based on how I was showing up for trans expansive folks. And I think you remember I started crying like really, really hard because I was like, what's going on? And then later moved into a position of leadership, being lead organizer and co-facilitator with QTPOC STL, always making sure to co-facilitate with a trans expansive human being for queer and trans Black and brown people. And I think that's really important to say because when I first stepped into MTUG's world, it was because I saw the trans expansive people in my life fighting and being hurt, and that pushed me to action. And it pushed me to action to be better for them and ask how to show up for them. And I'm still learning and growing in how to do that every day. So in learning and growing, how to support, trans expansive people, MTUG has really stepped up, I feel like, as an organization with how to support Black and brown people as well. And I wanted to know if you could talk a little bit about that.
I think it's been a journey. It's been a journey for me personally. It's been a journey organizationally. It's been a journey community-wide. When Michael Brown was murdered and our city pivoted and became sort of this epicenter of claiming space and civil rights, organizationally, leadership-wise, I wasn't prepared for the trauma-informed care that needed to take place with the folks that were being injured. And I think that certainly begat the need for QTPOC to exist, right? So that Black and brown folks could gather together in a safer way to support one another. And MTUG did not do what we needed to do at that time. And so we really intentionally went on a journey together to sort of dismantle some of that white supremacy that is everywhere. And we became very intentional about that in our language and in our actions. And it's been a journey, right? Like that we're still on together. And I think, part of that is making sure that people have access to resources. I believe that having this house has really helped us realize sort of the privilege of people that just want a support group, and the folks in our community who aren't even getting their basic needs met with food and clothing and toiletries, and how that divide is how it's manifested in our community. And so, I think it's been a journey. It continues to be a journey. And I think that if it's important to speak it, and it's important to make it part of the fabric of the organization. And, this is, I think, a good segue to talk about 10% of the money that we make here today, or this 24 hours, is going to go right into Black and brown folks locally. We're going to do
microgrant
relief, right? What's it called?
Community reliefs and microgrants.
Yes, thank you. And that's going to go right, rather than organizations this year, it's going to go right into people's pockets because it's tough, right? This pandemic is tough.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that I really appreciate. So Dr. Amber Johnson, who's like a member of the community, has like copyrighted and coined a phrase and a whole framework around like humanizing equity. And humanizing equity, even though it's a big word, it really means just putting the power to heal and to change and the solutions of how to do that into the hands of people that are most affected by oppression, systemic racism, making them and their face like the answer to the issue. And I think before I even understood what that concept meant, I saw it modeled by Black and brown folks and by organizations like MTUG. So when our original creator came to you and said that there was the need for this space, like you didn't tell him like what he could and could not do. You said, here's the space, do what you need to do. And that is what MTUG has done, like for trans expansive people. They have said, like, what do you need? Tell us what you need. This is what we will give you if you need it. And this is what you're doing with those micro grants. You're not gatekeeping, you're not power tripping, you're saying just tell us what you need so we can give it to you. And I think it's really important to kind of like highlight like what that means like in a pandemic. So in March, when our support groups like for the safety of community went virtual, like HQ turned into like Supply Central. So can you talk to us what HQ slash Supply Central slash MTUG that is now who is doing like almost kind of like peer support work, but now is really doing like direct aid work, which I can say like within my involvement with work in our city that I don't even see our government doing right now. Like how you were able to hold that space and what you're doing now within this pandemic.
Yeah, this is my cue to hold up my coworkers, Amaya Cole and Beth Gombos. Yes, I mean, you know, it's pandemic time, so we're not all here. Otherwise, we would all be here hanging out together, and I'd be able to celebrate them in person. But though they came on board, I'm not even like 6 months maybe before the pandemic occurred, as far as having two more. You know, I was the full-time only staff, and then we have two part-time staff at HQ because of our growth was just, it was getting so large, and we were rapidly becoming a community center. And so people would come over and hang out, we'd watch movies, and people would get wraparound services, but it was pretty chill. Then the pandemic, and Beth and Amaya and I just sat down and we figured it out, right? We pivoted almost immediately. Like within a day, we had people coming in with masks and gloves, and then we're like, you know what? No, nobody else can come in anymore. And we sort of like shut down into an insular way and became a delivery, contact-free food pantry. And prior to the pandemic, we served maybe 8 to 10 families a month with our food pantry, which was really lovely and powerful and dear for people. I mean, that's harm reduction, right? Like you come in here and you get yourself some food so that you can choose how to spend your money in other ways, right? Get those basic needs met. Anyway, we became a delivery food pantry, and now I think in one of our bigger weeks, 40 people in a week, right? Or 40 families, 40 deliveries. So that was a huge pivot and a huge shift. And we also were really cognizant of making sure that it was LGBTQIA folks. We will always center trans expansive people, but we knew that our queer siblings needed some loving too. And there was nobody, the government wasn't doing it, nobody else was doing it. And it needed to be done. And your recommendation to the community foundation, right? Is that that gave us the funds to do it initially, because this was not a line item in our budget. And so that's what a lot of this money is going to go towards, is feeding, literally feeding people, and making sure that we have our ability to like groom ourselves and have toilet paper and dish soap and things like that.
Yeah, so we're talking about money, which like I would like to talk about like less, of course. You know, understanding, I feel like capitalism and how we play into it is important, but also still trying to break that cycle is also important. Can we talk a little bit about like where money that is raised from this telethon will be going?
Sure. So because we have a really generous grant from the Missouri Foundation for Health that pays mostly staff salaries, this money will go directly into the bellies and to the bodies of our queer sibs all around the city, by state, region. I mean, we go, you know, we travel pretty far to get people their basic needs. So a large portion of the proceeds of this particular telethon are going to go into our outreach, our food pantry, our phone support, toiletries, you know, the real direct, what I have, the concept of self-care, the concept of harm reduction, that's what it's going to go right to.
That's awesome. And I also want to lift up, you said like paid staff. Y'all, like for who are watching this, like we've not been able to do this before. We've not been able to really have paid staff members. MTUG has been, this is the first year I think where we've had funding to fully pay you what you deserve. And I don't even feel like it's like what you deserve, but to run this organization and to have staff members, like to be such a wayfinder, and be almost completely run off of volunteer power and the volunteer power of trans expansive folks, and also like some community members who are sharing like their lived experience but not being paid for it, I think is really important to lift up, and to lift up how MTUG and other trans-led organizations don't have funding to pay people to support their people, and how that has to change. And so I know we have just like a little bit of time left. I wanted to talk uh two last things about like supporting people, and what that looks like for like trans expansive folks and people who want to support trans expansive folks, and then a little bit about what community looks like and how to continue to build on that. So I want to let you speak to that first, and also lift up that like you all continue to support like trans expansive folks, specifically trans expansive white people, in their journey to being better humans by teaching about like racial equity, about Black and Brown people, knowing that like this is a struggle that we need to get through together to have collective liberation, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, that initiative, it became online. We originally were going to have sort of like smaller groups that we could dismantle some of our own, trans people. When I would talk to some of my siblings about white supremacy and about being racist, there was always sort of, but I'm trans, that sort of that marginalized identity first. And so I felt like, as did other white leaders within the organization, that we had to be like, you're right, we are all trans expansive in this space. Now we're going to put that aside and we're going to talk about race, right? And so I think white folks, trans folks doing that work together was really powerful. And I think, again, we paid folks to make sure that was an equitable training, and we still are continuing to expand that and repeat it, and we'll keep bringing it to the table so that we can hopefully dismantle some of the pretty extreme white supremacy and racism that exists within the trans expansive community locally.
Yeah, and what would you like to say for folks who are not trans, who want to support trans expansive people in their journey for liberation in life?
Well, let me put that back at you, Lady Ashley, because I love your concept of accomplice.
Yeah. So it's really interesting, because when I first stepped into this space, and I started speaking about allyship and being an accomplice and being a co-conspirator, those were all really words that I used as a framework to like guide me when I learned what they meant. And as I began to teach and also bring a trans expansive human with me, with those teachings, it became very apparent to me in my growth journey that once I learned those words and what they meant and how to show up, that a title wasn't really necessary. And that it's okay to learn the vocabulary to be better. But once we learn the vocabulary, are we holding on to the idea of what we want to be for us? Or are we holding on to how to take those words and turn them into actionable items to just be effective support systems for trans expansive people? So you can be an ally, an accomplice, a co-conspirator. You can identify as that, but don't seek the title. And more than anything, seek to act on the things that make you that person, and just try to be an effective support system, not for the title, not for the notoriety, but to know that you're doing something intrinsically good for yourself and to support the people that you love, because we will not thrive until trans expansive people thrive, until the cis people will not thrive until the most marginalized people thrive. So whether that be trans expansive folks, trans expansive Black folks, until like we are safe, like we are all not going to get collectively where we need to be. So focus on being that effective support system and decentering yourself, and ask what people need. And that was, I think, the biggest mistake I made first, was me being an Aries and me being a lover was like protect. But in this cis body, I did not realize that the way that I protect may have not have been safe for trans expansive people. So I had to step back and ask, what do you need? How do you need it? Do you even need me right now?
Yeah.
So I think that's key, is just to listen, and then act to be the most effective that you can.
That's perfect. And that's a perfect way to end our segment, Lady Ashley. Yay. And you're going to stick around and co-host now, right?
I'm going to be here for a bit.
I'm so excited. All right. Well, I love you so much.
I love you
and
too.
I look forward to just seeing you in real life soon and hugging and just, you know, I miss you, wicked, and I'll see you soon.
Love you very much.
All right, going back to Rachel.
I was on, damn it. Tell me.
No, you're on now. You're on.
Right. We're live? Outstanding. Hi all, welcome to the 4th annual MTUG Telethon. I am your sleepy host Rachel, and by popular demand I am once again wearing clothes. Overnight got weird. If you weren't here, you missed it, and I won't describe any part of what happened. Let's just say the stream went down a few times. It wasn't my fault, but it sort of was, because it was all my idea. In any case, let's talk to you about the current donation setup. We have had a few donations come in just the past little bit. $10 donation from Jennifer, no comment provided, but appreciated. $30 from Olivia, again, no comment, but still appreciated. $40 from Kevin, who says, I love y'all, keep abundantly loving on all folk. We have $100 from Ro, thank you so much for all that you do to support our community. And $100 from Willow, stating, MTUG, you have my heart. If you too want to be a part of this love train, it's stlmetrotrans.org/#donate, or if you're watching us through stlmetrotrans.org/#telethon, top right corner will give you a donate button. Both methods will let you submit a donation with a comment. To remind people who were here yesterday, which I assume is not many of you, so I'm not reminding you of anything because you didn't actually know this yet. MTUG's own Alex Johnmeyer is completing a painting, a very intricate and wonderful watercolor, which is going to be raffled off to the pool of donators who donate $50 or higher. This stretches back to the start of the telethon to now. $50 or higher, you are automatically entered to win. We're going to be drawing a name at around like 11:30ish. It's nebulous and I've lost track of time in most ways. I'm going to jump ahead and tell you a little bit about what we have coming up this morning because I neglected to do so. We're going to be going from this into musical mornings, a lovely block to get your day started off, ease you into things. After this, we have some cooking instruction from our very own Dr. Rissa in Rissa's Rations. We'll be following that up with story time from Alex Johnmeyer himself, here to read a story to the kids. But it'll be dynamic enough we'll all enjoy it. And then after that, an invigorating session of yoga with Tiger Rahman. I don't want to go too far ahead because we do have still more to tease and more to come. We have enough time to fill this, I think. Napkin math yesterday told me we'd get to $60,000. My napkin math didn't account for 4 a.m. exists, and people don't stay awake for that. But we're back live now, and you should be awake. Lord knows I am. So please, get these coming in and get us to the magical 30 number. We've never touched that line before, and oh, we want to try touching it now. In any event, I'm going to get us a strollin' on over into the musical mornings. First song up on the queue is by non-binary artist Adrian Bisberg with In My Skin. Rissa, feel free to throw us on over to the music.
Bones, I feel at home. Though it's not quite right, it's still mine to own. In my chest, in my hair, I was born and it was there. I can peel it apart, it's not for you to care. In a day I'll be old, I could finally feel grown. Still be a bit sad it took an extra 5 years. Even still I can cope in the times I'm lost with fear. Now I've changed my mind, I'll be happy while I'm here. And all I hope has been broken for years. I'm hoping the tears will go away for good this time. It's all that I can, it's all that I can do. Hoping this time, passing my mind, it's good that I was here this time. It's all that I can, it's all that I can do. It feels small, don't we all want a world in which to breathe? Lungs bound tight with the pain of being in the far past. I can last, they want to label what they see. Call me what I want or just leave me be. In a day I'll be old, I could finally feel grown. Still be a bit mad, it'll take another year. And the times we can't cope, and there'll always be with fear. Now we'll change our mind, we'll be happy while we're here. And all I hope, dear, has been broken for years. I'm hoping the tears will go away for good this time. It's all that I can, it's all that I can do. Hoping this time, passing my mind, it's good that I was here this time. It's all that I can, it's all that I can do. Hoping this time, passing my mind, it's good that I was here this time. It's all that I can, it's all that I can do. Hoping this time, passing my mind, it's good that I was here this time. It's all that I can, it's all that I can do.
Sitting here, staring at a paper, drawing blank. Come back to it later, I guess. It's not as easy as it used to be. Listen to the same song over and over. Been trying to write since last October. Looks like it's not ever gonna be released. I can't go on. I can't write this song. What's the next line? I'm running out of time. What should I say? What chord should I play? I wish it wasn't hard to write this record from the start. One verse down, next part doesn't matter. I'm taking a break, but now I'm just getting fatter. Turns out I'm not writing anything today. My time's up now, the deadline is coming. I look outside, my mind starts running, that's fine. Nobody's listening anyway, I'll fucking throw it away. I can't go on, I can't write this song. What's the next line? I'm running running out of time. What should I say? What chord should I play? I wish it wasn't hard to write this record from the start.
Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Once bitten and twice shy, I keep my distance, but you still catch my eye. Tell me, baby, do you recognize me? Well, it's been a year and it doesn't surprise me. Merry Christmas, I wrapped it up and sent it with a note saying I love you, I meant it. Now I know what a fool I've been, but if you kiss me now, I know you fool me again. Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Crowded room, friends with tired eyes, I'm hiding from you and your soul advice. My God, I thought you were someone to rely on. Me, I guess I was a shoulder to cry on, a face on another with a fire in her heart. A girl learns to cover, but she tore me apart. Ooh, now I found a real love, you'll never fool me again. Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. A face on a lever with a fire in her heart. A girl undercover, but she tore me apart. Maybe this year, no, I know this year I'll find someone special. Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special.
Hi there. We're back. You might have noticed I am in a different place and seated. Eagle-eyed viewers will also notice I'm wearing house shoes because wearing stilettos for 24 hours straight sounds like a right slice of hell. That was Last Christmas. I think that triggers Whamageddon. We may have just sent our viewership to Whamhalla. Can I get an official ruling? I'm being told that doesn't apply. Covers don't count, you're all safe. You can enjoy that version. That was Kelsey Lee Evans with that safe cover of Wham's Last Christmas. And before that, Darling Sky, performing solo absent their band due to COVID with irony at its finest. You might notice I'm still being joined by Lady Ashley Gregory.
Hello, hello, hello. It's nice to virtually see you.
I know, we don't interact much.
No, but when we do, the conversations last for quite some time.
I'm curious to actually look up the timestamps on our last phone call. I think that thing was around 2 hours?
Maybe.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I think that was a call actually to just discuss you appearing for an interview, and then it turned into, like, biography of both of us.
Hey, when you got things to talk about and time to bond, why not do it, you know?
Now, one of the reasons I asked you to stay is because you're a respectable person.
Oh, really? Is that what people think about me?
Well, I mean, you can disagree with it, but I think on a relative scale of, because I want to talk about Squish, and I'm going to clarify for the viewership, that's SQSH, the St. Louis Queer Support Helpline, not the verb.
Yeah.
I feel like you would be better positioned to handle that than me as I slowly fall out of a bar stool.
Yeah, well, please don't hurt yourself. If you do fall, catch yourself. And yeah, respectable, maybe respectability, I'm not quite sure, because I think we kind of have to go against that to get what we need to do done, as we have been doing for the past 7 years. But the St. Louis Queer Support Helpline is really amazing because they came together to create a community resource that was not there. This is like a free, confidential, identity-affirming emotional support and resource for the St. Louis LGBTQ+ community. So it has never existed before, but exists now. They need your support, they need your help, and they are also here giving support and help. So we want to uplift them, and we have a video from them that we would like to share with you.
That we do. Ready Room, let me know when we're showing that.
I think it's over now.
Squish is the local queer support helpline. It's peer-run for and by LGBTQIA+ folks. They're the exact type of resource you would need to talk to for feeling how you're feeling right now. And I know how hard it can be for Black trans folks in the city to find work.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Amy?
Oh, Amy, just
Yeah.
Amy.
Oh, yeah. I think they're pretty hot. What about you, Aaron? Who do you like?
Oh, I don't know. I like coffee.
So last week, I was trying to use the bathroom and someone made a scene and chased me out.
Yeah, Mackenzie, you never come to church anymore. What's going on?
It's Jaden. You know what? I'm done. We've done this so many times.
The St. Louis Queer Support Helpline is a local service started by our own community. Squish helps provide free, confidential, and identity-affirming emotional support and resource referrals by and for the St. Louis LGBTQIA+ community. Call to chat with an empathetic, supportive peer.
Call me maybe.
And we're back. I have the mic clipped to my body now, so it'll click less. Now, Lady Ashley couldn't help but notice I recognized someone in that video.
Oh my gosh, I haven't seen it. Did you see me?
I saw it. Well, it was certainly a quality performance in the sort we would expect from our starlet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was good to be able to get out and support Squish and our community members, and we had a great time doing it, just getting the word out about the work that they do.
Awesome. Well, we are ready to get back into the music and finish out this first hour of the live broadcast for Sunday. Why don't you do the honors? Let us know who's coming up.
Yeah, we have an amazing human being. They joined us last year for the telethon. They are joining us virtually this year with a song called The Healing. We have Anna showing off. They are super amazing, super trendy, super stylish with a really unique sound. So I think you'll really like this.
I know I will. Ready, Rim, send us out.
There between the shows, if I lose sight what I'm fighting for, one thing if I leave my worry right, I'll be the healing of all mankind. But it takes a little struggle and it takes a little pain. But you kind of rainbow without no rain, yes. Massive verse beneath my feet. Oh, I never succumb to my defeat. Got to stand up, headstrong, keep your eyes wide. We got to start to get down now, live in pride. But it takes a little struggle, and it takes a little pain. But you can't no rainbow without. I said no without no. I say I can't get no rainbow without no rain. Hop on a train and get to the next town. Bring that good music for souls to get on down. Shining smiles on happy faces. Our good people now in the right places. But it takes a little struggle. But you got in your rainbow without no rain.
Find me at the shoreline where the Colossus come to battle. Where art and softness is etched out of chaos. Find me where existence happens without permission, and let the waves crash and carry me, and I will sleep within the cracks of the earth, in the soles of my feet. The ocean is my mother and the land, oh, it is my teacher. I'm steadfast and ever evolving. Let the wind, let it tell me where to set my feet. I don't need exclamation. I am exonerated from the have to, and I will feel it from the head so high to the bottom of my feet. Oh, to the bottom of my feet. my breathing is not passive. The waves carry me, the direction is not needed. Let me weep at the softness of the earth from which I come from, and breathe the life into my lungs. Let me feel alive for once, and sprinkle life from my head to the soles of my feet. Ooh, from the soles of my feet.
My body's not afraid, so you can turn in that tongue of yours. Turn that tongue of yours to listen around my ecology. I got 7 or 8 magnetic poles. Don't bother with the compass. Yeah. Hitch up and hike yourself into my sky. Hatch a dragon or a dinosaur to rocket us. Wrestle my nerves down from the northern lights. Oh, some tectonic plates set off some volcanoes. Let's rhyme ourselves breathy and breathless. Harnessed up the wild horses in my lungs. Let's envision ourselves messy and friendless. Harnessed our creative forces, desire drums, 'cause you can't mess up an adventure. Let's make a galaxy of you and me. Whoa.
I'm listening to this. Alright, welcome back. This is the 4th annual MTUG Telethon. I am your host, Rachel. Fun fact, I once had a heart rate of 11 beats per minute. I was fully conscious and surrounded by panicked physicians. Carried on a conversation with them as normal until it just came back. No real explanation. Let's talk about money. The money goo has gotten higher inside of the indecipherable object that is vaguely thermometer-shaped. Again, lacking official metrical markings here, that's supposed to be the 27,000-ish line. Now, why are we at 27,000 when previously I said we were at the 26,000-ish line or so? It's nebulous, I don't have the exact number, but the reason is because this hour has a sponsor. Coming on the heels of that music and taking us into the morning with a full programming block, we have CHARMEUSE Women's Choir. Has generously donated to support us here. So consider them the providers of the cooking show and the story time that is coming. CHARMEUSE Women's Choir is a friend of MTUG, long-standing, and an absolutely wonderful organization that has sung for us in the past, including, unless my memory fails me, which is possible, on this telethon in prior years. The lack of ability to gather large peoples makes having a choir a difficult feat, so we did not attempt this year, but still, they remain steadfast as a sponsor. Now, I don't want to keep everyone for too long, because we do have a solid bit coming in this, the 7 o'clock hour, which I am told is the morning, because supposedly the sun is outside. I have not looked to confirm, but have no reason to doubt. And with that, we are now going to get ready to prepare meals for the day in Rissa's Rations, a cooking show designed entirely by our very own technical lead, Dr. Rissa. This will show you budget techniques for making 4 full meals to guide you through the course of a day. And I won't keep you from it. So with that, let's get things rolling. On over. Dr. Rissa, throw it to yourself.
Hi, I'm Larissa Moe. Everyone just calls me Rissa. And welcome to the first time that I have ever, in my life, attempted a cooking show. We're calling this Rissa's Rations. My goal in this show is to give you 3 meals at 3 drastically different price points. Sorry, that's worth it. My goal with this show is to give you 3 recipes for 3 meals cooked entirely from simple ingredients while trying to keep budget friendly. For today's show, I'm cooking a breakfast, a lunch, and a dinner while trying to make a loaf of bread to tie all of this meals together and using a total budget of about $12. This, of course, does not include any kitchen equipment, excuse me, that I use. And I also will use a variety of different spices. Price points will vary accordingly depending on if you need to buy the full spice. This is the portions that you use. You know, a spice bottle will last you forever. Portions you use will only give you so far. And so, of course, pricing can vary, and also can vary depending on what kind of deals you can find and where you shop. And also, generally as a goal for this, I'm going to try to make everything that from ingredients that are generally available in the MTUG pantry. Some things are fresh and some things are going to be harder to have in stock than others for them. And you should absolutely please consider donating. There's helping people in a tough time, and I'm sure all donations are generally accepted and it is huge help. And finally, just as a caveat, keep in mind that while you're watching this, I am in no way a professional chef. I'm a software developer by trade, and cooking is more just a hobby of mine. I like to try to do the best job at cooking that I can, but I'm completely self-taught, and while you're watching this, you absolutely will see me make some technical mistakes. I welcome you in the comments to point those out or to message me in a friendly manner. The point here is learning. We're all learning, and while I do know I am in no way a perfect cook, and I do like to learn and improve. And I know I'm not making any blunders on the level of, putting mayonnaise on some beans and calling it a salad. And with that out of the way, let's make this, shall we? All right, first things first, we're going to make a loaf of bread. I'm going to use a recipe from Joshua Weissman for this. In a large open cup or a bowl, you're going to add 3/4 of a cup of water at room temperature to a cup of milk, also at room temperature, and add in a packet of Yeasty Boys. You're going to give those the whiskey business with the tiniest of whisks that you own, or a fork, or a spoon, whatever you got on hand. And you're going to let that sit out for about 10 minutes until it gets nice and foamy. If it doesn't get good and foamy, it's likely that your Yeasty Boys have partied their last party, and your bread simply will not rise. Throw that out if that happens, and just start over. Not a whole lot you can do from there, so you can't reactivate that yeast. Then you can do this by hand. I'm going to use a stand mixer because I have one. And we're going to add 3 cups or 165 grams of flour, and 1.5 teaspoons to 1.5 teaspoons of fine salt, 1 tablespoon of sugar. I only added a teaspoon. I fucked up, and that's fine. And you're going to let all that mix together until it's finely distributed throughout. And then slowly, while your stand mixer is on low, add your yeasty foamy mixture and let that incorporate into the dough for about 10 minutes. I ended up pushing this bad boy down a few times and just tried to get it all incorporated pretty well. I definitely made a mistake here that I'm not 100% sure what it was, but we'll see that in a minute. Also, as a general rule, it's highly recommended that you want to use a kitchen scale to measure out your flour. I do not own one, so I used a measuring cup, but if you want the best results, you got to weigh out your flour. Air pockets happen, and that's going to generally affect your worked result. Once that's generally looking about like this, you're going to add about 3 tablespoons of softened room temperature butter, 1 tablespoon at a time, and let that all fully incorporate. And then take that bad boy out of there and onto a lightly floured work surface. Give it a little touchy, and roll that into a ball, and then set it into an oiled bowl covered with some plastic wrap, and let it rest at room temperature for about an hour or so until it doubles in size. You're going to punch that bad boy down. My bread did not get quite as fluffy as I would have liked, and that's okay. It's still going to turn out great. Again, not sure what I did wrong, but somebody knows. Put it in the comments. So now, take that out into a lightly floured work surface, and you're going to roll that into a rectangular shape. Then, on one end, start rolling it back together, and roll it up, give it a nice little crescent roll look, and put it into a fully greased loaf pan. You want to grease that using about a tablespoon of room temperature butter. I buttered that back up with plastic wrap, but you should use a damp towel or another loaf pan. Let that rest for about 30 minutes, and then get that into an oven. Optionally, you can do what I did, which was give it an egg wash and some sesame seeds. And, absolutely just forget to film that. Get your oven up to 350, and you're going to let that bad boy sit there for 35 to 40 minutes, and then bring that out, let it rest on a wild rack. You're going to struggle a little bit to get out of the pan because you switched to a smaller loaf pan, probably didn't grease it up properly. If that happens, use a knife to try to jimmy the sides so it'll come out. And there we have it. Some nice, freshly baked loaf bread. You're going to let that fully cool before you cut into it. And this costs about $1.50 to put together, and it's going to taste better than just about any grocery store bread you can get for that price. Challenge you to find something better. And now we can move on over to the breakfast. Alright, so for breakfast, I'm going to do something really simple. I'm going to do some scrambled eggs. I'm going to make the fluffiest scrambled eggs possible using the Gordon Ramsay method. And we're going to use our new bread to make some toast off of that. Into a cold saucepan, you're going to add your eggs. I'm going to do 4. I like 2 eggs per person and about a tablespoon of butter per. You want to do about a half tablespoon for 2 eggs, or just that, however you taste it. And heating that on high, I'm going to break the eggs in the pan and whisk that together, basically doing 30 seconds off the heat and 30 seconds off. And we're going to keep doing that as whisking it together while it's and not adding any salt or pepper or anything yet. until we get close to the end of cooking. You do need to keep folding it while it's off the heat because there's still heat residually in the pan. So you want to keep folding that together with a rubber spatula or a wooden spoon. And then also while I'm doing this, I'm going to put some sides together. I'm going to add 6 cherry tomatoes and the caps of 2 mushrooms for each plate onto this. It's just a nice little way to have some veggies with your breakfast, heating those up. Drizzle those with a little bit of olive oil. Probably do it sooner than I did it, but, you know, it's your life. Do what you want. So anyway, keep at that, 30 seconds on, 30 seconds off. This takes about 3 to 5 minutes, and just before it's done, I recommend adding a pinch of salt and a few twists of ground pepper, and a pinch of your fresh herbs. Anything fresh or dried that you have on hand will work. The Gordon Ramsay method recommends chives. I'm just going to use dried oregano because that's what I have on hand. And we're going to butter up that toast and add our eggs onto the top. Another pinch of fresh herbs and tomatoes. Add the mushroom caps to the plate, and you're done. Nice little simple, quick, and fresh breakfast, and I guarantee you, if not the best scrambled eggs you've had, it'd be one of the best for certain. Not super happy with how my photo on this turned out, but, you know, for being a public access television show on a telethon, we are just going to do what we can to make something pretty that works for this. And at the end of the day, this meal costs only between $1.50 to $2, depending on how much you're paying for butter and what herbs you're using and how much your veggies cost. So that's a pretty good start to a day, in my opinion. Now it's about 1 o'clock, and I'm starting to get pretty hungry for my day. So it's time to turn my my attention over to some lunch. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn some simple ingredients into this gorgeous creamy tomato bisque soup. For this, I'm gonna take 2 stalks of celery. That's just kind of a strange word, stalk. I'm chopping this into small pieces. I'm not worried too much about perfection here or consistent cuts because this is going to get blended. And then I'm going to take an onion. I'm going to use a yellow, but feel free to use a red, white, whatever onion type you have on hand. I'm going to take the ends off, peeling off the skin, and then slicing it. Not all the way through. I want to try to keep the end bit on so I can get a finely diced chop on here because I want to sweat these out. Garlic. I'm going to use the fresh garlic. I highly recommend everyone use fresh garlic because it'll give you the best garlic taste you can get. But if you get the pre-minced stuff at the store, that's fine. Powder if you absolutely have to. Powder tends to have a rougher, sharper garlic taste to it, and I do not recommend it. But there has its uses. Garlic sometimes can, of course, be tough to peel, but not this one. But I usually have a tougher time. But what I'll do to get them out of the wrapper is put the flat end of the knife and press down to crush that garlic and remove the peel from those. I'm going to rough chop that all together, and then turn my attention over to the tomatoes. You want some crushed tomatoes on this, or diced, depending on what you can get. I'm going to use I'm using canned tomatoes for this. And I've got a can of 28 ounces of whole tomatoes, so I'm using that. You can make it work. You know, take your immersion blender and start blending the process right in the can. Now we're going to head over to our stove. Let's take our onions and celery and add that to the pan with about 2 tablespoons of butter, and let that sweat for a few minutes, just letting it get softened. Add to your garlic and let that get all toasty together for about a minute. Now we're going to add our chicken stock. You need about 2 cups of stock. I am using a homemade stock for this just because I have it on hand. If somebody's interested, I can talk a little bit about how to make stock, but honestly, you could just use water and a couple of bouillon cubes to get a pretty solid effect for all of this. You can also use veggie stock if you just want to stay vegetarian or vegan, and then we are going to give this bad boy some flavor in the form of seasoning. Into this pot, I am adding 1.5 teaspoons of salt, 1 teaspoon each of basil, oregano, chili morita, which I get that at Global Foods. If you don't have this, you can use cayenne pepper or another spice of choice. Crushed red pepper is also a decent option. And add a little bit of paprika. Gonna add some fresh twists of black pepper as well. Just as a general rule, when you can, get yourself a pepper grinder if you haven't already, and try to use that as much as possible when using pepper, and stop getting the pre-ground stuff. This tastes so much better. It just brings so much more flavor to the party, and it'll just make your life happier. Also going to add a tablespoon of white sugar to cut down on the acidity of all of this. Then one little trick, just to add some umami flavor, I'm going to add in about a tablespoon of soy sauce. I would suggest using Maggi seasoning from Germany if you can get that. You can get that from your local international food store. I'm all out at the moment, so I'm using soy, and generally soy sauce and Maggi sauce, I tend to find I really like that in soup. If I'm having canned soup, that's pretty solid, just generally a cheap way to get a bit more flavor in my life. That, after a few minutes, just let that warm up, and then add your tomatoes. And so also, for a bit of texture to this, I'm going to steal a thing I saw over on Food Wishes, and I'm going to add 3 tablespoons of white rice to this. Again, just using what I have on hand, so I just have some nigiri rice, I think it's called. But this will just bring some color and texture to the party and help the sauce thicken a little bit, so I'm told. So I haven't, again, just going to try this. Food's all about experimentation. If you see something that sounds interesting, try it. Worst case scenario, you have something slightly weird, but if you know how to spice something and know how to flavor something, you can make something delicious. You can correct from a lot of mistakes. Except probably mayonnaise and beans. There's no saving that. Bring that bad boy up to a boil, and then we're going to reduce the heat to a simmer for about 10 to 15 minutes. And then you want to bring this all to a blend. And again, as I said, I'm using an immersion blender. You might also want to use a normal blender if that's just what you happen to have. And then once that looks all nice and fine and finely pureed, give that a stir and just try to see if there's anything big chunky in there. I forgot to do this. I did that later. And then I'm going to just go ahead and add in my cream. I'm using half and half, which if you're feeling rich, you can use the heavy cream, or if you're feeling a bit more budget-minded, don't have half and half on hand, you can use some milk. Bring that back up in the heat, taste as you go. It may need some more salt, a bit more heat, or maybe something a little bit more wild. Just, you are the crafter of your world here. Don't be afraid to try adding a little bit of something weird. I'm going to serve this alongside some grilled cheese croutons, which I messed up in a lot of ways, so I'm just going to kind of glaze over those. I made that using my bread from earlier. I cut my bread a little bit too thick, and I used pepper jack cheese for these, cubed them up, and drizzled them in a bit of olive oil. I definitely undercooked these a bit, but now that it was pushing about 2 p.m., I just kind of felt like I hadn't had my lunch yet, and I was starting to get pretty hungry, so you probably want to let it go for about 15-20 minutes, get them a bit drier out, and that's it. That's my creamy tomato soup with grilled cheese croutons. I made that totally for about $3, and you got about 5 servings in this. So enjoy. And finally, that brings us to our last meal, which is going to be dinner, obviously. I'm making a pasta al limone, which is a recipe that I'm borrowing from Andrew Rea on Basics with Babish. First, I'm going to make a homemade pasta, which is a process I've done exactly twice before, so I'm in absolutely no way an expert, but you only really get good at doing things multiple times. So let's go ahead and give it a shot. What's the worst that happens? You all make fun of me on the internet, which just proves you're bad people. To do this, you're going to need about 2 to 3 cups of flour, which you dump onto a work surface, and you're going to form a well and drop in 2 eggs and a drizzle of olive oil into that. So I'm going to use a fork to beat these eggs together, slowly incorporating the flour as I go. Then once it gets to be more solid, and you have to start having trouble, moving a fork through it, you're going to want to start incorporating more and more flour. I ended up using my hands, but you should use probably a bench scraper to do this. That's the recommended tool, as it is a really messy process, and you will end up getting it on your filming camera and your laptop as you go, as well as on your pants and on the floor and everything around you. Keep in mind that this recipe is very adjustable as well, depending on what you're looking to do. Then you're going to start getting yourself an upper body workout, because you're going to be kneading this dough back and forth for about 10 minutes trying to get some gluten development in that. And I noticed that while I was doing this, I had a lot of leftover flour, so I went from 2 eggs to 3 on this and worked it all together. Just a little bit of learning as you go. So once you're done with all that, you're going to wrap that beautiful dough ball into some plastic wrap and get it as airtight as possible, and you're going to let that rest for about 30 minutes or so. And then once that's done resting, roll this back out, unwrap it, roll it back out, cutting it in half first, and then rolling it out with a rolling pin onto a floured work surface. It's not trying to reincorporate that flour in, you're just basically trying to get it not to stick. A good dough for this is going to be really sticky. Mine was not as sticky as I would have liked, but I did something wrong, and that's kind of the story of this video, is I did something wrong along the way. We're going to learn as we go. That's the plan. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to roll it through a pasta roller. Starting this on 7, then on 4, and then on 2. There's a little knob on there that'll tell you how to do it. Then you get your pasta sheets as thin as possible before I cut them into fettuccine. The tool does have a pasta cutter built in. You can use a knife for that as well, and you can do all of this by hand. But I do not really recommend trying to do pasta by hand without a rolling machine. It is kind of tough to do, even with a rolling machine. As you're doing all this, you need to keep flouring everything so it doesn't end up sticking back together. Mine didn't want to try to stick back together, so the first time I've hit that problem, which means probably that there's too much flour or not enough egg or not enough oil or something. But we're going to forge onward. This is still going to end up tasting really, really good. At the end of this, that large, small-looking pasta ball we had at the start gets us a lot of fettuccine here. Probably 5 or 6 servings worth here, and you can absolutely freeze or refrigerate the extras for another night. So making a larger batch does work out really well for you. But that said, all of this is a lot of work, and you can save yourself this step. Just go to the store, get yourself a package of pasta from the pasta aisle. That only costs you about $1 and save you about 2 hours worth of effort here. But you get what you pay for, and I will say that this is probably the tastiest pasta you can get from outside of an Italian restaurant on the hill. Then we're going to go over to the stovetop and get to the alimone part of the pasta alimone. I got a pot of water here that I'm cooking up into a boil. You don't want this water too full. It's only going to take maybe 90 seconds to cook your fettuccine, because you're going to end up taking that water and using it once you've cooked pasta in it, it becomes very starchy, and you can use that to help create a sauce, which is exactly what we're going to do here. You also want your water that you're bringing up to a boil to be salty like the ocean, so a generous amount of salt in there, maybe 2 or 3 tablespoons. Then into a cold saucepan, I'm taking about 3 tablespoons of olive oil. I'm going to add about 4 garlic cloves that are roughly chopped. And while this specific recipe called for about a teaspoon of red pepper flakes, myself and my partner, we're both fans of heat and spiciness, so I'm using about 2 tablespoons, which is just another example of making a recipe your own. Let that toast up slowly over a medium heat, and once your pasta is cooked, you're going to take that directly from the water that was boiling into the saute pan. And again, don't worry about if some pasta water comes in. You want that. It's going to make a delicious cream sauce. Once all your pasta is brought over, we're going to add the juice from 1 large lemon. a generous pinch of salt, and I'm over-salting here because trans, and I'm going to, I really, really, really like salt. I think I've always liked salt, but people are always like, oh, it's a side effect of spironolactone. And you're also going to crave pickles, and you're going to crave pickles a lot. I don't really like pickles, but I do really like salty. So then, don't forget, you're going to add gotta get back to business. We're going to add about 3 to 4 ounces of our grated cheese. The recipe itself calls for Parmesan Reggiano, but I'm going to use Asiago here. You can also use mozzarella, just whatever you have on hand and whatever you prefer. And stir. I'm going to end up stirring all of that together and letting it get creamy. Forgot to mention, I did add a cup or 2 of the water from my pasta. As you're doing this, if your pasta sauce is too thin, you want to add more cheese. If the pasta sauce is too thick, you want to add a bit more of the starchy water. So just take it easy, go a little bit slow, and keep this over a low heat while you're doing all this, and just let it get all nice and creamy. And I'm going to go ahead and plate that up. Serve it with some creamy, cheesy garlic bread, and using our same bread from before that we use for every single meal for this. And I've added some of the same Asiago cheese to that. And here I have homemade meal for 2 for probably about $5, and most of the price of that is taken up by our cheese at $3. And also, let me tell you, this was a damn tasty meal. My glamour shots do not look glamorous. I'm not good at the glamour shots, but this was a damn tasty meal. And that honestly about does it. Just one of me, one streaming camera, one day in the kitchen, and I'm honestly beat. It's been a long day putting all of this together, doing some editing as I went, and honestly, not everything went perfect. It was definitely a very interesting learning experience, trying to learn how to make a video. In a number of the shots, you can see the dog food box that I used to elevate the camera up. A lot of times the camera was kind of finicky, and definitely probably if I was doing this again, I would absolutely drag in a camera person to help me out, because, oh God, it is tough to do all of this by yourself. But honestly, I think it was a very fun experience for myself. Let me know what you think about this in the comments, or, reach out to me if you watch this and you're interested in maybe more videos like this coming in from myself on the regular MTUG channel. I'd love to hear your thoughts or suggestions, or just maybe let me know you watched this and enjoyed it. I've never done anything like this before, and I'm excited to potentially learn some more. Until next time, I'm Rissa, and this has been Rissa's Rations.
Hey everybody, welcome back. With you. And it's so good to see Rissa cook. Like, I love a good pasta and a good white sauce. It is a goal of mine to be able to make my own noodles. I don't know if it'll happen, but if it does, I'll be grateful. So thank you for sharing that wonderful recipe with Rissa's Rations. I just wanted to say thank you all so much for joining us for our 3rd annual MTUG Telethon that takes place over 24 hours. It's definitely been different this year. It's been more virtual than ever. It was always online, but this year it has new meaning because we pivoted as an organization to continue to serve primarily trans expansive people, but the whole LGBTQ plus community during a pandemic. And the money that we raise this year is going to be going towards that. We have a goal each year, and this year it's 30K. And we do believe that with your help, we can continue to get there and put money directly in the hands of folks who need it to meet their needs in a time where, well, a lot of needs needs to be met. So MTUG has moved from being a tiny but mighty nonprofit, trans-led organization that supports their peers through peer-led emotional support groups to not only doing that, but being a direct aid and support provider to our community during this year that is 2020, right? What is 2020? What is time? Can we abolish that too, or do we actually really need it? But thank you so much for joining us. Continue to follow MTUG, continue to support MTUG and the work that they do. For now, it will be virtual, but when we are able to safely gather, please look forward to returning back to having art shows, right? One of the great things that we love about MTUG is their annual art show. Continuing to have our queer and trans, our big queer trans prom, which happens on a yearly basis. Our snowball. Continue to watch us bring art from community members to you in the form of drag shows, in the form of panels, in the form of webinars, and continue to like pay trans expansive people to teach about how to be better for trans expansive people. For those of you who don't know, MTUG does offer Trans 101 trainings, competency trainings for people who want to learn how to be better and know how to be better from trans expansive people themselves. So pay them to do the work, not someone who's not. So moving forward, like we have something really exciting. One of our family members and one of the, I do believe, initial founders of MTUGs, Alex Johnmeyer. Oh my gosh, he is going to be having story time with us. He's going to be sharing a story called The Frog and the Toad. I'm going to say it was told that it was for youth, but I love a good story and I believe age is nothing but a number. So I think some adults can enjoy this too. So I want to flip it over to Alex to tell the story of The Frog and the Toad, and also take some time to tell him that I miss him and I love him and I'm grateful for him, and to tell everyone who's tuning in, whether it is to be entertained or to learn or to support, that I thank you for being here. And with that, say goodbye, and I will see you on the flip side.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alex Johnmeyer. Rachel and Sarah asked me this year if there was anything I've ever wanted to do for the telethon that I hadn't done before, and I was like, well, actually, could I read a children's book? And they were like, yeah, sure, sounds great. So I thought I would share with you one of my favorite stories. This is Frog and Toad Together by Arnold Lebel. And I did not know this when I was little. I just recently found this out, that this was Arnold's very first book. And 4 years after he wrote this, in 1974, he actually came out to his friends and family as gay. So now as an adult, that brings a whole new spin to Frog and Toad's adventures for me about their, their friendship and the time that they spent together. So, but I wanted to share this with you. So let's get started. Frog and Toad Together by Arnold Lebel. This first story is my personal favorite. It's called The Garden, and it's the one that I would read to my child whenever she was little. And so let's get started. The Garden on page 18. Whoops, here we go. Frog was in his garden. Toad came by.
What a fine garden you have, Frog,
he said. Yes, said Frog. It is very nice, but it was hard work.
I wish that I had a garden,
said Toad. Well, here are some flower seeds. Plant them in the ground, said Frog, and soon you will have a garden.
How soon?
Quite soon, said Frog. And so, here's we are at the beginning of the story, Sweet Little Frog and Toad. Toad ran home. He planted the flower seeds.
Now seeds, start growing.
Toad walked up and down a few times, but the seeds did not start to grow. Toad put his head close to the ground and he said loudly,
Now seeds, start growing.
Toad looked at the ground again. The seeds did not start to grow. That's just unacceptable. Unacceptable. Toad put his head very close to the ground and shouted,
Now seeds, start growing!
Frog came running up the path. What is all this noise? He asked.
My seeds will not grow.
said Toad. You are shouting too much, said Toad. These poor seeds are afraid to grow.
My seeds are afraid to grow?
Asked Toad. Of course, said Frog. Leave them alone for a few days. Let the sun shine on them. Let the rain fall on them. And soon, your seeds will start to grow. That night, Toad looked out his window.
Drat, said Toad. My seeds have not started to grow. They must be afraid of the dark.
Toad went out into his garden with some candles.
I will read the seeds a story,
said Toad.
And then they will not be afraid.
Toad read a long story to his seeds. I wonder what story he was reading to them. What do you think? What story would you read to seeds? Toad, wake up, said Frog. Look at your garden. Toad looked at his garden. Little green plants were coming up out of the ground. How exciting.
At last,
shouted Toad.
My seeds have stopped being afraid to grow.
And now you will have a nice garden too, said Frog.
Yes, said Toad. But you were right, Frog. It was very, very hard work.
This next story that I wanted to read to you guys is called Dragons and Giants. And what it means, why I love this story, is it's about Frog and Toad facing their fears and choosing to be brave, or maybe pretending to be brave. But that how, for me, as trans and queer people, it takes strength and courage to be visible and to take up space in this world. So, you know, as with everything in my life, maybe I put too much meaning into things, but regardless, it still resonates with me, and so maybe it'll speak to you too. So, you know, go out into the world, be brave. Here we go. There, that's better. Frog and Toad were reading a book together.
The people in this book are brave, said Toad. They fight dragons and giants, and they are never afraid.
I wonder if we are brave, said Frog. Frog and Toad looked into a mirror. We look brave.
Yes. But are we?
Frog and Toad went outside. We can try and climb this mountain, said Frog. And that should tell us if we are brave. Frog went leaping over rocks, and Toad came puffing up behind him. They came to a dark cave. A big snake came out of the cave. Hello, lunch, said the snake. When he saw Frog and Toad, he opened his mouth wide, and Frog and Toad jumped away. Toad was shaking.
I am not afraid.
I would be afraid of a big old snake like that, wouldn't you? They climbed higher, and they heard a loud noise. Many large stones were rolling down the mountain.
It's an avalanche,
cried Toad, and Frog and Toad jumped away. Frog was trembling. I am not afraid. Run. They came to the top of a mountain. The shadow of a hawk fell over them. Frog and Toad jumped under a rock, and the hawk flew away.
We are not afraid. Oh, they're not afraid.
Screamed Frog and Toad at the same time, and then they ran down the mountain very, very fast. They ran past the place where they saw the avalanche, and they ran past the place where they saw the snake. And they ran all the way to Toad's house. That terrifying, huge hawk. Run home. And that's okay. Sometimes we need to run home. We need to be surrounded by the things and the people that we know love us, where we feel safe. And so they were back now at Toad's house.
Frog, I am glad to have a brave friend like you.
He jumped into the bed and pulled the covers up over his head. And I am happy to know a brave person like you, said Frog. And he jumped into the closet and shut the door. And Toad stayed in the bed, and Frog stayed in the closet. And they stayed there for a very long time, just feeling very brave together. The end. Well, I hope that you enjoyed this. I certainly enjoyed reading it to you. So yeah, be sure to stay tuned in to the rest of the telethon. We're going to be picking the winner of my original painting that I was working on for pretty much all of yesterday. So the winner will be announced here very, very soon, momentarily. Thank you so much for spending your morning with me and with all of us here at MTUG. All right, stay safe, stay healthy, and stay warm. Bye.
Yeah, I'm giving the shout outs to the amazing crew, the amazing new to us producer, Julia, Rachel, Clay, who has done an amazing job. The whole, tell me what, oh, sit down. Okay. All right, I'm going to sit down because I'm too. Oh my gosh, okay. This money is going to go right into community. A vast majority of the proceeds from this telethon are going to go to sustain our food pantry and our toiletry pantry. Yeah, we have it. We are serving, so many humans, so many more humans. We pivoted very quickly once in this time of COVID to take care of the basic needs and make sure our folks are surviving. Yeah, and so it's been a heck of a year, and I'm just really grateful for this crew and that we were able to do what we've done so far. Okay, we have this beautiful quilt that Clark Roman made for us to auction off, and I'm not exactly sure how we're doing that, but I just want to show this off. How are we doing will it be similar to the to the karaoke?
highest bidder, perhaps. It's a beautiful, gorgeous quilt. I'll get some more details on that. I also want to hold some space for, every year we do 2 awards. We do an award for Volunteer of the Year, and that's awarded to a trans-expansive person. You coming in?
Yeah, I understand you had some questions on the auction.
Yes, so how are we doing that?
All right, I'm going to stand over here because of COVID. All right, I'm going to unmask because that's 6 feet or more. And
I don't
I'm
think you're
clearly
on
on camera.
Are you?
I should be because that's what the image is.
No, it's the down one. There we go.
That's a shame. So anyway, the auction, here's how it works. Our own social media expert, Mira, is going to be posting an image of this quilt on the Facebook page shortly. It will contain a simple message. What am I bid? You have 2 options to get your bids to us. You could either post directly in the comments of that Facebook post, or, and this is how most of the bids came, actually I think all the bids came in on the painting yesterday, send an email to social@stlmetrotrans.org, and that is social, singular, not plural, social@stlmetrotrans.org. Just state what your bid is. No need to be fancy and give an explanation. Just tell us what we're doing. And every so often we'll check in during our host segments, tell you what the highest bid is. Mira will update the Facebook post that she has made with the current highest bid at regular intervals so you know where you stand. When we close the auction out, the current highest bid will win. Mira will contact the individual who placed that bid, let them know that they have won, at which point they are free to pay us by making a donation in that amount, and we'll set up a time where you may come and retrieve the quilt that Sayer showed you. And I will be borrowing this quilt so that we can get a good image of it in the back room. Do we have any further questions on the auction process?
I think that's good.
Outstanding.
Right on.
So
All right.
remember, get your bids in, get them in early, and make sure to pay attention for the high bid announcements when they come, because if you get outbid, you can always message us back to boost yourself up in the standings. You don't have to give up.
Don't give up. It's a beautiful quilt. All right. And speaking of beautiful things, we have these beautiful awards that we commissioned. I'm going to get the artist's name here in just a moment. Oh, I'm sorry.
Stop pressing the button.
Stop pressing the button.
I know. I will hang it. I will babysit you if I have
Okay, all right. So one of the ways that, we celebrate, we do awards because this is our gala. We have awards in our gala. This is the MTUG Service Award. And this is for outstanding dedication to the transgender. Our folks, the individual who is receiving the MTUG Service Award is a human that I'm not sure if some of you have had the pleasure to meet. Jasmine Minaj, Jazz. This is for you, and we love you. You come over and you help us, and you fold clothes, and you always are doing odd jobs and supporting us and being part of community. We miss seeing you around more often, but even during this pandemic, you've been coming over and helping us out, and we really appreciate your service. And so we love you, and when I see you, hopefully this week, I'm going to give you your major award. And then here is our other award, which is the Gregory Award. Again, this beautiful, beautiful work of art. So the Gregory Award is for outstanding allyship to the transgender community. And this award was named after Lady Ashley Gregory, who has been an outstanding ally and advocate for the trans expansive community, and using her cis power and privilege to really lift us up and just dedicate so much time and talent to our organization. So this award is in her honor, in her name, and this is going to our one and only Thomas Doss, who has been a solid cis volunteer throughout this pandemic. He has loved on us so much. He takes care of our gardens outside. He takes care of packing food for people. He has come in fully and presently. And I met Thomas years ago at the old LGBT Center, and I knew when we parted ways that our work together wasn't done. And I'm just so glad that he stuck in and that he's still supporting the work that we do. And I love you so much. So we will be giving these out in person when we see these humans in real life. Again, I'm just really so amazed at the amount of money that we've raised so quickly and so far. Yes. Okay, great.
For the folks at home, hi, I'm talking over Sayer's mic here, just while I'm wearing a mask.
Yeah.
We're calling this the Comedy of Errors because, as you've no doubt noticed, we're getting a lot of things wrong, and it's hilarious. But I did want to provide, for my own sake, knowledge of a donation that came in just a little bit ago. This isn't going to mean much to you.
Okay.
A $100 donation came in from my mom.
Oh. Yay.
I am loved. I am also the youngest child. That's why I get donations.
That's lovely.
I'm still baby.
Yeah, that's great.
In any event, yes, thank you for discussing the awards.
Right on.
We'll be presenting those again at 11:30, along with a description of how they were made and the artist who provided them.
Great. Awesome. Okay. So what am I going to be? I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of the ways that we're going to spend the money. Yep.
Just fill it out a couple
All right.
times and we're good to go on.
Okay. Great. All right. Yeah. So a lot of this, the resources that we're going to acquire during this telethon are going to go right into the bodies of your trans, expansive, LGBTQIA siblings, because I do want to make it clear that our food pantry is open to all folks under our umbrella, in addition to LGBTQIA folks. So we want to really serve and love on individuals who need that extra support and who want to be in a safer environment to get that support. We've gotten a lot of our food comes to us through Amazon, through donations that way. People Instacart us food. You can do a food drive at your place of business or at your place where you worship, or just your card playing group. We love those sorts of ways that you can tangibly love on us by bringing us actual food. Some of the items that we are always needing would be anything that's non-perishable, that's not in a can. Not to say we don't need canned things, we do, but we generally have a lot of canned things, so things in boxes. And I want to just give another shout out to my coworkers, Beth Gombos and Amaya Cole, who are not with us because, COVID and humans, But the food pantry and delivery system would not work without those two humans. And I just want to hold them up as really important folks in this organization.
All right. And as we head out of here, let you know where we're going. We are entering the gender expansive healing session. That is a yoga session led by Tiger Rahman. This is an amazing thing. We are very thankful that they supplied us with this video. It was a lot of work on their part, and I think it looks great. Now, I don't do a lot of yoga myself. I do more than 0. But I am not at this level. So it's far better than anything I could provide. And with that, ready room, go ahead. Send us to Tiger.
Hi, my name is Tiger Rahman. I teach yoga and combine that with some thinking that I have about organizational leadership and astrology and equity and anti-racism work. And I combine that into a project that I'm calling Live Your Own Life. One of the classes that I hold, or spaces that I hold and offer, is a monthly gender expansive healing space that's in collaboration with Empowered Spaces. It's a trauma-informed and healing-centric studio. And so that is one place where I put out offerings to this community. I identify as transmasculine and have been living as such since about 2007, 2008. So this is something that's really near and dear to my heart and what I think is important in terms of the work of our community and just space that's direly needed in the world, because trans folks are everywhere, and everyone in that gender expansive umbrella. For this practice today, it's going to be maybe different from what you usually associate with a yoga practice. So things that you might like to have on hand, I always like to recommend a journal and something to write with, because I'll pause and give some spaces for some options there. If you don't have yoga mats or anything like that, that's totally fine. That's completely optional. You can do this practice on your bed, on a sofa, in a chair. You could probably do elements of this just even walking through it in your mind if there's not space for you to really move or anything like that. And so I really do try to create an offering that is accessible to people where they are, and something that you can come back to and try the same thing in different ways depending on what you're feeling like on a given day, what you're needing, etc. So with that, I want to invite you to take a few minutes to gather what you might like. Pillows are always good, of different densities. Blankets are great. I think I have some hidden back over here along with my journal. Blankets, pillows, something comfy, something cozy. It's getting cold. So yeah, we'll meet you back in a minute if you want to as you're coming into your practice space, wherever you are finding that for yourself today, go ahead and come into a comfortable seat. So you could be sitting on the floor. I've got this big cushion that I'm sitting on, but also chairs are really great to sit on. I highly recommend them. Again, this is where a sofa or your bed could come in handy. If you want to and feel comfortable and safe to just lie down, that is also perfect. So as we're coming into this space, inviting you to just start tuning into the sensation of the floor beneath you. And so you might notice different points of contact between your body and the floor. Maybe you notice your breathing. Noticing your chest and belly expand with your breath in. Maybe noticing the shift in your body as you breathe out. Not needing to do anything here except to notice where you are. The sounds in the space around you. Maybe the feeling of light on your skin or on your face. If thoughts come up or sensations come up that you weren't expecting or that you have some judgment about, maybe accept that that is happening and that it can just be let go. You don't need to attend to that right now. You don't need to try to forget it either. Taking just a few more moments here to arrive in your body. Sending some gratitude and love and light to yourself. Some appreciation for all of the work and care that you put into making it and to surviving in this world. Knowing that you have been good to yourself to arrive here however you are. We all have lots of things that we have been working against in order to survive. And just knowing that here for a moment, you can notice that you have been successful in taking care of yourself so that you can arrive here today in this moment whenever you are hearing this. And maybe you start to feel that feeling of joy or contentment in your heart center. And if it helps to bring your hands maybe over your sternum or to a place where you feel that joy in your body, I invite you to bring some physical attention and awareness there. maybe it starts to spread across your body. A sense of compassion and joy radiating out from your heart, up towards your throat and face and the top of your head, and down over your belly, past your hips and hamstrings and knees, over your shins and calves and down to your toes. And wrapping yourself in compassion and love and care. And taking a few moments just to breathe this in. Taking a few more breaths, and still noticing the ground and your connection to it. Noticing your breath and your breathing. And maybe feeling the sense of joy radiating over you. Taking a few more breaths in silence, just to be with that. An option here as you maybe slowly start bringing some movement back into fingers and toes. Maybe giving your shoulders some rotation, whether you're on the floor or sitting upright. Slow, gentle movements to come back into awareness of your body. I'll invite you here to take a few minutes to capture any thoughts or ideas or reactions. And sometimes that might be an image, something visual. Put space here for your mind to take note of that sensation. We'll transition into a little movement afterwards. Great. So we're going to start here with just a little bit of seated work. And again, you could be sitting in a chair or on your sofa. It's often helpful if there's space where there's at least one half that doesn't have an arm or so. And you could also do this sitting on the floor. So I will kind of go in between the two, between sitting on the floor and being upright. So you can start just from sitting position, maybe bringing shoulder blades back up and together and letting your chin come up towards the ceiling, just gently. If you're in a chair and you can hold on to the back of it or want to join your arms behind your back, there's an option for that as well. And just starting to get some openness in the throat, neck, maybe relieving any tension that is there. And starting to tip chin down towards sternum. Arms and shoulders roll forward. Offering a counter pose. We can take a few rounds of this, just opening and closing any amount of depth is great. This can also be very subtle movement. Maybe you focus more on your breath and breathing. We'll start to come forward in a forward fold. So if you are on a chair, you can just start to hinge over your legs and just release the back of your neck as that is comfortable. If that's a little too much, you can fold your arms over to create a little bit of a rest for your neck. If you are sitting on the floor or lying in bed, or doing this another way, you can bring the tops of your feet towards the floor and just start to fold over on your legs. I'll often hold on to the sides of my feet and start sliding out in this way, and stopping wherever you feel comfortable. If you want a little more stretch, you can lean more into your legs or extend your legs a little more forward. And it's nice to hold there for about 45 seconds or so. And sometimes I like to come out and go back into the fold. A big thing here is to prioritize keeping your belly close to your legs rather than trying to straighten your legs or touching your toes or anything like that. And you might feel this in your upper shoulders and maybe in your low back, maybe in your hips or hamstrings. Wherever you're feeling sensation or release is the right place for your body. Start to slowly release that. If you're on the floor, maybe windshield wipe your feet back and forth a little bit. You can take a twist from here. So I'm going to come to a seated position on the floor, but you could also be on a chair or a sofa or whatever. We'll inhale our arms up overhead, exhaling left hand to right knee and starting to twist. The twist here is starting with our shoulders, so I'm leading with my right shoulder towards the back of the room, and my hand is just resting on the top of the chair here or the top of the bolster. Taking a few breaths here, inhaling, arms up overhead if that feels good, and twisting to the left side, so leading with our shoulders. And with each subsequent breath, you might find you're able to deepen a little bit into the pose, always stopping before it is too much. So if you're noticing that you're really twisting into the low back and it feels like it's maybe not something that should happen yet, back off a few degrees or a little bit of an inch of twist. And take one more round here, inhaling, hands up overhead, twisting to the side. Releasing that and coming back into neutral. If you are comfortable with just taking a moment to rest your hands over your heart, maybe your eyes stay open or maybe you let them close or gently lower towards the floor. And letting yourself take in some deep breaths, almost as though you're yawning. Creating a little more openness in our heart space. If it helps you to yawn, I can keep yawning. Invite you along. And inviting here again that feeling of compassion and contentment and joy. Maybe remembering a positive moment you've had with MTUG or with that community, a sense of care or connection, or to other communities in your trans network or gender non-conforming or non-binary. Any kind of community connection that feels validating to you, invite that in with that breath in. And send back some love and compassion on the exhale out. And maybe if it feels comfortable here, extending your arms in front of you. And if you're sitting on a chair, maybe there's a desk or a wall nearby, or maybe you're just coming to fold over your knees. Whatever that looks like for you is good. And if it helps you to make some extra space for your body by bringing your knees further apart, go for what your body wants, what's available, what's accessible, what feels right for you. And anytime you want to make some sound with your breathing that's more tension we can let go of, more we can let ourselves express and really be present in the moment. And taking a moment just to recenter into your breath here. So we've warmed up our spines a little bit. We've gotten a little bit of rotation in. I want to invite a variation on a sun salutation. And we're going to do this first from a seated position. So again, you could be seated on the floor or in a chair, or you could sit up in bed if you wanted to. And we'll do it a second time, but lying down. And this is going to be super gentle. And again, explore, what movement feels right for you. So we'll start just by inhaling our arms up overhead. And on an exhale, letting yourself fold forward. On this next inhale, slide a little bit back. And the main movement is actually going to be in pulling your shoulder blades together. So wherever you are, that could be even that you're coming to sit upright entirely, whatever feels good for you. But we're focusing here on bringing our shoulder blades together. Exhaling, we're extending forward again. And here we're going to really come into another of this back bend. So here we're bringing the shoulder blades together, but we're especially being sure to open up across our heart space, maybe lifting chin up towards ceiling if that's comfortable for you. If not, you can always keep your neck forward. We're going to come down again, and this is all so subtle. You're going to come down again, maybe not as far as you did before, but instead of reaching out to stretch your arms, you're going to push back into the floor or table or whatever is near you. And so in this, think about rotating your elbows towards the floor. And so here you're creating tension and strength and holding here for a few seconds. And letting that go. Coming further forward into that stretch. Coming back upright on an inhale, bringing our shoulder blades together. And maybe even let your chin come down here. Exhale, release that, and inhaling to let arms come up overhead and exhaling them back down. We'll try that one more time. Inhaling, hands up overhead. Exhaling them down and forward. Stretching here. Inhaling, hands back to a point where you can bring shoulder blades together. Exhaling back out. And finding the space here to take more of a back bend. Curving a little bit in our back, bringing our chin potentially up towards the ceiling, but opening across the chest. Exhaling back out and finding this strength position where we're pushing against the floor. Holding here. And certainly you can let your head hang a little bit heavy here. That's always a good option. Letting ourselves stretch back forward. Inhaling back up, bringing shoulder blades together. Maybe you exhale out once more just for a little bit more stretch. And coming to inhale, hands back up overhead and exhaling them back down to your sides. That is effectively a sun salutation. Just seated. So I invite you to do that whenever you like. Any of those movements are great, especially if you're spending a lot of time at desks or sitting, just to keep our shoulders active and mobile. I believe that we can do this lying down as well. So if you're open to that, and if you want to stick with what you were doing before, keep going. The cues should be similar. So if I were lying down here, I'll move this further out of the way. So I'm lying down and I'm still inhaling, arms up overhead. And exhaling out. This time I'm bringing my knees towards instead of folding forward, but I'm still bringing my belly closer to my thighs. Stretching back out. And here I'm bringing my shoulder blades together, and you might notice that this is basically Shavasana. So you're bringing shoulder blades together, maybe your chin comes a little bit up, maybe not. Letting that go, maybe bringing knees back in towards chest, and that's forward fold, sort of extending to lengthen the back. Letting this go neutral again, and here I'll take more of a back bend, so you can bring shoulder blades together, and maybe you even let yourself lift a little bit. So I'm here tipping my tailbone further into the floor. I've got my shoulder blades together, I'm bringing my chin up towards the ceiling, and there is a little bit of space that's created between my mid-back and the floor. We're letting that go. And here, strengthening again. This time, instead of strengthening against the floor, I'm just going to push against the ceiling or the sky. And you can find whatever angle works for you. Maybe you are a little bit open. Maybe you have the more vertical. If you'd like to, you could include your legs if that feels good for you. It's a little bit more of a core workout, so to each their own. We could let that go after a few seconds, bringing our belly back towards our legs, stretching out the low back. coming back to bringing shoulder blades together. Maybe once more, bringing thighs to belly, belly to thighs. Letting all of that go and inhaling, swooping hands up overhead, and exhaling down to our sides. We'll take that once more, inhaling, hands up overhead, coming to a forward fold or belly to thighs. Letting that go, bringing shoulder blades together and spreading across the collarbone. Letting that go. Maybe you want to take another belly to thighs, forward folds. Relaxing that and coming into our back bend. So maybe your tailbone presses more into the floor, shoulder blades together, chin towards ceiling, lifting back a little bit off the floor as possible. It may just be a millimeter, it may be a few inches. Letting that go and bringing our hands up to press into the ceiling. Still activating here, so this time our elbows are rotating in towards our midsection or pointing towards my knees in this case. Maybe you bring legs into play and hold for a moment here. Maybe you keep your feet on the floor because that feels better. Letting all of that go, coming knees back in towards belly for a forward fold. Extending out, bringing shoulder blades together. One last hug, knees, thighs towards belly. Extending long, inhaling, hands rising up overhead. And exhaling out to our sides. You can stay here just for a moment to soak that in, whether you're sitting or whether you're lying down. So wanted to offer that as an alternate variation to the standing sun salutation that is fairly common, but you can also find benefit from multiple positions and really find your practice where you want to show up today. So we're going to continue with some more gentle movement. And for all of what I'm offering here, it's just a suggestion, so definitely feel free to experiment on your own. And if you're wanting something that's a little bit more stretch, lean into it to make it more of a stretch for yourself. If you want something that's a little more activating or strengthening, then you can engage your muscles a little bit more in that way. So I'm seated here sort of on my feet and ankles, but again, you could be sitting on anything. And I'm actually going to start coming forward here, where slide back so you can see better. I'll just be starting to bring my hands out in front, folding over my thighs. And if you, again, are comfortable with letting your head hang a little bit heavy to lengthen out the back of your neck, that will help get a stretch in there. You might find keeping your knees together can be uncomfortable sometimes, so there's an option here to widen the knees a little bit to let your body have a little bit more space. Your arms might stay extended, or if you want more activation, you can bring your fingertips up a little bit. So I have them on sort of like this, but out in front of me. You can also let your arms come behind you, so your hands are a little bit more towards your feet. setting up this way. You might take any of these options. You might switch back and forth. Wherever you are, there's an option to notice the sensation of your breathing against your body, against your legs. If you are sitting and you want to stay seated in a chair, you can still engage in the same thing, or the same intention of this pose. Alright, so we're still coming forward. Again, this is a space where if you have something to hold on to, I'll just use this cushion as, like if there were a table or something, you could do something similar here. You could also do this with a wall, or a desk, or the back of a sofa, maybe the headboard of your bed. Really doesn't matter what the thing is. If I'm seated, I'm going to use my hands just to hold on to each other behind my back. And here, it's even a little bit easier to, if I wanted to, interlace my fingers behind my back and start bringing them up. And at any time, if something starts becoming uncomfortable, please make space for that and shift to something a little bit more restful. And that might mean not going as deep. That might mean coming out of it entirely. Wherever you are, let's all just come up to upright or lying flat if you're lying down. If you are, this is a good point. If you are lying down, and you're like, I don't know what you want me to do here, I refuse to sit up. In fact, in the second round, maybe again trying something different. So if you are seated in a chair, you can maybe take one of those different arm options. If you want to do something similar with this pose, you can bring your knees in towards your chest. Here I often like to use my wrist as a kind of support here. You could also extend that to the sides of your feet. But the idea here is really to create some stretch, maybe in the low back. You can even rock back and forth to give a little bit of massage to your spine. And maybe you rotate your knees in circles to get more into that low back, using your own body as a tool for self-care for yourself. We'll stay for a few more breaths here. Again, coming out whenever feels right for you. You can always come back to our breath and notice that. And that is a big part of any yoga practice. I'll offer one more variation. And this one, if you've got blankets or a pillow, is particularly nice. And there are actually a couple of options. So one, I've got this big pillow. Let me grab like a regular house. So it's nice sometimes to have different types of pillows, right? So you might have something like more like from a bench or a sofa, and you might have something more like what you might sleep on, and they can both serve good and different functions, and you can find out what's best for you. So here I'm gonna Again, here I'm keeping my knees a little bit wide because I'm actually going to let my body come over the cushion and finding the place that's right for you. So like I sometimes like to have my chin just at the edge of the mat, so you can figure that out for yourself. Everyone's body is going to be different. Do a side view here just so you can see that again. So I'm over the mat. And again, here's where I'm taking some pressure off so that my low back can kind of stretch out a little bit more. And also this is just like so cozy. If you do have a blanket or a friend or both, you can also add a blanket over your back or shoulders, especially if it's chilly. You can get all those cozy vibes on. So here I'm sort of wrapping my back here. If this were longer even, I might tuck it under my knees to really tuck myself in. So these are all things that you can play with and experiment with in creating a more restorative experience for yourself. And a benefit of doing that, especially in times of stress, is that it helps your nervous system rebound and promote healing. So in order for your body to do that work of healing, it's got to feel safe and be able to take that energy from hypervigilance towards inward healing. So there's a lot of that these days. So this is me more tucked in. Woo. And for any of this, we'll stay here just for a minute or so right now. But this is something you could stay in for as long as felt comfortable to you. And if there are other blankets or pillows that would make it more comfortable for you, then you could stay in that position longer. Some days my yoga practice is just getting comfortable and staying there for 20 minutes or so. And focusing on my breathing. Here I'm going to add just an extra pillow in just to try that. Always want to be exploring new options, because this just felt a lot better. This is so much better. Gosh. At the halfway point, you might want to switch which direction you're facing. I'm just gonna... You don't have to turn around like I am. You could just turn your neck the other way. And there's no rush. It doesn't matter if you can stay in something for 2 minutes or 5 or 20. Any time that you're finding for yourself is really important. Staying here for just a little longer and
again, you can pause or resume on your own later. You can start slowly moving out of this. It's just as important about how you transition. We're slowing down and giving ourselves space to be gentle with ourselves. We don't want to rattle ourselves in between transitions if we can help it. And sometimes you can't, but to the greatest extent possible. You take another option here. So we did several variations on the child's pose. And hopefully you found one that you liked. Another thing we'll do, we'll work with a side fold. So from wherever you are, maybe you are lying on your back, maybe you're sitting in a chair. If you are lying down, a nice thing to try here as we come into final rest, you can lie flat on the floor. It's nice to bring your shoulder blades together like we did in the, I guess, on the floor sun salutations. Another thing you might do is to set your feet up on a chair or sofa, or if you have a wall accessible, you can put them directly up the wall. So anything is good here. If you are going up against the wall, it's nice to come in right up against it with your hip and leg against the wall, and then to lean back and then start rotating. It's otherwise pretty tricky to get into that position, but this is pretty easy, and then you can just let your hands to the side, or maybe on your belly, or one hand on your heart, one over wherever is comfortable on your body, honestly. So any of these positions are great. Sitting in a chair is great. And I just want to invite you to just notice where you are. Noticing your breathing. Maybe inviting yourself to realize that yoga might not always be what you think it is. Maybe you invited yourself or let yourself remember something that you had forgotten before. Able to invite that feeling of joy and compassion and warmth back in, similar to the beginning of our practice. Maybe see if you can inhale that in you've showed up for yourself today. And trying something new. Taking some time just to be with yourself. Knowing that any interruptions that came up or any thoughts that grabbed at your mind are fine and natural, and just means that you're human, you're here, showing up as best you can. That's all we can do. And be grateful for the way that we do that for ourselves. How we can show up for others in our community. Option to stay here as long as you'd like, or if it's about time for you to get on with your day, you can start bringing some movement back into fingers and toes, maybe stretching out, getting long and big, and taking a big breath in and exhaling that out. Maybe using one arm to help you push back up to an upright position and slowly orienting back to your space. Maybe finding something to look at out the window, or maybe just noticing the beating of your heart. And to close out, I just want to thank you so much for participating in this practice, for showing up for MTUG and their work, and or hopefully sharing that with a friend. Thanks so much. Take care.
Hello. I am very pleased to be sitting here with my friend Luca Tai from Squish, St. Louis's queer support helpline. Luca is the co-founder and executive director of this incredibly important resource for the St. Louis metro area. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Thanks
I'm
for
really glad that you're here.
Yeah, me too.
We're trying to be socially distant in our little ventilated space. I do apologize for humans who rely on lip reading. I apologize for that. It's just, we're trying to be as safe as we can, and we wanted to do some live interviews. So, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm a big fan.
How so? Tell me more.
I am impressed with the way that you are in the world. I'm impressed with the idea that you brought to the table and the tenacity it took to make it happen. I'm impressed with the way that you engage your volunteers and your staff in such a holistic and meaningful way to deconstruct the colonized bullshit that we've all been fed and to try to meet people where they're at. I'm especially impressed with the way that you all train folks. But let's let folks know what we're even talking about. What is Squish?
So, Squish is the St. Louis Queer Support Helpline. We're only 1 year old. We provide free, confidential, identity-affirming, emotional support and resource referrals by and for the St. Louis queer community. And I think it's really rare to have a resource that's grassroots run. You know, there's so many professionalized, institutionalized mental health resources out there. But to be able to pick up the phone and call someone, you know, who's been there, done that, who knows the issues that the queer community faces, may have been through them themselves, I think it's really huge, and it's a resource I wish I had growing up, especially when I was going through difficult mental health times.
For sure. So that's what it is. It's a queer human is struggling, and there is a phone number, and there is a human that will answer this call on the other end.
Exactly.
And is this like 24/7? Is it set up with hours? How does it work?
So because we're so new,
Yes.
right now we run Fridays to Mondays, 1 to 7 p.m.
Okay.
And that's because so many mental health places are not open outside of business hours. So, when people are not at work, they don't get that social support. When people are not at school, when people are not seeing the people they usually see during the weekday,
Yeah.
they need that support over the weekend. So that's all we're here for.
So that's how you plugged it in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a year. I mean, I say I'm impressed. I don't say that lightly. I am very impressed with the work that you all have done, and it's the intentional way that you're trying not to harm people in your work, and really meet people where they're at. It's really lovely. So tell me what a human who would call the helpline would expect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when they first call, a
Mhm.
volunteer is going to do a safety check-in. Are you in a safe place to talk? Because so many people are maybe not in a place where they can speak out loud about their identity. They may not be in a safe environment, especially amidst COVID. So we do a safety check-in and see what we can do to make the caller feel more comfortable. We can speak in code. We
Yeah.
can call someone by their pseudonym or their alias if that makes them feel more safe.
Mhm.
And then we ask, what do you want to talk about today? I think that makes us different from crisis lines, which the goal is to solve crisis within a short amount of time. You may be on the phone for 20 minutes tops, 30 minutes tops. Our volunteers are willing to just chat with you about anything that's going on, whether it's a happy thing, you just got married, or it's something that you're feeling down about. Maybe you got passed over for a promotion, or maybe somebody misgendered you at work. So we talk about anything you want to talk about in your life, and then we kind of just process through those emotions, those feelings with you, really let us sit and feel those feelings that we've been socialized into not feeling, into
Yeah.
being productive all the time. And so we give someone that emotional healing space and let someone's issues really be heard and attended to, no matter how big or no matter how small.
Mhm.
And then we ask people, do you want to connect to other resources outside of Squish? Because reaching out to Squish is already a step. They're already using a resource. But we also say, there's a whole ecosystem of resources out there. We can maybe connect you with some. We can look in our resource database and see what fits your needs. Especially our resource database has notes on what resources are LGBTQIA affirming or not.
Okay.
And that's been consolidated from all the vetted service providers in the area. Like we took from information from MTUG's website,
Mhm.
Promo's website, and we also crowdsource feedback from the community. So we have all those anonymous notes that that belongs in community knowledge, that belongs in community narratives. We have all that in one spreadsheet. So when people call, they can also get information about resources. And then we just end the call asking, what would is there something you can do for self-care after this call? Maybe
Mm.
helping someone make a self-care plan if that's something they want, that will be helpful. And then we end the call with a reminder of our hours and always encouraging people to call back, because unlike a crisis line, we want to build a relationship with the person who's calling. You can call as many times as you want.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So tell me the structure. Tell me how. What's the structure? So you're the co-founder and the executive director. Are you paid?
I'm not.
Okay. Do you have any paid staff?
No.
Is that a goal of the organization?
It is,
Mhm.
and I'm so burnt out, Sarah.
I
I'm
feel
so
you.
tired. I
Oh.
can't do this work unpaid for much longer.
I hear you.
And I believe none of our volunteers should have to keep doing this work unpaid. And it's really hard juggling this with so much else, right? Like our volunteers come from maybe 2 jobs. They attend a meeting at 7 to 8. They try and work over the weekend and take shifts. It's really hard.
Yeah.
And so we want to move towards having paid staff, having a
Yes.
horizontal payment structure
Okay.
where people across the organization can get paid volunteer stipends.
Mhm.
And that's, even though it's not a lot, even if it's just $100 a month, it shows our volunteers that the work you do is appreciated and it's valued, especially when emotional labor is already so undervalued and is, especially I feel like in a sexist economy, like masculine labor is prioritized over feminine labor.
True.
And so the kind of emotional labor our volunteers do is so unseen and invisible so much of the time. Being able to fund that would so much be able to help us keep going.
That's great. So you have an audience. How about if you give the audience 3 asks?
Okay.
Okay.
I think the first ask is really for funding. If our organization is to keep on going, we can't rely on people who are giving their labor and time and energy for free, especially amidst COVID. So really an ask for donations, for compassionate donations, people who can donate however much feels significant for you, however much that is. We value like a $5 donation as much as a $500 donation. A second ask I have is for people to join Squish. Join as a volunteer, join as a staff member. We're especially looking for people who can take on leadership positions in Squish, people who can take over me after I leave. My work authorization visa as an immigrant expires in May 2021, and if someone could take over my vision, Squish's mission, and the whole community's vision for this organization, I'd be able to leave without worrying that everything will fall to pieces once I'm gone. And then the final ask I have is for people to spread the word. Even if you can't join Squish, even if you can't donate, just telling a friend, a family member, your community about Squish so that people can use this resource and really help this resource grow and thrive. Because we know that the need is out there, but we're really struggling to get the word out so people know what this resource is, especially because peer support, peer counseling is such a new service, relatively speaking, in the nonprofit world, in the mental health field. So if people could spread the word about peer support and about the importance of this helpline so people feel comfortable calling, because anyone can call. I've thought about calling as well. Our volunteers have called. That'll be really great. So again, donations, join Squish in leadership positions, and spread the word about Squish.
Wonderful. And I just want you to know that the Metro Trans Umbrella Group supports you and has your back. We've made Squish this hour's in-kind sponsor. We are taking their emotional labor as payment for their sponsorship, and we just really want to elevate and lift up the work that this local organization is doing. So we're going to have their information under as an underwriter for the rest of the hour. If you want to get involved, please look at the website. Please look at the information. Send your money, send your time, your talent, and we just really appreciate the space that you take up. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sarah.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the 4th annual MTUG Telethon. We are entering our final hours here. I did want to give updates on a few things. First, we have the ongoing silent auction for that quilt. It does end at the 10 a.m. mark, and I wanted to announce that currently the highest bidder is $600. So if you want that quilt, you must bid a minimum of $601. You can go Price is Right rules. $1 higher does get you the quilt. So by all means, lean into that. Also, as was previously announced, Left Bank Books was going to be joining us. They unfortunately cannot make it today, but they did provide the funds to serve as the sponsor for this hour's programming, which seems radically appropriate given that they are a leftist bookstore and we're talking about media. In case you didn't follow along on the schedule at home, and who could blame you, that thing's a mess. Not visually, just the content. This is Ion Media, a name I stole blatantly from another source, and we are going to be discussing LGBTQIA+ representation in media. Either the community as a whole, subsets of the community, and media, books, music, movies, television, you name it. Anything is fair game. We are looking at how the queer community is represented, from characters to creators to distribution. Anything our panelists want to talk about, and however they want to take these questions. And that's enough talking about them. Let's talk to them. Going to just go, as I see it, left or right to my left on this screen. I have no idea how it looks on yours. We have Martin, the owner of Apotheosis Comics in St. Louis. And to my left, my good friend Cabell, lecturer at University of Wisconsin-Madison. And as the Skype name will tell you, Cabell does rhyme with Scrabble, so I am pronouncing that correctly. All right, I want to get things rolling with a question to kind of establish a foundation. Cabell, I'm going to give this one to you. I know that you do touch on media representation in your bi, pan, and asexual unit. Could you help us set a definition, even a broad definition, for good representation? Yeah, they aren't going to be easy.
And thank you for having me, by the way, Julia. So I would start out just by saying the same thing that I tell my students, which is that there is nothing that is 100% good. And I try to emphasize that to balance out my hashtag sociologist killjoy tendencies when we talk about media in class. I think really what's necessary for good representation is lots of representation. Because anytime you have a single character or a single show or movie that is supposed to carry representation of an entire group, you're going to run into this problem that people in the dominant group don't ever have to depend on that, right? Like when you have a character who is straight, they're not representing heterosexuality. When you have a character who's cisgender, they're not representing cisgenderness. But when you only have one or two characters who are LGBTQIA+, they're representing to many people who are not, well, like many folks who have very little personal experience with LGBTQIA+ issues, think that they don't know queer people personally, you know, they're seeing this single representation as being just representative of not even just a subgroup, like maybe you have a gay character, but they're thinking like this is all LGBTQIA+ people all together. So that's what I would say for good representation. You need to have a lot of representation so that no one character or show is carrying it. And it also just reflects reality, because how often do you have queer people who don't ever associate with any other queer people? That's weird. And yet having these sort of, and that you have that happen with characters of color pretty consistently on TV too, where it's like, for some reason, they want to hang out with white people all the time and never see anybody else who's part of their racial or ethnic community. And that's a problem, just as it is with these very isolated queer characters.
Outstanding. And you actually, it's almost like you saw my notes, which I'm going to reassure the audience at home she has not, set us up perfectly for the follow-up question I had on this. Good representation is a plethora, a multitude of diverse representation within a community. Martin, I have seen that wonderful LGBT comics. It's not a shelf, that thing's a bookcase. You have it there. And so I want to talk about quantity of representation, the difficulties of stocking those shelves. Are you finding it's getting easier to stock them? Is it about the same? And how easy is it to have different books instead of the same character, just different volumes?
Oh, well, thanks. That's a great question. So we have an entire shelf in our store called the Queer Comics section, which is comics spelled with a Q. And it's actually incredibly easy these days to find high quality LGBTQIA stories out there. Not only from the superhero standpoint, but also from just the indie standpoint. You know, for a long time, the comic book industry was regulated by this thing called the Comics Code Authority that came out in the mid-1950s to kind of help. There's a huge congressional hearings about this, and they had to finally come up with this standard that limited the morality of what was in comics. And so a lot of it was, and nothing overtly sexual, nothing overtly violent, which is why we came to the Silver Age, where it was bright colors and it was about romance between male and female couples, no real discussions about gender identity or sexuality or anything. And it wasn't really until the 1980s when the readers of the 1960s became the writers of the 1980s that they wanted something more realistic. And so we started seeing this little thread of characters get introduced in comic book culture, where for the first time you had open gay couples or open gay characters. I'm not going to say LGBTQIA characters because that wasn't even on the radar back then. But it kind of started with DC Comics, who you would think would be the more conservative of the two companies, was actually leading the way. They had a character called Estranio back in 1985, 86, who was a Latino, flamboyant, gay character, very one-dimensional. And for the next kind of 10 years or so, comics kind of got that way. But then an imprint called Vertigo Comics, which was a sub-imprint of DC Comics, introduced a multitude of trans characters, gay characters, bisexual characters, members of the Doom Patrol, or transgender, John Constantine Hellblazer, who's himself bisexual, and that was all written in the 1980s. And it wasn't until about 1993, actually, with this comic here, this is the first time that the words "I am gay" was uttered in Marvel Comics. Was this character North Star, who was introduced in the 1980s in X-Men, who it was always hinted that he could be gay, and it wasn't until the 90s that they did that. In fact, John Byrne and Chris Claremont, who've done some of the best diversity representation in comics with the creation of the all new, all different X-Men, hinted that two characters, North Star and Storm, were actually bisexual or gay. And it wasn't until this issue here that we had our first representation of gay comics. And I'm going extremely long here, but I want to just kind of button this up.
Yeah.
So now, 2000s, you know, it's still the indie comics that are leading the way with Image Comics, with Saga, Rat Queens, Paper Girls. It goes on and on with so many other comics, but it is getting increasingly easier to find high-quality LGBTQIA stories these days. And it's a joy to put them on the shelf too.
Oh, thank you. That was actually a wonderful answer, and I appreciated the depth and the history on that. I'm going to toss this one back to Cabell. We talked about quantity. I am going to play Evil Interviewer, and I'm going to kind of hold your feet to the fire on the quality question. And this is also me putting like the ball right on the tee and handing you the driver and just stepping away so you can just tee off on what I'm about to give you, which is the variation in quality trope-wise that we're starting to see. Feel free to talk about Destiel as much as you want. Versus what we're seeing with something like She-Ra, Steven Universe, or Kipo.
So personally, so the thing is, I watched the first 2 seasons of Supernatural and then just kind of got tired of it. I have been telling my students, because I teach a big intro LGBTQIA plus studies course every fall. And as it happens, we have just wrapped Media Week and we're going into our last week of the semester, which is online communities and a lot of emphasis on fandom. And I also teach a BiPan asexuality course. But so anyway, of course, you know, I have friends who watch Supernatural. I'm on Twitter. All I like, as I understand it, Castiel came out as gay and then died and went to super hell, and then Dean in his very heterosexual car went to heaven. That's what I've gleaned from other folks. Certainly Supernatural has a long history of really egregious queer baiting, right? So queer baiting, for folks, right, a very brief definition, is this like heavy implication that a character is queer or a queer storyline is going to appear in the content, but never delivering on it, right? Because there is still relatively little queer representation compared to the huge amount of cis straight representation in media, and people don't want to, creators don't want to alienate anti-queer viewers. They feel like they can drop little breadcrumbs and queer people will put up with it, basically. And it's been a few years now, but I remember when showrunners and some of the actors from Supernatural were giving interviews where they were basically saying it's dumb that fans think there's ever going to be a queer relationship in this show. Like they're ridiculous for even thinking that. And that was really hurtful to fans, right? Like people get really invested in these shows. People get really invested in media. Media matters to people. And that was really harmful to have the people in charge of the show even saying this. And I mean, as far as I know, right, and we never know for sure because people are not out for various reasons, but a lot of this comes from the people running the show being cis straight people, and not having queer voices at the, like, contributing to that representation. I think right now, a show that's doing some really interesting stuff with queer representation, but is still falling into some older tropes that can be harmful, is Star Trek Discovery. Star Trek Discovery is representing a number of queer characters. I don't want to do spoilers, but like, I feel like
I'm
this is
caught up.
this. Okay, so you know.
Like they got to get no more spoilers. Like they got to be caught up.
It's really, I mean, it's just, I think it's really cool, and and of course, like, people then on the other hand are squawking about this. So like there are all these people complaining because a character recently essentially came out as non-binary on the show. And they did so in this scene where they corrected their pronouns they're a young character, like a teenage character who's recently joined the crew of the Star Trek of the Discovery. So this is another Star Trek show. It's ostensibly set before original series. But they've jumped 1,000 years into the future, so now they're ahead of everybody. Let's not get bogged down in all the Trek details. But so you have an engineer, a chief engineer, and a doctor who appear to be two gay men. There's not a lot of labeling of sexuality on the show. I really we've never heard any of these characters have their sexuality labeled. We know about a lot of relationships. And we also know that Wilson Cruz, for instance, is playing the doctor, and folks, if they're like me, may remember him from My So-Called Life, right? As a young gay character on that show. So people know you have queer people representing queer characters. Tig Notaro is also on the show as another engineer who mentions who she mentions being widowed, and she mentions her dead wife. And so the dead wife, right? And there's a period during the show where the doctor is dead as well. And so you have this engineer who has lost his husband, and it starts to look like Bury Your Gays. Right? Like there's this long running trope where queer characters get killed off. And that comes, like, you were mentioning the comics code, right? And I was thinking about the Hays Code that really influenced motion pictures in the United States. It was really became adopted widely around 1940. But then also the old queer pulp fiction of the 50s and 60s, right, where you may be familiar with those covers that are like, she was bad, but this good girl would try to tame her, whatever. You have all these queer couples in this fiction. Obscenity laws meant that you could only ship that stuff across state lines if the queer people came to some bad end, right? So to demonstrate the immorality of queerness. And so you end up with like lots of pulp novels with queer characters, but they're always getting killed off or institutionalized or what have you. And that even though those laws are no more, you continue to see that pattern in a lot of queer media, particularly when you look at like big budget movies. It's this queer tragedy that gets a big budget. It's queer tragedy that maybe wins an Oscar. So there is this issue in Star Trek Discovery where we keep seeing a lot of dead queer people, and the doctor gets brought back to life eventually, and people are like, I don't know how I feel. Like, it's still kind of like, why is it the queer people who have to die? And now you have this non-binary character who is a Trill, which means they have an alien symbiote. So they have this sort of like long history of memories. The symbiote has bonded with other people in the past, including the character's dead boyfriend, who was himself a trans boy. And you get to see him a little bit talking to them, like they manifest in some ways as this sort of like, this is Star Trek, not Star Wars, but it's like a Force ghost almost, you have space ghosts, whatever. But so again and again, we're getting these dead queer characters, and this is, becoming somewhat troubling. But you do have this character who, in a scene in the show, says to someone else, you called me she, but I've never felt like a she. You should call me they. And they're not using that label non-binary, but it's a really familiar scene, right, to a lot of trans and non-binary folks. They're correcting pronouns and they're explaining like, that's not who I am. And of course you have the usual suspects up in arms on Twitter, like, trans agenda, this is going to be so dated in the future, like Lieutenant Uhura's mini dress is not dated in the future. So I think that they've been doing some really cool stuff, and I really appreciate that, because in so much media, science fiction and otherwise, we never get explicit discussion of queerness. And we're still not getting identity labels, but we don't get any explicit discussion of queerness. And these writers are like, well, it's, they're people and they wouldn't use labels. And some queer people don't use labels, but lots of us do. And so to at least have this scene where the character is very explicit about like, no, you should call me they, because that's how I feel, like that kind of really engaging with current queer narratives and issues, I think is a really good representation. And it's even better because this is a young character who I think like young viewers in particular could really identify with, and see this person specifically telling a superior officer who is like a middle-aged adult, like, no, these are the pronouns that you should use for me. I think that's really powerful.
Thank you. And once again, you have set me up wonderfully for my question to Martin. So we've had talk of the Hays Code and the Comics Code. And as Cabell pointed out, seeing a younger character come out in a, I don't want to say blasé way, but in a way that's almost like just correcting a mispronunciation of a name. Just, oh no, you were pronouncing it, you know, Julia, it's actually Yulia. It's like, oh, sorry, okay. So I am not going to drop the cliche on you. Comics are not just for kids anymore. That's been said for as long as I'm alive, ever since Dark Knight Returns came out. But there does exist a wide age spectrum within the comics industry, on the queer comics shelf, and also in a lot of the titles you described, in terms of like Rat Queens is obviously not for kids.
Right.
But something like Paper Girls or Lumberjanes can skew young. I'm not going to say it does, but it can. In your exposure to this media, and also your clientele, are you finding that there is more representation, positive representation, and also seeking of that representation as the age diminishes, or is it fairly evenly distributed on the spectrum? I know this is not like a statistics course, but in your professional opinion, as someone who deals with this daily.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely introducing more characters that are younger more frequently than they used to. And I think that there's a lot more books out there, like you mentioned, Lumberjanes. There's a couple of Green Lanterns now that identify as lesbian. And I think, I'm trying to remember if that's correct, because they're alien species. I don't know how anyways. So there are more titles, and we certainly try to carry titles that, there's a book called On a Sunbeam, and then one that's also, I forget the name of it, but it's about two girls in a gymnastics class. And there are so many good titles geared toward younger kids that are exploring their identities, and they're trying to ask themselves these questions about who they are, and they do it in a really smart way that I think isn't they're not forcing stereotypes, they're not forcing kind of things that other kids could see themselves as being stereotyped themselves, but there's just so much more content now than there was when I was a kid. I mean, I think that when I was a kid reading comics, if there was a gay character, they were immediately stereotyped. They did a story where they tried to be groundbreaking, and they would say like North Star. Although North Star, they did a very good job of kind of telling his narrative and not making him just such a one-dimensional character. But for a long time, comics had this problem where they made characters one-dimensional, and that was all they were. It wasn't until about the early 2000s when a character called Midnighter and Apollo came around, which were two characters from Wildstorm, that they're analogs of Batman and Superman, and they're in a marriage, or they're in a relationship, and they were later married, but their whole story was just about them like just being badasses. Like they were just so cool, and I loved both of them. And then they were just like regular people. They weren't just about their sexuality. They were about so many other things. And it wasn't until they came along that then we saw, Batwoman get introduced, and then she has a multi-dimensional character. Angela is another character. So the comics have gotten better. They still have work to do, but they are getting a lot better at making more dimensional characters that appeal to everybody.
And just to stick with the question, I will come back to you, Cabell. Sure. I just want to follow up on, and this is pure anecdata, just your own observation. So grain of salt to everyone watching at home. But the purchasing public, does it seem, and I am genuinely curious here because I do not know, I haven't got this information, I probably should have looked it up first. Does it seem that there is an acceptance in the purchasing public to receive this representation, irregardless of age bracket, or is this kind of a groundswell from the youth? And I hope that wasn't too leading, because I am genuinely trying to leave that open.
No, I think there's a recent crossover called Empire, which was about it was a space thing, but it was the main characters of Wiccan and Hulkling, who are these two young Avengers that are also gay. I think they were recently married at the end of the storyline. Spoilers, but that was the biggest event of the summer, and the two leads were two gay teenagers. I think that the like other media, if the story is done well and it's compelling, people will read it and they will engage with it. And we're starting to see more compelling stories with LGBTQIA characters, and that is great for everybody.
Thank you for that. All right, we're starting. We're about 2/3 of the way through, so I'm going to say we're starting to wind down here. Just as a reminder to our panelists, Cabell, I'm going to send this one over to you. That was not loaded, by the way. I am actually just looking at a clock. No, you have been phenomenal. This has been a treat. We need to talk more frequently. I'm going to let you have a word here on probably the question that undergirds this, which tends to get thrown back at our community when we discuss representation of why does this matter beyond just I saw someone I know. Real world impact, people are starving, there's a pandemic, why are you talking about how many gay characters there are in media? Why does that matter? What does that mean to the world? Take that however you want and run with it. I'm just, you've got a wealth of knowledge I don't, and I would like to have that shared with our viewers. You're muted, by the way.
I figured that out. A whole semester teaching online, I'm getting there. I think it's really, and so for one thing, it's really important. Representation is very important to queer people because we deserve to see ourselves represented. Like, we deserve to see stories about people who share these aspects of our identity. We deserve to see relationship models, and it's, of course, it's not as if anybody is getting broadly healthy relationship models out of mainstream media. But at least if you are a cisgender person, if you are a straight person, there are a lot of relationships that kind of look like, in some way, the relationships that you have or that you want to have in terms of sexual and romantic relationships. And there isn't very much representation at all of relationships that are same gender, relationships that involve you don't see representations of polyamory, you don't see representations of asexuality. Sex Education, which is a show on Netflix, has a scene from an episode earlier this year, actually, where one of the teenage characters is talking to the mother of the protagonist, who's an adult sex therapist played by Gillian Anderson, and is saying there's something, I think I might be broken, sex doesn't interest me. And it's a short scene, but this therapist says, some people are asexual, and it's very Asexuality 101 in that way. It's you have this sex therapist character who defines asexuality. Some people don't experience sexual attraction to anyone. Some of those people want to have romantic relationships and others don't, but then she says, sex can't make you whole, so how could you be broken? And that's just a really powerful scene for a lot of my asexual students who have seen almost no representation of asexuality as something that can just be an aspect of a person. We live in a simultaneously sex negative yet also sex obsessed culture where sex is particularly represented as this sort of key milestone for maturity or adulthood. Having those representations can let people know that there are other people like them. And there's actually, this is an older concept. Kath Weston is an anthropologist. I'm a sociologist by training. The divide between sociology and anthropology is almost, it's literally just 19th, 20th century racism. That's the only reason we have two separate disciplines. But so Weston, who was an anthropologist, wrote this book about queer people migrating to large urban centers in the 60s and 70s and 80s, particularly San Francisco, and interviewed a number of people and came up with this concept, the gay imaginary. Because at the time, the people she's interviewing pretty much all identify as gay or lesbian. And they talk about, in the 50s and 60s, finding books at the local library that mentioned queerness, and almost always in really negative, pathologizing terms. But even the idea that, like, well, if there's a whole entry in the card catalog for it, I'm not the only one. Like, that was really powerful for people to even just imagine, like, even if people think there's something wrong with me, they wouldn't have come up with a name for it if it weren't kind of common. And that was really transformative for people, that they could think about, okay, how am I going to find these other people who are like me, because I know they're out there. So that kind of representation provides what I think Janet Mock has called possibility models in terms of trans representation, right? And to mention that, I also have to emphasize that like 84% of Americans think that they don't personally know any trans people. They're wrong, right? But they don't know that they know any trans people. And because they don't know that they personally know any trans people, their only source of information about transness for almost all of them is media representation. And so it's not just important for queer people to see ourselves, although that is really important. It's also important for people who are not queer to see varied and authentic representations of queerness, to better understand and appreciate queer people in the world around them, and to make them to make the world safer in general for queer people, because those representations are part of the sort of like just taken for granted media landscape. You have that many people who say that they only know about trans folks in the US from media representations. It becomes extra important that you're not promoting these really negative and damaging ideas about transness, like things like having cis male actors playing trans women and perpetuating this idea that trans women and trans feminine people are men in dresses, which has really powered violence against trans women, especially trans women of color, right? So it is really important. Like, it matters a lot to people, and not just to queer people.
Outstanding, thank you. I hate to say the answer I knew you'd give, but it was the answer I hoped you would give. Good, informative, and thorough. Martin, I'm going to put this one to you from more of an industry perspective, sticking with, I guess, kind of in the same way that learning that gay is a term means it must be common enough to warrant a name. The positive impact of representation must also imply there can be a negative. Do you, from an industry perspective, historically or currently, know about pushback or controversy that is trying to tamp down a lot of the increasing diversity you've been seeing in the books coming into your shop? Local, national, however you wish to interpret that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this thing called Comicsgate, but there's this, this creator named Ethan Van Shriver, who is incredibly homophobic, transphobic, anti-feminist, and he's got this idea that, similar to I would assume a lot of conservative comic book readers believe, is that, comic books are about action and they're about adventure and they're about, they're not supposed to have political bends to them, and they're not supposed to, it's escapism. So, why are we trying to put politics in it? But the reality is that comics have always been political. I mean, Superman's very first appearance, he stopped an execution from the governor because he thought it was unjust. He beat up a wife beater. He stopped a landlord from evicting his a family from their home. Even through the 1950s and 40s, I mean, they were using the characters to talk about immigration and loving your neighbors. And so there's always been a very strong social justice tint to them. Even during the 1950s and 60s, when a lot of the artists were coming back from World War II, predominantly Jews. I mean, you had Jack Kirby, who fought in World War II. You had Stanley Lieber, who became Stan Lee. You had Joe Siegel and Jerry Schuster, who were, poor Jew kids from Cleveland. And so that kind of thing, social justice and equality has always been the forefront of comic books, which is why, they always fought for, kind of the unspoken for man. And, but there is this really ugly tint that's happening right now in comics where people are trying to keep or push politics out and force their own like conservative agendas on stories, which is mind-blowing to me because it's clear they've actually never read comics before, because that kind of stuff has always been present in comics. In fact, I kind of I think that the reason why I became a liberal was because of the comics I was reading, and also because I actually read the Bible and was like, oh, this Jesus guy seems pretty cool to me. But there is pushback, and it's just something that we always fight with, and I think that's one of the reasons why our store has fought so hard to be as open and accepting for everybody as possible, and to make sure that, there are, behind any of these masks could be anybody. Any hero can be any person you meet. In fact, that's kind of the point of superheroes. You put on these colors and you become something better to help serve other people. The store, or at least my store, that's central to our mission. So we will always keep fighting against that pushback.
Wonderful, thank you. And so that was intentionally kind of a negative question, like it was about a depressing subject,
yeah,
so that we could lead into a positive thing and end in a happy way. Something to make you happy, Cabell. You brought up Star Trek Discovery. Fun fact, Ian Alexander, the actor that played Grey Tall, was actually featured on this telethon yesterday.
Wow.
For like about 50 seconds. But he did cut us a promo. Anyway, the last question I'm going to pose, and this is more fun for you and just a way to point to something that makes you happy, is any example you think of good representation that you just point to and say, yeah, that's pretty good, I'd recommend that to someone, so that if anyone watching this is looking for a place to start, a recommendation that might set them on a winding path of point to point to point. So it could even just be your current least problematic fave. Cabell, if you want to go first?
Sure. I mean, I love Rosa Diaz on Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I wish that it wasn't yet another cop show, but I really love I love the episode where she comes out as bi, and Stephanie Beatrice is actually a bi woman herself, and I really like seeing bi people using the word bi, because I tell my students, if we treated unicorns the way we treat plurosexual people on TV, we would call them horses with horns who don't like labels, because it is so uncommon for plurosexual people to actually explicitly self-identify. And it's not, some people don't use labels, but lots of us do. And it's we want to see some of that representation, but also just, Rosa Diaz is just an amazing character and I really love her. And on kind of a similar note, I think that David Rose on Schitt's Creek has a really great representation, and is specifically labeled as pansexual on the show. And we see him being sort of people assume that he's gay early on in the series because of his mannerisms and self-presentation, and I like to see that challenged a little bit with that, no, he's pansexual, it's not, people can be all kinds of ways, gender and sexuality. People express themselves in various ways as individuals. And also I know that Dan Levy, who plays the character and also writes the show, was a writer for the show, made a conscious decision to make his sexuality in the show a non-issue in terms of conflict. His parents know, they don't care. They talk a little bit about it in this episode where he comes out to Stevie, or basically identifies to Stevie, and then his mother is just we're talking about the kids too much, we don't need to talk about and he made that conscious decision as to have that kind of representation of queerness on the show be Just like, yeah, you could be queer and have family support and live in a community where people don't make a big deal of it. And certainly, like, that's not every queer person's experience, but neither are these sort of like really negative coming out stories. And for folks who have had conflict and experienced negative responses to coming out, having those really happy versions of queer stories can be especially important. And then finally, I'll just shout out Shira, because you mentioned it earlier and I didn't get to talk about it, which is like, I actually love Shira. Like, I love it so much. I love Seahawk, who, as we all know, is the quintessential bisexual disaster, even though he never actually says so. I mean, we've all decided. And of course, it has a strong relationship between like friends to enemies to lovers storyline with Adora and Katra, which I really appreciate.
Wonderful, thank you. Martin, any title author that you feel people would benefit from investigating?
Yeah, Cami Garcia is doing some really cool stuff for the DC Comics YA imprint. And in fact, as a whole, the DC Comics young readers titles have been phenomenal as far as discussing issues like this. And I can't recommend them enough. I mean, they're great stories. The character representation in them is perfect. Great. I won't say perfect because I know there's probably something in there that's a problem, but it's great. And then I think honestly, Image Comics is trying to put out the best content out there that's acceptable and open to everybody. So I really applaud them for having such a diverse kind of imprint for any stories to come in, and it's been pretty great. So I recommend Image Comics, DC Comics YA lines, and also man, check out Midnighter. I love that guy. That is a great character, and it's just a lot of fun to read.
Excellent, thank you. And for my own 2 cents, I'll just toss out the limited run 10-episode AMC series Dispatches from Elsewhere, with a lead role to the shockingly great newcomer Eve Lindley. I would tell you more about the show, but that would ruin the show. So just consider that a blanket endorsement. It's literally 10 episodes. Have fun. And we're now approaching the end of our time, so just as a closing thought for the audience, if this, and I'll admit, and Cabba will back me up on this is some surface level stuff because I probably did not even scratch the top of her research, and I'm sure Martin didn't even get to go in depth with the nerdery that he could have brought. Like, I know the two of us could have probably had about a 2-hour discussion on just a handful of titles because I am that way. But I want to encourage the audience, go beyond things we discussed today, and if you have questions, find a local university online and check their Women and Gender Studies department. You will find faculty like Cabell who are an email away, or will have their CVs listed where you could find research materials that they've published to help get you started on your thought process. Seek out specifically local non-chain stores like our sponsor Left Bank Books or our guest store Apotheosis Comics, where you can get more niche titles, things that aren't being pushed mass market, and talk to clerks like Martin who can answer your questions and guide you to things you don't know about and help you find the things that are of interest to you. Materials out there, sometimes it's a little harder to find, but it can be found. And with that, we are at our mark. I'm going to thank our panel, Cabell Gaffman, University of Wisconsin-Madison, Martin from Apotheosis Comics and Lounge in St. Louis. Thank you both immensely for joining me today and making this panel anything even approaching a success. Had I been left alone, it would have been awful. And we're going to go now to an interview, follow-up interview about Squish, the St. Louis Queer Support Helpline. And after that, we've got the results of that silent auction for the quilt. So thank you all, and I'll see you in about 7 to 8 minutes.
Hello, I'm back with some Squish community members. I'd like for you all, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Doss. My pronouns are they, them, or EM. And I am a peer support volunteer at Squish, so like I'm a helpline volunteer, and I also help with like organizing the resource book.
Great.
And I'm Amanda. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a graphic designer for Squish, so I work more on the internal side of things.
Okay, great. How's the mic check here, Aaron? Great. Okay. So let's sink in, right? Why are you involved in Squish?
Yeah, I was involved in Squish. I first got involved in Squish because I really wanted to use my skills in whatever way I could to really feel like I was giving back to my community and getting more involved with my community.
Yeah.
The day job that I do to like pay the rent and stay in St. Louis is corporate and very soul sucking, and to only be putting my energy towards that like for the rest of, I don't know, my time in St. Louis was just really daunting, and so I really needed to feel like I was giving back and getting involved in a way. So
right on.
Yeah.
What about you, Doss? Why did you get involved with Squish?
Well, so I actually first heard about Squish when I was still living at my parents' house, and I just really could use support like in around like my identity and stuff, which I didn't really have that in just like the people that I was around, and it was scary, but I did like keep it aside as like a little resource. I could maybe call these people sometime, and there was one day when I did call and I was like, that was helpful. I think it was around the holidays when people were like, come to our Thanksgiving party, come to our Christmas party. And I'm like, no, actually don't come to your Christmas party. Because I wasn't out yet or anything, and I was just like, oh, the whole time. And then that was probably a year ago or something. I don't know how long ago it was, but a little while ago. And then more recently I've moved out and I've like kind of been more on my own, way more independent, way more out just in the world, more becoming myself, and saw that they were like needing volunteers or whatever. I was like, seems like something I could do.
Yeah.
Not sure if it's something I could do. Let's see if it's something I can do. So I like applied and did the interviews, and I was like, okay, I think this is something I can do. And then the training was very helpful. Like, definitely couldn't have done it without that. But yeah, it's just also important to me because like I remember how I felt not having anyone to talk to, not having people to support me like just around my life. And it's like, if I could, even if it's just like one person, if I ever make them feel better from joining Squish, I'll be like, it was worth it. So
yeah, one human that you shift something in them, to make them feel connected to other humans,
and just
That's
like know
powerful.
that they're not alone, and like that they can talk about it.
For sure. Right. I mean, I just want to talk to folks out there. It is the holiday season, and it's COVID, and it's post-election horror, and all the things, and so you're just gently encouraging people to utilize this resource in our community. This is a gift. It's run by us collectively, right? As queer people, for us collectively as queer people. And that is powerful. And so really, encouraging folks to utilize the resource. I think, Lucas said earlier, folks call to celebrate things because they're building relationships, and folks call when they're in crisis, both and. There is no shame in that. There is beautiful community, beloved community in that. Did you have to go through the training too, even in an admin role?
No, I didn't.
No, you did not. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was, I think I went through one interview and then was kind of just onboarded into my role.
Sure.
And I think one of the really beautiful things about Squish is that they're really flexible, and you get to brainstorm a lot about like reimagining your role and rethinking like, well, with the things that I'm passionate about, like what can I give to Squish? What can I do for Squish and with Squish? And so I think there was a lot of initial conversation about what do I want my role to look like, and then things kind of rolled from there. So
yeah, so there's that flexibility, that creativity, that sort of what did Lucas say, like lateral, or the leadership level being very much collaborative, right? And that's another thing that I admire about the organization, and it does not seem like the pyramid of top heavy, right? It seems like a real collaboration of queer folks doing for other queer folks. What kind of like, let's say there is a tentative human or a human who really feels like they would benefit from the support on the Squish hotline, but they're scared. I mean, Dos, can you kind of, I heard you say earlier that you haven't actually taken a call yet, but what would a human expect when they called into the Squish hotline?
So, once they like actually get their phone and call, and you also can request a call right now. So they
request the call.
If they don't
this
feel,
is new. Tell me this.
If you don't feel comfortable just like picking up your phone and calling, but you might know like I want to talk like at this time, it would have to be like during one of the open hours. I think you can schedule it. There's like a Google Sheets or something. There's like some type of form you can fill out to request a call, and then we can call you back at the time that would work for you, or you can just pick up your phone and call, and then whoever's the volunteer at the time would answer it and basically ask you, are you in a safe place to talk right now?
Mm-hmm.
So if you are, then they can start talking, but if you're not, that's like can try to figure out how to help you in whatever situation you're in. They can support you in it, and support is probably a better word to use.
Yeah.
But then just basically working through whatever it is called about. If you want to just call and talk about how great of a day you had, that's cool. But also if you need like support in any way, if you need resources and you just don't know where to turn, you might literally whatever, they will just like help you work through it.
Yeah.
And kind of like work through it with you. It's not going to be somebody like telling you what to do or saying this is how you should feel about it or that's not how you should feel about it. Like, no, it's just going to be like help you work through whatever it is and just explore your feelings, and if you need resources, find resources hopefully, or maybe guide you in towards a path that would help you find I'm not finding the word I need there, but like help guide you to a resource if they don't have one directly. Yeah.
I love that idea of scheduling somebody to call you. I am the extrovertiest extrovert on the planet, and I still struggle sometimes with making phone calls, like cold calling. It's like, oh, I'll answer a phone, no problem. But making a phone call, even with all my like, enthusiasm for humanity, can be challenging. That's such a great way to meet people where they're at.
Yeah.
And it can really take sort of that pressure off, and then you can, I don't know, that seems really tender and a really good idea. Well, we're closing it out. So what do you have, what would you tell a human who's maybe thinking about specifically getting involved in Squish? How would you encourage them to find a role in your organization? You want to go?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, you can always visit our website at the Squish, the SQSH.org, and there's a whole list of positions that are available on there. But really, Squish is, like I said, really flexible, and if you have an interest and a passion and you want to work with Squish, I think just getting in touch with
Are we dead? I'm pretty sure I saw a bright light earlier. Rumpelstiltskin.
No, but I like where your head's at.
Oh. And they are not going to beat us. Not this team. Now I know it's been long and hard and we've all suffered, but we're going to go back out there and we're going to leave it all on the court. Let's achieve our dreams. Mira, I want you to post that meme and you show that internet who's boss.
Level 7 will be the Finnegan's Wake of memes.
Yes. Marissa, I want you to finish that jetpack pair of pants for a cat. I don't even really know, but do it.
God.
Bren, you are going to go out there and you are going to sing that thirst ballad.
Oh, it's more of a diss track, but yes.
Laurel, you continue to make Aaron very uncomfortable.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
And Aaron, I don't know what your narrative arc is, and it's too late for me to learn. Now, let's all of us head out there, and we're going to win this breakdancing contest. And we're going to show those extraterrestrials they can't turn our car wash into a ski lodge. We still got the rec center, the pirate treasure.
What drugs are Faye on?
Welcome back, Telethon MTUG 4th Annual. Host, Rachel. I am this many. And we are now entering the home stretch. You may have noticed our donation goo has gone up quite a bit. That's meant to represent about 28,000. That puts us 2,000 away from our goal for the year of 30,000. We have 2 hours left to accomplish this. That's 1,000 an hour. But I have a surprise that might help us. First, though, a little bit of housekeeping. We had that silent auction, invisible gavel on an invisible podium. That's closed. The highest bid was $700. However, the bidder explicitly said they didn't want it. They wanted it to be given to a random donor. Now, we were hard-pressed to whip up a random selection that quickly, so instead, we looked at all the recent donors over the past few hours and sought someone who donated a modest amount without comment. And so, we selected someone. Their name is Jennifer. I will not say more than that. But they have had a quilt purchased for them due to their belief in MTUG and willingness to donate. And speaking of things that you can get through a random selection, Alex Johnmeyer does have that painting coming through, ready to be raffled out. Everyone who donated $50 or more has been automatically entered to win. Everyone who continues to donate $50 or more will still be entered. It's good up to the point we draw the winner. That painting could be yours, an Alex Johnmeyer original hanging in your home. It's quite gorgeous. Now let's talk about the thing that might get us over the line. That's a pun about the thing I drew a while ago and then forgot what it was, because again, it's been a bit. We have a donation incentive, a matching donation incentive for $2,500 covering the length of the next show. That is the Not Ready for Quarantine players giving us a live dramatic reading of an episode of Star Trek, a show you might have heard discussed on this telethon more than once. They're going to be giving us Star Trek The Next Generation episode, The Outsider. From start to finish, donations will be matched up to $2,500. So, if you were looking to donate, by God, this is a time to do it, because as soon as that episode starts, your donation is worth twice as much without you doing anything beyond being in the right place at the right time. And with that, we're gonna get straight to it. Rissa, fire up that Star Trek.
Hello, everyone out there on the internet. My name is Sarah Jameson. I have she, her pronouns. And we are the Not Ready for Quarantine players. We are a little startup that's happened to come out of this crazy period in our lives. We started with a fundraiser for MTUG in May of this year. And what we do is we grab a script, we cast it, we read it online on our YouTube page, and we also try and raise money for a charity once a month, twice a month, just depends on how we feel. We're really honored to be a part of this telethon. We know how much of a big deal it is. If you already haven't donated, I know Sarah and everyone else probably said go donate. I'm gonna say it as well, go donate. But I want to introduce our repertoire of players, and I'm just gonna go down our key list, and I'm gonna start with Luke Seckington, who's playing the role of Captain Picard. So what we're gonna do is, I feel like a college professor, name, pronouns, and how they came to join the group. So Luke, take it away.
Hi, I'm Luke. I'm non-binary and use they, them pronouns. How did I join the group? It was a dark night in an alley in Mumbai. I'm pretty sure I just got on a Facebook one ad. So Happy to be here and happy to be supporting MTUG again.
Okay, next up, Pat McMahon playing the role of Commander Riker.
Hello, my name is Patrick McMahon. I'm a cis male. I identify as he, him pronouns. I came to be here when my friend Sarah, who I've known for 16 years, asked me to step into a role, and I have never been happier to do something for her. So.
Oh, that's sweet.
Don't get used to it.
Oh, goodness. Okay, up next, my lovely fiance, Brianna Cardoza, in the role of Dr. Beverly Crusher.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brianna Cardoza. I'm a trans woman. I use she, her pronouns. And I joined the group because my fiance Sarah asked me, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll help out. And yeah.
I didn't really give her a choice.
No,
I needed a narrator.
She just said, hey, can you do this? And I said, yes. So I'm here now.
Okay, up next, in the role of Counselor Troy, my co-founder with this, Ginger Fahrenheit.
Hi, I am Ginger Fahrenheit. She, her profile. Wow, she, her pronouns. And I joined when Sarah had this crazy idea to do Clue over Google Meet or whatever, and kept me sane during some layoff times, and I slowly but surely started taking on more things and became the co-founder.
Yes, yes. Up next, Liz Davidson in the role of Commander Data.
Hi, I'm Liz Davidson. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I'm a trans woman. I've known Sarah for about 13 years, and she posted something about, reading Clue online back in the midst of the dark times. So here we are.
Yes. Jonathan Yecke in the role of Lieutenant Commander Worf. I don't remember the ranking.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Yecke. I'm a cis male, he, him pronouns, and I first got on board because of my good friend Kelsey. And I'm just so excited to have met this wonderful group of people.
And before I go move on real quick, Jonathan is one of our newest members, but he has been consistently killing it every reading. Next up is Sean Watson in the role of Lieutenant Commander Geordie LaForge.
Hello, friends. Hello, enemies. Geordie LaForge here. I use he, trying out they pronouns, feeling gender ambivalent at this point. And I came to this craziness that we call the quarantine players, because I have a childhood love for Clue, and I was like, I am Professor Plum, and then I couldn't stay away. And now here we are. I have cardboard on my face. Much love.
It should also not go amiss that Sean's youngest daughter has also helped cameo a couple times for us as well. Yes. Next up is Eleanor Marsh in the role of Crete or Crete.
I always thought it was Crate, but we'll figure it out.
Whoever it is.
Whoever it is, that's who I'm saying. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Eleanor Marsh. I am also a drag performer who goes by Jasper Hex. I am non-binary. My pronouns are she, they, and he. I first joined this merry band a couple of months ago when we did Thelma and Louise, and I played several different but equally terrible men.
Yes.
I'm very excited to be here tonight.
I totally forgot that we made you every
awful
male in that script. I forgot about that. In the role, oh God, so good. In the role of Noor, we have Mona Chase.
Hey, Mona Chase, they, them pronouns. And I also joined because my fiance was like, hey, we need help. And I was like, I mean, sure. And then I keep coming back because my fiance says, hey, we need help. And I'm like, okay, I mean, sure.
I'm not your fiance anymore, dear.
Oh, yeah. You were. When you asked, you were.
Right.
I'd also like to point out that Mona started with the most death scenes and I think still has the record for most death scenes.
6 times in one evening, I believe.
Yeah, yes, in one evening.
We kill her a lot, and we kill them a lot, and we kill
Yeah, we kill me a lot, and we
Old lady a
also
lot.
make me an old lady.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's totally
Which
not.
actually is I'm gonna be an old lady soon again. So
Yeah, you are.
Yes, you are. I just realized that it's totally not intentional. And last up, as our narrator, is Michelle Wynn.
Hello, I'm Michelle Wynn. I am a cis female, she, her pronouns. I started out as a super fangirl waiting by the backstage door for everybody at the end of the night, and finally became so annoying that they were like, fine, you can hang out with us. And here I am, and I have a lot of fun. Everyone is super talented, and it is the every other Saturdays of just watching starting out definitely got me through the beginning of layoffs and furlough and quarantine. So that's why I keep coming back.
Yeah. So before we get started,
don't forget that she also has the biggest commitment to any number that we've done.
Yes.
When she literally cut her bangs to be Gail.
yes, yeah. So that's actually a good segue, because I was going to say, before we get started, the other thing I wanted to bring up is it's totally free to join. Just find us on the socials, on Facebook, or our YouTube page as well. And we do have an email, which is notreadyforquarantine@gmail.com.
Right.
And the level of commitment is totally up to whomever wants to do it. We have people who just want to do it and just read it as they want. We have people who go all out. We have people like Michelle, who cuts her bangs in the name of charity and democracy.
Absolutely.
All you need is good bandwidth and a commitment to the date. That's all we really ask.
Yes. So, but let's talk about what we're reading tonight tonight. We're recording this tonight. Spoiler, plot twist. We are reading the season 5 Star Trek: The Next Generation episode, The Outcast. We were actually requested to read this episode, which ironically was supposed to be a gay allegory, and in the 90s they're like, oops, we screwed this up badly enough. It is a trans allegory. So I am going to switch us to group view, and Michelle, if you are ready, you can take us away.
All right. Fade in. Exterior space, the Enterprise. Optical at Impulse.
Captain's log. Stardate Tuesday. We have been contacted by an androgynous race called the Janai to investigate the disappearance of a shuttlecraft.
Interior bridge. Picard, Riker, Worf, Data, supernumeraries, and several Janai, including Soren and Krite. The Janai are a genderless species. Soren and Krite, like the others, possess no demonstrable sexual characteristics. All the Janai look remarkably alike, strikingly attractive, with lithe, slim bodies and chiseled, delicate features. Soren is near Riker, Krite at an aft station.
We are approaching the designated coordinates, Captain.
On screen.
Angle, view screen, optical. It shows the star field, no sign of a shuttlecraft.
Long-range scan, Data.
Data enters command.
Sensors find no evidence of the shuttle anywhere within the star system.
It couldn't have traveled outside the system.
Mr. Data, reconfigure for a high-resolution sweep with a radius of 1 million kilometers. Look for possible debris.
Data works controls once more.
Scan shows no debris within that radius.
Don't understand it. The shuttle doesn't simply vanish.
Soren turns to Riker, frustrated.
There has to be an explanation.
But before Riker can answer...
Captain, I am detecting an unusual reading. It appears to be a neutrino emission, with no visible source.
Explanation.
There is no visible source. I have none. I recommend we launch a probe.
Make it so.
Soren peers intently at the view screen.
The probe is launched.
A probe shoots off from the Enterprise and is clearly visible on the view screen.
The probe is transmitting information within normal parameters. Sensors do not show evidence of any unusual phenomenon.
Suddenly, the probe vanishes from the screen and from Data's instruments.
The probe is no longer transmitting.
What happened? Where did it go?
And on the various reactions around the bridge, fade out. Fade in, exterior space, the Enterprise, optical, in orbit around a blue-green planet.
Captain's log, supplemental. The sudden disappearance of our probe suggests that we may have found the first instance of what is called null space, an anomaly which until now had been only theoretical. Commander Riker has been working around the clock with a team of Janae specialists to formalize this hypothesis.
Interior, Janae Civic Chamber, day. Riker, Soren, Kreit, Noor, head of government, and other Janai leaders are gathered to discuss the situation. The room is not huge, just larger than the observation lounge. Soren and Riker are standing near a monitor in the wall, upon which an okudagram illustrates the gases and vapors that swirl into the formation of a star.
This is how you can tell we don't have rehearsals. During the creation of a star system, when clouds of interstellar dust and gas coalesce, turbulent regions of magnetic and gravitational fields may develop.
The monitor reflects this, showing dense fields of disturbance.
If certain conditions occur, these fields can condense into abnormal pockets of space.
Soren turns and glances at Riker. He and Soren have been working together on this project, and there's already an easy familiarity between them.
We think your system contains one of these null pockets.
Riker pushes controls, and the monitor shows a star system in which one section, or a pocket, is significantly different from the space surrounding it. Riker points to it.
If we're right, this pocket would absorb electromagnetic energy from anything that entered it.
Like a shuttlecraft.
Or a probe, making them powerless.
But outside the pocket, all energy is bent around it, making it naturally cloaked. That's why we can't see it, and sensors don't read it.
Is the shuttle still there?
We think so. The ship probably couldn't sustain its power, but other than that, it wouldn't be damaged.
Since our shuttles carry plesterone-based backup systems, we think life support would sustain for as long as 10 days.
Then perhaps our crew has survived.
We can send one of our shuttles into the null space, but its energy output would be absorbed as well. Our chief engineer is working on a way to maintain the power reserves long enough to rescue your crew.
Commander, we are grateful for your help. Whatever resources we can provide are yours.
Noor heads for the door, followed by the others. Riker turns to Soren.
I've been thinking, when the time comes, I'd like to pilot the shuttle.
Riker is a little surprised at this.
It's a Starfleet craft.
I can't ask you to put yourself in danger to our crew.
You can't pilot a shuttle if you're not familiar with it.
Soren hesitates, realizing the truth of what he's saying, but not wanting to give up.
I happen to be a good pilot.
A beat.
I happen to be a good pilot, too. I also happen to know my way around Starfleet shuttles. So what if we team up?
Soren considers, looks at him, smiles.
When can we go over your shuttle flight operations?
Right now.
And he gestures Soren out of the room. Interior shuttle bay. Riker and Soren walk around the shuttlecraft.
It's a short-range craft with two 1,250 millocron warp engines.
Looks like microfusion thrusters?
Right.
Armament?
Usually none. But it's been fitted with two Type 4 phaser emitters. We'll use them to chart the null space.
Chart it.
Commander LaForge wants to get an idea of how big this pocket is. He thinks the rate of energy absorption will be linked to the size.
I'm not sure how we can go about mapping something that we can't see.
That's what the sensors come in. We'll shoot a series of photon pulses into the pocket and chart the points where they disappear. We should be able to plot a fairly complete outline that way.
Soren gives him a look and smiles, nodding. She turns to enter the shuttle.
Let's take a look at the controls.
Soren enters the shuttlecraft, followed by Riker. Interior shuttle. They sit at the controls.
Maybe later we can take a flight simulation. But first, let's do a systems review. I'll walk you through it.
Soren gives him a quick look, puts hands on the controls. The monitor on the panel jumps to life, scrolling through a systems review.
Propulsion system, transfer conduits. Where's the schematic of the reactor assembly? Oh, there it is. Engine cells.
She looks over at Riker, who is watching her go through the review at top speed.
There's nothing here that's unfamiliar.
She continues manipulating the console like a pro.
Navigational deflector, redundant graviton polarity source generators.
Riker is watching in admiration.
You're handling those controls like you grew up in a shuttle.
I did. My parents were pilots. I started flying with them before I could walk. And as soon as I was old enough, I entered flight school. Crate was my instructor.
He had a good student.
Soren looks at him, coolly amused.
He, Commander, there are no he's or she's in the species without gender.
Riker grins and throws up his hands.
Okay. For 2 days, I've been trying to construct sentences without personal pronouns. I give up. What should I say? It, to us, that seems rude.
It is. We use a pronoun which is we use a pronoun which is neutral, but it doesn't really have a translation.
And I'll just have to muddle through. So be tolerant if a stray he or she slips by, okay?
Soren smiles at him, and they work for a beat more.
Well, if that's the system review, I don't see any problems here. What's next?
Riker smiles in admiration for this quick study.
Lunch.
Soren looks at him, smiles. Interior, 10 forward. Riker at the table with Soren. In the background, beyond them, is a couple in intimate conversation, heads close. We'll see them later. A waiter has just set bowls of soup on Riker's table. Soren peers down at it, puzzled.
What is it?
Split pea soup. My father's recipe. I had it programmed into the replicators.
Soren takes a spoonful, touches her tongue to it. Note, from this point on, for the sake of convenience, feminine pronouns will be used in reference to Soren. She tastes it. It is not displeased, takes a little bit more.
Well?
Unusual, but I think I like it.
It's very healthy. Helps keep you warm on cold Alaskan nights.
We prefer to stay warm by sleeping with a friend.
The statement is startling in its casualness. Riker looks at her, taken aback.
I see.
Not to mate, just to sleep together. For warmth.
Sounds better than pea soup.
Soren gives him a direct, penetrating look.
We are puzzling to you, aren't we?
A little. It's hard to grasp at the idea of having no gender.
It is just as hard for us to understand the strange division you have in your species. Males and females, and non-binary.
Riker can't help but smile. Soren's gaze drifts to the couple in the corner, who are being openly affectionate with each other.
You are male.
Riker nods, not certain where this is leading.
Tell me about males. What is it that makes you different from females?
A tall order, Riker considers.
Snips and snails and puppy dog tails.
She stares at him, dumbfounded.
You have a dog's tail?
That's an old nursery rhyme. Girls are made of sugar and spice, and boys are made of snips and snails.
That makes it sound better to be female.
It's an old-fashioned way of looking at the sexes. Not to say that there aren't real differences. Physically, men tend to be bigger, stronger in the upper body. We have different sexual organs. Men don't bear young.
What about feelings, emotional attitudes? Are they different?
Well, most people think so, but that's the kind of question that might take an hour or two to answer.
She smiles and glances again at the affectionate couple.
Let me ask you, what's it like on a planet where people have no gender?
She gives him a curious look.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, who leads when you dance? If you dance.
We do, and whoever's taller leads.
She gives him a direct look, and he can't tell whether she's kidding or not. He keeps it in a playful mode.
Without the battle of the sexes, you probably don't have very many arguments.
She regards him with amusement.
Just because we don't have gender doesn't mean we don't have conflict. We're very strong-minded. We love a good fight.
He eyes her, taken by her wit and her forthrightness.
Sounds like there aren't that many differences between your species and mine.
She smiles, looking directly at him.
Maybe not.
Soren hesitates only briefly before the next question, which she asks casually.
What sort of woman do you find attractive?
Riker gives her a slight look, wondering where this questioning is coming from.
I like a woman who's intelligent and sure of herself. Somebody I can talk to and get something back. But the most important thing of all is that she laugh at my jokes.
Soren does.
And is that the kind of woman all human males prefer?
Not all. Some men like quiet, demure women. Others prefer a lot of energy. Some respond only to physical attractiveness. Others couldn't care less. There really aren't any rules.
She smiles at him. Her eyes flicker over to the couple who exchange a brief kiss.
You make it sound very complex.
Believe me, it is.
Soren looks into his eyes. A subtle but unmistakable change comes over her. The look is seductive. Her voice takes on a sensuous tone.
Perhaps it is that complexity which makes the differences in the sexes so interesting.
She smiles at him, leaning forward slightly, waiting for a response. Riker is taken aback. He stares at her, not sure how to respond. He is rescued from the dilemma by the arrival of Krite, who approaches the table from behind Soren.
Good evening, Commander.
Good evening.
Please take my place, Krite. I have to be going.
Riker looks up to her. She has undergone another transformation. Gone is the seductiveness, the alluring voice, the pliant body language. She is erect and formal, a typical Janai.
Thank you for going over the flight protocols, Commander. It's been very helpful.
And she walks away. Riker, looking over her puzzled. Fade out. End Act 1. Act 2, fade in. Exterior space. Shuttle and Enterprise, as the shuttle moves away from the Enterprise.
Captain's log, stardate, Wednesday? Commander Riker and the Janai pilot have set out on a mission to chart the null space pocket. If they are successful, we can then proceed with a rescue attempt.
Interior shuttle, optical, Riker and Soren.
I've illuminated the Delta 4 grid map. We can start there and expand.
Stand by, forward phaser array.
Riker hits controls, and he and Soren begin their collaborative charting effort. Exterior space, the shuttle. A thin stream shoots from the shuttle, but quickly runs into an invisible wall, the streaming disappearing into null space. Interior shuttle, as Soren measures.
The pulse vanished at Delta 4.2 by 0.3.
Firing second burst.
Delta 4.4 by 0.5.
Riker glances at the monitor, which shows a gradually lengthening curved line, the outline of the null space pocket.
It's working. I think we'll be able to give Commander LaForge the information he needs.
Delta 4.5 by 0.7.
I'm initiating computer task handoff.
As they settle into an easy rhythm, a give and take that becomes unspoken as they anticipate and respond to each other's moves. Presently, Soren glances over at him.
Commander, tell me about your sexual organs.
Riker gives her a startled look.
Ah.
Is that an uncomfortable subject for humans?
No, but it doesn't tend to be a topic of casual conversation.
I'm interested in your mating practices. What is involved when there are two sexes?
Riker takes refuge in a moment of distraction from their mapping project.
Correcting course, 021 Mark 0.
The graph is gradually taking fuller shape, delineating the outline of the null pocket. Soren looks at him. He looks over at her, sees her watching, waiting for his response.
Mating?
Right. Well, it's pretty simple. The men inseminate women, and the women carry the babies.
Sorbent absorbs this.
Our fetuses are incubated in fibrous husks with which both parents inseminate. From what we know of other species, our method is less risky and less painful.
And less enjoyable.
Less enjoyable?
For humans, the sexual act brings a closeness, an intimacy. It's a very pleasurable experience. Inseminating a husk.
Soren laughs at this.
That's just the last step. Mating is a long ritual for us, full of variety and invention. I assure you, it's extremely pleasurable.
Riker turns his attention to the controls once more.
I'm picking up a neutrino emission from within the null void.
That may be coming from our shuttle. I'll note these coordinates.
They work for a moment in silence. Then,
I wonder.
A beat.
What?
If a human and a Janai would be sexually compatible.
A provocative question. Riker doesn't know where it's coming from.
I don't know.
Of course, it would never be permitted.
Why not?
The idea of gender, it's offensive to my people. You see, long ago we had two sexes as you do, but we evolved into a higher form. I don't mean to sound insulting, but on my planet we've been taught that gender is primitive.
Primitive?
Less evolved.
Maybe so, but sometimes there's a lot to be said for an experience that's primitive.
She gives him a look, then turns to her controls.
Delta 5 grid is fully plotted.
Adjusting course, 029 Mark 0.
As it turns slightly to port, the port engine nasal suddenly disappears, then reappears. The shuttle starts to go into a spin. Interior shuttle. Where things are going suddenly crazy, the shuttle rolls wildly as Soren and Riker try to regain control.
Port engine is down.
Reducing power in the starboard nacelle.
That's not enough. I have to activate maneuvering thrusters that can correct the spin.
He keys controls.
Thrusters aren't responding.
She gets out of her seat and moves towards a wall panel.
I'll try to reroute the firing sequence.
Internal dampeners are failing. Hang on.
Riker fights to correct the spin, but a wild roll flips Soren and topples her onto the deck.
Enterprise to shuttle. Do you read me?
Affirmative. We've lost an engine.
We'll try to get a traffic on you.
Riker is being pinned back back in his seat by the G-forces.
The sooner the better.
And the shuttle gradually stabilizes as it comes under control.
Enterprise, we have an injury. Transport Soren directly to sickbay.
Right away, Commander.
And on Riker's concern. Exterior space optical. The Enterprise at rest. Interior sickbay. Beverly ministers to Soren, who is sitting on a bio bed.
Let's see. It's just a mild concussion. You're going to be fine. This will reduce the inflammation.
She works for a beat, then...
Doctor, you are female.
Beverly looks at her curiously.
Yes.
Forgive me, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm curious. What is it like?
A question Beverly's rarely had to consider.
Well, it's just the way I am. I've never thought about what it's like.
What is it that makes you female?
Very specific biological factors. Females tend to carry 2 X chromosomes, males an X and a Y. It's a sight more complicated than that, but that's the basics. Hormone levels are distinctly different. Males tend to produce primarily testosterone, while women produce estrogen. Our sexual organs are also quite different. Females are usually geared towards bearing and nursing the young.
Soren takes this in for a moment.
I've noticed that you tend to have longer hair. You arrange it more elaborately, and you apply color to your bodies.
Beverly is bemused by this objective assessment.
Color?
You put color on your mouths, your eyes, your cheeks, even your fingernails. The men don't.
That's true.
Why do you decorate yourselves like that?
It's a long-time custom. We're used to it. But I think the real reason is to attract a partner.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Soren ponders this a moment.
Then it's up to women to attract a mate?
Oh, believe me, men want to be attractive too, but they go about it differently.
No color.
Not usually, no. They'd rather pretend they're not doing anything to attract a partner, even when it's the most important thing on their minds.
It's very confusing. Are women considered superior, or are men?
Neither. In the past, women were often considered weak and inferior, but that hasn't been true for a long time.
Do you enjoy being a woman?
Beverly thinks, decides, smiles.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. I enjoy it quite a lot.
Soren smiles at her, and at this point, Riker enters.
Will, your co-pilot is fine. The injury was minor.
Riker's smile towards Soren is relieved.
I'm glad to hear it.
Riker approaches her, and during the next, Beverly picks up on the attitude, subtle but unmistakable, that Soren is attracted to Riker.
I'm afraid you're not rid of me yet, Commander. I'll be able to complete the mission.
Then you should hear my new regulation. No more gymnastics in the shuttlecraft.
She smiles. He looks at her, a more serious tone in his voice.
I'm glad you're all right.
She hears the concern in his voice, flushes slightly, looks down. She seems unaccountably nervous, and Beverly takes note.
What happened? Why did the shuttle go into a spin?
Apparently, the port engine nacelle nicked one of the protrusions from the null pocket and shut down.
Are we still on schedule for the rescue attempt?
That depends on how you're doing.
She slips off the bed.
Get your mind out of the gutter, Mona. I'm fine. We should check out the port engine.
Riker puts his hand on her shoulders to restrain her. She stops instantly, as though the touch has electrified her.
Whoa, let's get the doctor's opinion first.
He takes his hand off her shoulders and takes a breath. Turns to Beverly.
Doctor.
I don't see a problem, but if you have any symptoms, headache, dizziness, come back.
You have my word.
They exit, and Beverly looks after them, wondering if she saw something personal happening between them. Interior Data's quarters. A poker game in session. Data, Worf, Troy, Beverly. Troy shuffling.
All right. This round, the game is Federation Day.
Worf reacts with distaste.
What is that?
The Federation was founded in 2161, so 2 6s and aces are wild.
Worf looks almost queasy.
That is a woman's game.
Oh, and why is that?
She proceeds to deal.
All those wild cards. They support a weak hand. A man's game has no wild cards.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying it's a woman's game because women are weak and need more help?
Yes.
And just this afternoon, I was insisting to one of the Janai that those attitudes were nothing but a distant memory.
The Janai,
He arranges his cards.
they bother me.
Why, Worf?
They just do.
She gives him a penetrating look.
They are all alike. No males, no females.
I'm sure we're just as strange to them.
Worf gives her an incredulous look.
They are all alike. No males, no females.
I'm sure we're just as strange to them.
Worf gives her an incredulous look.
Well, one of them seems to be overcoming the differences, at least in regards to one of us.
They stare at her, uncomprehending.
What are you saying, Doctor?
I could be wrong, but I got the definite impression that Soren is attracted to Commander Riker.
They all take this in. Worf is certain in his pronouncement.
A human and a Janai? Impossible.
Why?
A long silence.
Good question. Worf?
Worf grunts and buries his nose in his cards.
With all the wild cards, it is difficult to know exactly what is in my hand. However, I will open with 50.
Smiling, he pushes his chips into the middle of the table. The others reevaluate their hands. Interior shuttle. Soren and Riker working on panels and controls inside the shuttle.
The port engine nacelle functions are fully restored. Maneuvering thrusters are operational.
Continued.
Portable transporter array is in. Once we get into null space, we'll have to initialize before we transport the Janai crew into the shuttle. But there should be enough power left to beam us all back on board the Enterprise.
Is the buffer field generator installed?
Not yet. Geordi figures it'll be ready at 800 hours tomorrow. We should adjust the engine balance before that. Can you access the starboard manifold?
She squeezes herself next to Riker, sitting on the floor with her back to the wall. They are pressed close. She now accesses the thrust manifold.
There.
Okay. Calibrate it to arc at 6.3 while I optimize the plasma flow.
They work together for a beat. Riker is concentrating intensely on his work. Soren sneaks a glance over at him, makes a decision, takes a breath.
Commander.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to tell you something. Something that's not easy to say.
What's that?
It's also really hard for me to say because I've known you for 15 years.
Yeah.
I find you attractive.
Riker stops his work, turns to look at her.
I'm taking a terrible risk telling you that. It means revealing something to you, something that, if it were known on my planet, would be very dangerous for me.
He stares at her, not knowing what she means. As Soren reveals her story, she is at first halting, uncertain, to Morris.
Occasionally among my people, a few are born who are different, who are throwbacks to the era when we all had gender. Some are born with strong inclinations toward maleness, and some have urges to be female. I am one of the latter.
I have to admit, I got the feeling you were different.
I was hoping you would. But in front of Kryte and the others, I must be careful not to reveal myself.
Why?
On our world, those feelings are forbidden. Those who are discovered are shamed and ridiculed. Only by undergoing psychotectic therapy and having all elements of gender eliminated can they be accepted into society again.
Riker is dismayed by her story.
Those of us who have these urges live secret, guarded lives. We seek each other out, always hiding, always terrified of being discovered.
Riker is a bit overwhelmed by all of this. His mind struggles to accommodate the bizarre story she is telling.
How long have you known you were like this?
I've known I was different all my life, but I didn't understand how or why until I was older.
And when you realized, what then?
Soren pauses a moment, searching to provide a context for answers.
I remember when I was very young, before I understood what I was, there was a rumor in my school that one of the students preferred a gender, in that case, male. The children started making fun of him every day. They got more cruel, they could tell he was afraid, and that seemed to encourage them. He appeared in class one morning, bleeding, his clothes ripped. He said he'd fallen down.
She takes a breath, trying to regain composure in the face of this ugly memory.
Of course, the school authorities heard about it. They took him away and gave him psychotactic treatments. When he came back, he stood in front of the whole school and told us how happy he was that he had been cured.
There's a long silence.
After that, I know how dangerous it was to be different. And as I got older, I realized what I was terrified. I've lived with that fear ever since.
Do you have relationships with others?
Yes, with those who have discovered they are male.
Riker stares at her, mind reeling. She lifts a hand and touches his face gently.
I've had to live a life of pretense and lies. With you, I can be honest.
He starts to speak, but she covers his lips with her fingers.
Don't say anything, just think about it.
They look into each other's eyes for a moment more. Then Soren wriggles out and moves out of the shuttle. Riker stares after her, a mirage of thoughts and emotions overwhelming him. Fade out. End Act 2. Fade in interior shuttle bay. Riker and Soren are preparing for the mission launch. They're strangely silent, not meeting the other's eyes. Girardi emerges from the shuttle, where he's made a flight check.
Okay, Commander. Everything checks out. The engine buffer is installed and functioning. I estimate it should reduce the power on your systems by about 40%.
Any guess how long we'll have?
Let's just say you don't want to waste any time once you get in there.
Girardi looks from Riker to Soren.
You'll have to give him continuous readouts on energy consumption. I can't even predict if the drain will be a constant rate.
I understand.
She casts a glance at Riker, who isn't looking at her. Girardi looks from one to the other.
Then that's it.
Now Riker and Soren exchange glances. He gestures her into the shuttle. She nods and enters.
I'll monitor you as far as I can, Commander. But once you get into the pocket, you're on your own.
Since we don't know the condition of the shuttle crew, I'll beam us all directly to sickbay.
I'll notify Dr. Crusher to be standing by.
Riker enters the shuttle, closes the doors. Girardi touches his comm badge.
LaForge to bridge.
Picard here.
We're ready to initiate shuttle pre-launch sequence.
He turns and exits. Interior bridge. Picard, Data, Worf, NDs, and Krite at the science station.
Proceed, Data.
Pre-launch sequence is underway.
Request flight clearance.
Clearance is granted. The shuttle is underway.
Good hunting, Commander.
Thank you, sir. See you for dinner.
Interior shuttle. Riker and Soren.
Heading 355 Mark 012.
Heading confirmed.
They fly in silence for a moment, each busy with controls.
Energy readings are normal with power reserve stabilized at 100%.
Acknowledged.
It's dead ahead, approximately 50 kilometers.
Riker to Enterprise. We're going in.
Riker pushes controls and the ship moves forward. Exterior space, the shuttle. As it moves forward and as it reaches the pocket, it begins disappearing, starting with the nose and gradually all the way down the body of the craft. Then it's gone. Interior shuttle. Through the front window, we see a white glare, null space.
Riker to Enterprise. Riker to Enterprise.
No answer.
Power reserves are down to 84%.
Look.
She looks up to see, revealing the Janai shuttle, very small, in the distance.
Try hailing them.
Calling the terrorist Mern. Do you read me?
There is no response. Worried, she turns to Riker.
I'm getting sensor readings. They're unconscious, but they're alive. Stand by. I'm going to transport them over here.
Power reserves at 68% and dropping.
Riker keys controls. The shimmering effect of materialization begins, showing the shape of two unconscious forms, but the signal does not hold and the effect shimmers away.
The null space must be affecting the annular confinement beam.
All that science. We used 10 megajoules with that attempt. We're down to 34% of reserves.
We can give it one more try. More than that, we won't have enough power to get ourselves out of here.
Grimly, he keys controls again. The effect shimmers in, fades, reappears, pulses, and finally holds as the two unconscious Janai materialize on the rear deck of the shuttle. Soren immediately gets to her feet and goes to them, inspects them.
They need medical attention quickly.
Riker rises and joins the huddle of figures.
Okay, stand by to transport to Enterprise.
He turns to a panel on the wall and enters coordinates.
Here we go.
The effect shimmers again, dematerializing the group of four. There is an instant of clear screen as though they've made it, but then they shimmer back into view. Then pulse a few more times, as though the transporter is giving its all. But finally, the group materializes onto the rear deck of the shuttle, intact and still inside null space. Riker and Soren look at each other. It didn't work.
Energy consumption?
We're down to 9%, Will. We don't have enough to get back.
Riker thinks for a moment, mind racing to figure a way out of this predicament. Soren is using a tricorder, inspecting the unconscious shuttle crew.
If we just sit here, we'll lose all our systems within an hour, including life support.
Riker turns to the controls and begins tapping instructions.
I'm rerouting the propulsion system to the transporter. Rechannel navigation systems.
Soren obeys, working quickly.
Let's transfer every microjoule of energy we've got, sensors, life support, that might give us one last shot.
An energy shift of that size, it'll overload the phase compensators. The shuttle
will explode, but if we stay here, we're dead anyway.
He works his controls once more.
Maximize energy levels in 5 seconds.
He watches the console, monitoring the energy surge. A hum is swelling in intensity. Their eyes meet, a charged look.
See you in a minute.
He pushes controls and the shimmering effect takes them over. Pulses slightly, the humming sound gets louder, they vanish, and the shuttle explodes from the force of the energy surge as the shuttle explodes. Interior Enterprise, sickbay. As the two unconscious Janai and Riker and Soren materialize, Picard, Beverly, and medical personnel and Krite are waiting for them. Beverly and her team hurry to the Janai. Krite follows.
They've been oxygen deprived, but I don't think there's any significant damage. Prepare some Dixolin.
Relieved, Krite moves towards the others.
Commander, thank you.
Your colleague Soren was of great help.
Captain, if you would all join us this evening, we would like to express our gratitude.
We'd be happy to.
Krite moves towards Soren.
Nor will be eager to get a first-hand report. We should return to the surface.
Soren nods and turns to Riker. Their eyes meet.
I will see you tonight then, Commander.
Riker inclines his head just as formally, but still holding her look. Krite notices the look, and then Soren and Krite exit. Exterior space. The Enterprise in orbit of Janai. Exterior Janai planet. Night. A courtyard garden. To one side is the exterior wall of the civic chamber, and to the other, trees and green suggesting a secluded, wooded area. Riker is sitting on a bench, listening to the sound of the festivities within. Presently, Soren appears.
There you are, Commander. I wondered what had happened to our guest of honor.
Just getting some fresh air. I can take so much of these social functions. I need to breathe a little.
She sits on the bench at a distance. She is erect and proper.
That's the best, worst word for that. I would think that you had attended so many affairs like this, it would be second nature to you.
I was raised outdoors, and I'm never comfortable in crowded rooms.
There is a silence. The tension between them is palpable. Several of the Janai from inside stroll by. As though fearing exposure, Soren and Riker fall into a polite formality.
What do you think of our planet? Isn't it beautiful?
Yes, quite beautiful.
We have many varieties of plant life. Perhaps you would like to inspect some of them.
Yes, I would. I've always been interested in exobotany.
She rises, maintaining that formal posture.
Please, let me take you on a tour.
Thank you. It's very kind of you.
They move off towards the woods. Camera pans back toward the civic chamber. Standing in the darkness, watching them is Krite. Exterior planet, into the woods. Riker and Soren walk along a path. She points out various trees and shrubs.
Man, they're really playing this up. One of my favorites is the Manellan tree. The leaves first turn pure white, then blue when the weather gets cold.
They move on deeper into the woods.
This is called a fala bush. It produces a fragrant flower only one day of the year.
She moves on, but Riker reaches out and takes her arm, turns her back to them. They stand like that for an instant, staring at each other, shrouded in the cover of the woods, moonlight catching and reflecting in Soren's eyes. She parts her lips, moves towards him without even realizing she's doing it, and then they are locked in one another's arms, kissing deeply as though it was the most natural thing in the world. Fade out. End of Act 3. Fade in. Exterior space. The Enterprise, optical, still in orbit of the blue-green planet.
Captain's log. Stardate Yom Kippur. We remain in orbit of Janae, charting the null pocket. We hope that a detailed map of the anomaly will prevent the loss of other ships.
Interior Troy's quarters. Troy sits on her couch inspecting the contents of a box which rests on the floor. There are several artifacts spread out on a coffee table. Small figures, a doll, pictures, little books, etc. Troy holds a larger book on her lap and is leafing through the pages. The door chimes.
Come in.
The door opens and Riker enters. She looks up, smiles at him.
Oh, hello, Will.
He comes to her, sits nearby, where he can see what she's looking at.
What's all this?
Wonderful things. My mother sent me a box that belonged to one of my father's ancestors. It had been stored on Earth years ago and just recently turned up.
Riker picks up one of the pictures.
Do you know who these people are?
No, a few of the pictures are marked with names, but most of them aren't. I look at all these faces and wonder who they are, if they might be related to me.
Riker picks up a small, worn, stuffed animal and turns it in his hand.
This one looks like you.
She smiles at him. There's a long beat between them. Then,
Deanna, I've got something on my mind, and I had to see you.
Has something happened?
He looks up at her, nods.
I've met someone who's become important to me.
Soren.
Yes.
There is a moment as the two friends gaze at each other, the look speaking of trust and affection that is deep-seated.
You're my friend, so it seemed like, I'm not sure. You seemed the right person to tell.
I'm glad you did.
Nothing will change between us, will it?
She smiles.
Of course it will. All relationships are constantly changing.
She reaches out and touches his cheek.
We'll always be friends, maybe even better friends. You're part of my life and I'm part of yours. That much will always be true.
He leans forward and they kiss, sweetly and tenderly. Interior engineering. Riker and Soren work with Geordi, Kreit, and another Janai in the background monitoring a console. Riker and Soren are in their formal mode.
Turned up the null pocket is even more rare than we expected, Commander.
Maybe its configuration is shifting.
I don't think so. Measurements you took are holding. It just has more projections than we thought. It's going to take longer than we planned to get it mapped.
No response from Riker or Soren, with whom the delay is just fine.
I'm headed for the shuttle bay. We're fitting another shuttle to help in the survey.
Geordi turns and exits. Riker and Soren do not look at each other.
Have you made plans for dinner this evening?
I have some paperwork to do. I thought I'd start on it.
I'd like to discuss some of our suggestions for regulating travel around the null space. Maybe we could have an early dinner so you could get all your work done afterwards.
I'd like that.
1900 hours?
That would be fine.
In a conscious enough exchange, they keep on working. Close on Kreit, observing them. Exterior space, the Enterprise, still in orbit. Interior corridor. Riker walks the corridor towards Soren's quarters, finds the right one, presses the panel. The door opens to reveal Kreit. Riker is surprised.
Hello, I'm here to see Soren.
I know.
We had an appointment to discuss plans for regulating the...
I don't think so, Commander.
Excuse me?
We know about the two of you. We know what you're doing.
Where's Soren?
And we're going to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Answer me. Where's Soren?
A little smile from Kreit.
Gone. In custody. And there's nothing you can do about that.
Riker stares at him, mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. He makes a decision.
The hell there isn't.
And he turns and strides down the corridor. Interior planet civic chamber. Soren sits before a panel of judges, including Nor. A gallery of citizens fills the room.
You are aware of the charges against you?
Yes.
And do you intend to dispute them?
Soren does not answer.
Well, what is your response?
Suddenly, the doors to the chamber slam open and Riker enters, striding towards the judge's table amid the hubbub of the startled onlookers. He marches right towards Nor. Soren stares at him, astonished.
Are you in charge here?
Commander Riker, these proceedings are closed to anyone, but...
I think I just opened them.
Sir, this is a private matter. We are grateful for your recent help, but that gives you no right to interfere with our personal concerns.
I want you to know what really happened. It's my fault. I was attracted to Soren. I pursued. I insisted. I didn't understand your ways until Soren told me and rejected me. Nothing happened between us.
He pauses, looking from one to the other for an indication of their response.
I ask for your forgiveness. I behaved inappropriately.
Nor takes this in, ponders it, turns to Soren.
Is this true?
Soren hesitates, looks at Riker, then she rises, moves towards Nor.
No.
Soren.
I am tired of lies.
She turns to Nor, head held high.
I am female. I was born that way. I've had these feelings, those longings, all my life.
She takes a breath, desperately hoping to communicate to her countrymen.
It is not unnatural. I am not sick because I feel this way. I do not need to be helped, and I do not need to be cured. What I do need, what all of those like me need, is your understanding and your compassion.
She walks along the line of her accusers.
We do not injure you in any way, and yet we are scorned and attacked, and all because we are different.
A hush has fallen over the room as everyone listens to her impassioned speech.
What we do is no different from what you do. We talk and laugh. We complain about work, and we wonder about growing old. We talk about our families and worry about the future. We cry with each other when things seem hopeless. All the loving things that you do with each other, that's what we do. And for that, we are called misfits and deviants and criminals.
She looks around at her countrymen, head high, unafraid, angry.
What right do you have to punish us? What right do you have to change us? What makes you think you can dictate how people love each other?
She looks straight at Noor, passion and conviction burning in her eyes. Fade out. End of Act 4. Fade in. Civic Chamber. Continuous action. Soren has just made her declaration. Riker stares at her, knowing she has fully incriminated herself. Noor is regarding Soren with impersonal objectivity.
I congratulate you, Soren. Your decision to admit your perversion makes it much more likely that we can help you.
He lifts his hand to gesture towards the guards.
No, wait. You don't have to do this.
Noor turns to him, mildly irritated.
Commander.
Let me take her away. She can come with me. We'll give her asylum on the Enterprise. You'll never have to see her again.
Noor hesitates, as though considering the suggestion.
That would solve the problem, wouldn't it? You'd be rid of her? She couldn't influence anyone else?
Noor smiles gently at Riker, as though a small child who just doesn't get it.
Commander, after Soren's diatribe, you must think that we are cruel, repressive people, but nothing could be farther from the truth.
I'm just trying to find a solution that would satisfy everyone.
In fact, we are remarkably free and open society. Our people have rights and liberties, which give them a great deal of self-determination. We are, by all measures, an enlightened race.
Then how is it that Soren has no choice but about her sexual orientation?
We are concerned for our citizens. We take our obligations to them seriously. Soren is sick, and sick people need to get well.
Did it ever occur to you that she might prefer to stay the way she is?
You don't understand. We have a very high success rate in treating deviants like this. And without exception, they have become happier people after their treatment, and grateful that we care enough about them to cure them. You see, Commander, on this world, everyone wants to be normal.
She is.
But Noor turns away from Riker and gestures to a nearby functionary, who moves to Soren and takes her arm.
Take her to the quarters. Treatment will begin tomorrow.
Don't do this.
Riker moves towards her, but several of the Janai step between him and Soren, and a crowd envelops her, whirling her away from him. The last he sees of her is her head twisting back to look at him, her eyes wide and frightened, like a rabbit as the eagle swoops down.
Soren.
Riker starts to plow through the group around him, but Noor steps directly in front of him and fastens him with a stern glance.
No more, Commander.
Riker sees Soren disappear through a far door, knowing it's futile to go after her now, glaring at Noor.
Enterprise. 1 to transport.
The effect shimmers and he dematerializes. Exterior space, the Enterprise, in orbit. Interior, ready room. Riker has finished telling the story to Picard, who has taken it all in and is now reflecting.
I can't just leave her there. They'll give her these psychotropic treatments. I don't know what to do.
Picard, troubled, looks at his first officer. He knows that this matter is of utmost import to Riker and wants to try and help.
I could talk to Noor. Perhaps there's a way to work this out.
Sir, their minds are set. They don't want to hear another solution.
Picard takes this in, considers it.
Then I'm not sure there's much we can do.
Riker looks up at him. He speaks quietly, but with resolve.
There has to be.
He struggles to frame this in a way that Picard can understand.
My relationship with Soren isn't trivial. She's very important to me.
There is a beat as Riker seems to come to some inner decision.
It's my fault this has happened, and I have to help her.
Well, if you've come here for sanction, to take matters in your own hands, I can't give that to you.
I know that, sir. But I know I have to do something.
Picard is alarmed at the direction this is taking.
Interfering in the internal matters of the Janai is prohibited by the Prime Directive.
I'm aware of that.
Picard senses that Riker is becoming more resolved to act.
If you violate it, you may be putting your entire career in jeopardy.
Riker does not respond.
Starfleet doesn't take these matters lightly unless I do them, and I can't defend you if you go too far. Do you understand that?
You've made yourself very clear, sir.
Riker's implicability
Implacability.
is deeply disturbing. Word a day calendar.
Bill, don't risk everything you've worked for.
Riker rises.
Thank you, sir. May I be excused now?
There is a heavy beat before Picard nods. Riker turns and wheels out, leaving a very concerned Picard. Interior Riker's quarters. Riker, still in uniform, is assembling some equipment, a phaser, binoculars, and a few other tools. As he does so, the door chimes. He looks up, hesitates to answer. The door chimes again.
Who is it?
Lieutenant Worf.
Riker conceals a small pack of equipment.
Come in.
The door opens and Worf enters, carrying a pad.
Commander, I have a plan for deploying warning buoys around the null space.
Fine, just leave it. I'll look at it later.
Riker has to work to control his impatience, a fact which Worf notices.
Yes, sir.
But Worf doesn't turn to go. Riker stares at him.
Thank you. You're dismissed.
Commander, I am aware of what transpired on the planet's surface.
Wary, Riker doesn't respond.
Are you, by any chance, considering an unannounced visit?
Again, Riker is silent, but this gives Worf the answer.
I will go with you.
Lieutenant.
Sir, you are my commanding officer, and if you order me to stay on board, I will obey. But I ask you not to give that order. A warrior does not let a friend face danger alone.
Touched by Worf's steadfast loyalty, Riker nods.
I suggest we change clothing first.
Exterior Janai planet, night. The courtyard garden. Riker, now dressed in ND dark clothing, is positioned in the woods, watching toward the Civic Center. The building is lit and there is activity inside. Worf, also in dark clothing, comes up to him through the trees.
The meeting is ending. I think they will bring her out of the building soon.
Okay. They'll probably come down that path. We can take cover there, behind those rocks.
Yes, Commander.
She'll be under guard. No telling how many.
I will handle the guards. You take her to cover.
Riker notices something in the building.
Something's happening.
He lifts the binoculars and peers through them. Civic Center, his POV. Through a futuristic grid, an opening to the Civic Chamber shows the Janai moving about the room.
They're leaving.
Angle on Worf and Riker as they emerge from the shadows of the trees. They creep across the courtyard, moving from shadow to shadow toward the Civic Chamber. Several Janai exit the courtyard. Riker and Worf take cover. On the Janai, two Janai walk by their position. Neither one is Soren. Riker and Worf glance at each other. Riker points towards the door, opening once more. Three Janai exit and walk off in another direction. Riker and Worf exchange another frustrated glance. Then Worf nods towards the door, seeing another group. Angle hallway leading to the civic chamber, as Soren and 2 guards exit the structure, heading down the path towards the courtyard. Angle, Riker, and Worf exchange a look and crouch down. As the trio approaches, Riker and Worf step out in front of them. The guards react. Surprised, Riker smiles at them ingenuously.
Could you excuse us? I have to talk to her.
But the guards go into attack mode, throwing punches towards Riker. He blocks the blows. Then Worf steps in and engages the 2 of them. Riker takes Soren's arm and pulls her towards the woods. On Riker and Soren, hurrying into the woods.
Wait.
Don't worry. He'll be out of here in a minute.
Continued, he is intent on getting to their prearranged meeting place. They are pushing through bushes and shrubs.
Will, please.
We're almost there.
Finally, they move into a clearing where they are sheltered by trees and bushes, but moonlight illuminates the clearing. Riker stops, turns to her.
You can't do this.
I won't let them hurt you. You'll be safe on the Enterprise.
She turns away from him, silent. Puzzled, he takes a step towards her.
Soren.
She turns back, looking at him with curious detachment.
If that speech didn't do me in these last few lines, well, I'm so sorry. It's my fault you got involved in all this.
It's going to be all right. Everything's going to be fine.
No, it's not.
He stares at her, not comprehending her strange attitude.
What are you talking about?
It was all a mistake. I should have realized it from the beginning.
What?
That I was sick. I had these terrible urges, and that's why I reached out to you. But it was wrong. I see that now.
And now he understands. She's already been treated. He's too late.
I don't understand how I could have done what I did.
He grasps for anything.
Maybe Dr. Crusher could treat you. Bring you back to the way you were before.
She smiles sadly at him, truly sorry for his pain, but disconnected from it.
Why would I want that?
Soren, I love you.
She looks at him, not even vague regret in her eyes, as though looking at someone she knows she once loved but can't remember why.
I'm sorry.
And she turns and melts into the darkness. Riker stares after her. Exterior space. The Enterprise. In orbit. Interior bridge. Picard, Data, and ND personnel. Picard is forward, talking to Data and the con officer.
How long to the Phelan system?
At warp 6, 53 hours, sir.
Continued. The turbo lift doors open and close, pulling Picard's look. Riker exits the turbo lift, starts down the ramp.
Commander.
Riker is impassive, his face revealing nothing, but his voice tight.
Captain?
They hold a look for a moment. Riker sits.
Starfleet has just sent us a message asking us to proceed to the Phelan system to negotiate a trade agreement.
Yes, sir.
I wasn't sure when to tell them we'd be underway. Is our business with the Janae finished?
Finished, sir.
There is another beat, and then Picard turns to the con officer.
Very well. Ensign, take us out of orbit, set a course for the Phelan system. Warp 6. Engage.
Off, Riker's reaction. Exterior space. The Enterprise. Jumps into warp speed and away. Fade out. End of Act 5. The end.
I'm just gonna start with Eleanor Marsh as Krite with the amazing creepy voyeur glances, which I love. Jonathan as best boy Worf, stepping in last minute, no less. Thank you. Liz back as Data. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Luke as Picard with some almost Kirk-esque moments, which I was kind of liking.
I love his calendar. Great understanding of time.
Yes. Yes. My lovely girl Bree as Beverly, also converting some dialogue on the fly. Way to go. Sean back as Jordy, clearly winning costume game tonight. Mona and Ginger as Nor and as Troy.
You're kind of
Michelle. Yeah. Michelle is our narrator. I'm so sorry that we gave you words that were like $20 words. I'm sorry.
I haven't like spoken to the public in like 9 months, so it's like, you know,
Yeah.
I'm surprised I could pronounce like small words at this point.
Yes. I have to give it off to my leading man for this episode, Patrick McMahon as Commander Riker. I am your, whatever we want to call me tonight, Soren, and I guess mistress of ceremonies. And that's it for us. Thank you all so much. Make sure if you haven't given to MTUG, donate and follow us on Facebook. Give us a like, subscribe to us on YouTube. That we can find out what script we're doing next. So
our next script reading is Elf. Yes.
Yes. Oh yeah. I see. I'm glad that you know the timing of all this. So after this, our next script reading is going to be Elf on the 19th of December. Yeah.
Yay.
So that's
And we're
it,
gonna
y'all.
be going towards a giving tree.
Yes. That's exciting.
Mm-hmm. You go, Poop.
So. That's the note to end on. So thank you again, MTUG, for thinking of us. Oh my God, Jonathan. That's the note to end on.
That's how you end it.
That is how you end it. So MTUG, thank you again for thinking of us and requesting that we do this. So thank you.
Joining me now, we have artist, co-founder and friend of MTUG, Alex John Meyer. We have checked in with him repeatedly throughout the 24 hours on an exhaustive trek, pun intended, based off of what we just saw, through the artistic process. And Alex, is the painting over there? Do you have it with you?
The painting is next to you, friend.
It's behind me right now, isn't it?
Correct. Good morning, everybody. Hi.
I don't know when that happened. I've been here for a while. People may remember I conducted an interview here. Your magic confuses and terrifies me, Alex. Oh yeah, there it is. So, I don't remember if this was brought up. My memory is understandably pretty shot, but did you title the piece?
Yes, I actually did. I took suggestions from the internet, and I decided to go with the title suggested by one of my best friends. His name is Oliver Paggi. He is a operating room nurse, and so because this painting is a thank you letter to all of our members of our community who are nurses and doctors right now, I decided to have a nurse name the piece. So it's called Sign of the Times. Which for me is representative of, yes, these toys are nostalgic, from toys from the 1980s, Fisher Price, and they are a sign of their own times. But as you and I discussed, this painting is symbolic of our current pandemic. And so for me, this painting is a representation of the sign of our times currently.
Outstanding. All right, so that is a great title, and we have a name for the piece now.
Yes.
As I have flogged like a dead horse I needed to run, is going to go home with somebody. Not anyone currently here. We're all excluded from participation. Sorry to Dr. Rissa, who did donate enough to technically qualify as a sponsor. But yeah, I think the final tally we had a large number of entrants.
Yeah, I was curious to know how many.
It was well over 50 entrants, and that's 50 plus. So I don't even want to know what the cumulative dollar value of all that was. Well, I do, because I'm going to tell people how much we earned overall, and that's obviously a decent sized chunk of that. But yeah, that is going to become the wall hanging enjoyment of someone who is being selected at random. That is being handled. I did want to have a fishbowl with some slips of paper, but two things occurred to me. One, that's wasteful of paper. Just to take it out, write a bunch of names, and you fold it up, and you really only need one. And the other is that I totally forgot to bring the fishbowl, so that kind of just...
what about the swear jar? We could have just, you know...
The Euphoria jar is
meant
for blissful purposes and not for crass marketing.
That's true.
Which is my way of saying things aren't allowed to go in unless my pronouns are said, and I would have felt weird just standing there muttering my pronouns as I whipped paper after paper into it. That's not why I built that thing. That's not why I ate those cheese puffs.
No. You ate those cheese puffs in honor of the telethon.
Oh yeah, that is 100% why I did that. No other reason at all.
Yes,
it was
absolutely
premeditated.
Right.
Let me think. Where is it? Oh yeah, you mentioned Oliver. I just wanted to throw back, as I'm going to start wrapping this up eventually. We are in the final hour. And remind people we did see Oliver 3 different times during the course of this telethon. Trying to remember off the top of my head the 3 songs that were submitted.
Werewolf Heartthrob.
I was birthed during the flood of '93, and
Merely a Vibe.
A Vibe. Yes. Merely a Vibe was the one that was bothering me. I had the other 2 because Werewolf Heartthrob rules, and I remember
it's my favorite.
'93 keenly. So But Merely a Vibe is just that punchy little statement that you know it and you feel it, but it's hard to remember the words.
Yeah.
Or at least.
Well, I wanted to personally thank everyone who donated, you know, specifically with the hopes of winning this painting. So it is a watercolor painting. It's been adhered, and Rachel, if you wouldn't mind bringing it a little closer to the camera, because I busted my butt on that. I'd like people to see the detail of what they're winning.
Okay. Going to be very.
You're my hero.
Gentle.
Yes, please.
Okay. We're gonna do...
Back it up.
I'm gonna do some slow detail paint.
Oh, I see. Okay. So so it's watercolor with lots and lots of detail, and it is varnished. And then I applied it to a acid-free wood panel. And so it is ready to go on your wall. It is wired and signed by me. And you know, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who donated. There's my wiggly signatures on the back.
and the wire. So this is ready literally ready to hang right now. It can also be framed, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, you could. Yeah. But I mean, but absolutely not necessary, which is why I took the time to put it on the wood panel and varnish the wood so that the wood is sealed and all those good things. So, but we are ready to go. It's 18 inches, and I'm sure that the lucky winner will really appreciate it and treasure it forever.
Now, and I have no way of knowing whether or not this person donated specifically when the painting. That was not a comment anyone made.
Right.
But we also had a lot of donations submitted without comment. So.
All right. Let's get going. Ready? Drum roll, everybody.
Drum roll, everybody. Got my
drum roll from your living room.
And there is our selected winner. The name, the winner of the Alex John Meyer original, titled Sign of the Times, is, and I am hoping like heck I pronounce your name correctly, now own this piece. It is yours for the sole fact that you were generous to us in our time of need. I think we lost Alex there.
Hi, yeah, sorry, we lost Alex, and so I was trying to do some on-the-fly corrections here.
Well, that's
and
fair.
That's just how we roll. Just gotta keep it going.
You still had me, right? So that name still went out.
Just repeat it real quick for everyone.
repeating it because we don't know if the snafu killed my rambling. The winner of the painting is
No.
Adam Ritzel. Again.
You have to call audio from Zoom.
I'm pulling audio from Zoom.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Adam Ritzel.
Adam Ritzel. Yeah, I am wholly conceding there's a very real chance I am mispronouncing that name, and I apologize profusely. Chalk that up to me being overly exhausted, but this is complete. This is ready to hang, and it belongs to you in exchange for nothing but your immediate generosity during this telethon. We do have your contact info, and our social media specialist will be getting in touch with you by email to let you know you won in the chance, I'd say quite likely, that you're not watching right now because statistical probabilities are what they are. And to arrange a time where you could come and pick this up. Alex has confirmed to me that he is indeed straight out of Zoom. He got booted hard. But I'm still good.
Yeah,
right?
don't know what happened there. You're still good. You're still on. Let's switch over to a comfy couch real quick and deal with this real quick and get you over to the next thing.
Okay, well, let's see what our remote correspondents are up to. Waiting on the comfy couch. Haven't seen it in an hour or two. I don't know why I'm singing. You'd think I got that out of my system after being summarily punished in front of the internet. We weren't recording that, were we? Like, that's lost to